track, no turning back. Forget yesterday. Unknown destination, aiming for the sky. So high, so high, so high. Killing frustration, we're doing it all to survive the nightfall. When you fight against the time and you're about to lose your mind, it's easy to cross the line. There's no answer as to why when you look death in the eye. Either you live or you die. Charge up, you're the battery that keeps me awake. Reload under your control before I break. Killing frustration, have to do it all to survive the nightfall. When you fight against the time and you're about to lose your mind, it's easy to cross the line. There's no answer as to why when you look death in the eye. Either you live or you die. You live or you die. You live or you die. You're killing me, you're killing me, you're killing me. Can't have enough, you're killing me, you're killing me, you're killing me. Can't have enough, you're killing me, you're killing me, you're killing me. When you fight against the time and you're about to lose your mind, it's easy to cross the line. There's no answer as to why when you look death in the eye. Either you live or you die.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Rainbow Six Northern Premier League. How could you have a Rainbow Six Northern Premier League without your Northern host? There were rumours going around, I've just been speaking to Demo about it, apparently I was never coming back. Not like anybody cares, but here I am. Playday 3, I am your host, and I am not alone, of course. I am joined by two wonderful men that I have grown to be quite fond of over the past few years. Can we please bring in Mr. Demo and Ollie himself, XR How are you guys doing? You alright?
Doing great, Ian. Thank you. It's great to be back on, and it's great to have you back as well. I know that me and Demo have tried to pick up the reins of the old hosting job, but it just isn't the same without you, mate.
Demo, you said that my job's really easy, so I'm going to
bring your job's very boring. I'll be honest, Ian. I did find at times, just sat there, didn't you? That's all you do is you sit there.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I do like to sit. I think I'm pretty good at sitting here doing nothing, so it works for me. Ollie, what do you make of the Northern Premier League to kick things off here? It's a little bit different to what we're used to when we're broadcasting together.
It is, absolutely. Obviously, for anyone that is unfamiliar, anyone that's sat here wondering, what is the Northern Premier League? Of course, this is the combination now of what used to be UKIN and what used to be Nordics. It has now been brought under the same banner, and it is going to be the Premier League that you are looking to get yourself into. So we have a little bit of the best of both worlds here. We've got the best of the UKIN teams, we've got the best of the Nordic teams, and they all come together in what is now known as the NPL. And it does make for some exciting competition. It really mixes things up a little bit.
Hey, exciting competition, and the stakes are high. What is up for grabs here, Demo?
Yeah, again, it's now we've kind of went into the range of a lot more CL spots has opened up. We're giving away 2 CL spots to whatever teams get qualified into the finals. As we know, we have 2 EUL teams already playing inside this competition, so they will not be able to, of course, get that Challenge League spot. So it's really up for grabs there for the other sides to try and take that and try and elevate themselves into Tier 2.
Absolutely. Now, you guys have had a couple of play days without me, so let's briefly take a look back at our latest play day and see how it all played out. Here are the results. We were chatting briefly coming into this demo. Any big shocks here? Because some of it is not necessarily played out how you might expect.
I'd actually say things have kind of went how I expected. I'll be honest, and I actually think that.
What about TENSTAR though? There was a lot of hype behind TENSTAR coming into this.
Yes. TENSTAR losing maybe caught a couple of people off, by surprise. But keep in mind that who they went up against, that's Viperio 86, another side that are definitely up there who needs to, show a bit of respect to them. So I don't think that's really out of the midst of, wow, that's insane. I think EUL teams dominating is really no surprise. The Nordic teams struggling a little bit here at the moment. It's just stuff that I expected, and I think still there's a lot of things that can change.
Yeah, absolutely. There's still plenty of time for these teams to get back on track, Ollie.
Yeah, there really is. It's 1 week of play days, isn't it, that we've seen so far. We're obviously playing twice a week, so you really do start to get a feel of these teams quite quickly. It's not like we have to wait and see, week after week as those fixtures sort of develop. We get to see all the teams playing, and we get to see them playing twice a week. So there's plenty of opportunity there to really sort of set your stall out. And I think there are a couple of teams that have done that really well, Ian. You think about some of the plays that we saw Victus able to make last week. I mean, Nade just comes in there as if on cue. There was some brilliant little displays, and I think that as we move on through, we will start to see that sort of gap increase top through bottom here in the league.
Yeah, Demo, a nice little tasty 7-3 win for Victus here.
It was a good game from Victus overall. Keep in mind, I think the biggest thing for me looking at Victus is look at who they've played. Is that really the strongest opponents they're going to face? No, definitely not. There's going to be tougher teams out there that Victus will need to take down. But I think for this side coming into this competition, to start your opening week with 2 wins is going to be massive. I think for morale, I think for confidence, they're going to be up for it, I think, today. And it just depends on if they can keep it going. I think they've shown good fundamentals, good mechanics, but it needs to be tested further.
Heroic, obviously, the favourites, arguably coming into this. Ollie, and they performed on the latest Playday.
Yeah, let's be honest, everyone's looking at Heroic and thinking, yeah, you're the team that is going to be that team to beat this season, and they really should be. You think back to previous iterations and previous teams that we've had sort of filling the ranks here in tournaments like this in the National League, and you think, it's been stacked out. We've had multiple EUL sides in the past. Now, of course, we're in a situation where, okay, MNM are here, but they're fielding an academy team. Heroic are here. And you're really starting to look toward those two, and you throw Navi into the mix as well, and you think it's maybe not as stacked talent-wise as it previously has been in terms of the absolute top of the top and the best of the best, but there is that opportunity now for other teams and other players to make that little bit of a run. And for me, that increases the pressure that you put on a team like Heroic, because they're going to have to try for this, especially when they've got teams like Viperio, like Victus, all sort of snapping at the heels.
We just saw Navi in action there just a moment ago, Demo, and I think it's going to take a while for us to figure out if those roster changes are going to be successful.
Yeah, give them a bit of time. Navi obviously having those big changes before the season. Doki leaving, which was the big one. That's no surprise to anyone. And replacing that player, it was never going to be an easy job. And I still think that they're trying to find what's the best playstyle for them. EUL hasn't been the greatest of times for them at the moment. But for what it was, a short fix and who they had to bring in, I think things could have definitely been a lot worse. Keep in mind, Navi were still the only side to actually take down Heroic inside of EUL, so they certainly have had wins. It's just had a few more losses. That's really it. But overall for Navi, I mean, coming into this competition specifically, there's still going to be that pedigree. There's still that caliber that this is Navi, the team that's won this, the national circuit more than any other side at the moment. So there's always going to be that bit of pressure. And Navi, they still have their fair share of world-class players who know what it's like to win this competition.
Absolutely, and we just saw the MNM Academy team in action. We did touch on them a moment ago. MNM. And it's the old Breach roster. Decent, lots of potential, but as we can see now on the screen, 86 versus TENSTAR. TENSTAR coming into this with a lot of hype, especially after that Rainbow Rumble, Ollie.
Yeah, and then they're going to be really trying to work off the back of that. It's maybe not done them too well inside of week one. As we get the standings here up on the screen now, and we can see that we do have 3 teams that went unbeaten last week. Of course, Victus, Heroic, and Viperio. Now, that is all about to change. We will not be able to see another 3 teams be unbeaten this week, as I believe that Victus and Viperio do play each other. But we are getting ahead of ourselves there. That is going to be the standings as they currently sit.
It's the sort of table you like to see early doors in a season like this, Demo, when you've got your front runners and there's only 3 points separating them from the mid-table, and then down there at the dirty relegation zone, just 3 points separating those guys from the mid as well. So there's still plenty of time to move these chess pieces around.
Yeah, it's early days. Of course, keep in mind that if you're a UK supporter, you'll be very happy. I actually believe that Ambush and Navi, they should actually be switched. Navi currently sitting at 6th because they actually have an extra round in Ambush. So that means the 4 Nordic teams are unfortunately down at the bottom. But like you said, Ian, a lot of that can change over the next coming weeks.
Right, let's take a look at today's schedule. Obviously, we've got 5 best of ones coming your way. Here it is. We're starting with Navi versus Riddle. And yeah, we've got some nice action ahead of us all.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got some pretty stacked out games here tonight. We've got Navi versus Riddle. That's going to be kicking off game number 1. And of course, you're going to be looking toward that EUL pedigree. You've got to look toward that side and go, yep. They're the guys that were... And we're going to be biased, let's be honest. Snurleaf isn't on this week, and neither's Ubros. So, Ian, I think we can be as biased as we like here toward the teams that we're more familiar with. What do you reckon? Are you going to be giving us the green light for that?
Absolutely. I love a bit of bias. And Demo never really likes to give predictions or opinion, but maybe that could change tonight.
There's a big difference between opinion and predictions, I think, Ian. I kind of look at the 2 EUL sides. Let's be real. Their EUL side's going up against Riddle and RCTIC, who haven't really done anything in this league so far. If Riddle and RCTIC go away with wins, it's going to be incredible, but it's just not going to happen. Like we have to be real at the end of the day. The caliber of players that RCTIC and Riddle are going to go up against, it's going to be a difficult day for those 2 teams.
Well, from what we've seen so far, let's pull up some top 5 statistics, shall we? Starting with the top 5 players with the opening kill to death ratio. Let's bring that in and take a look at the 5 in front of us here, Ollie.
Now, it's early days. We've said that. This is Playday 3, week number 2. We're not getting too far ahead of ourselves here, but opening KD is a very important stat. So you're going to be looking at your entry kills versus your entry deaths here. And you can see that there are, some very impressive statistics there getting thrown around, considering that these players, have only played 2 games up until this point. We've got someone like Wisedent going 8-0. And then at the flip side of it, we have got someone like Oscar or Grubby 6-2, 5-1. Skiddy also in the 6-2 club as well. Jegs pretty even at 8-4. But it's a very important statistic. You've got to be going out there and winning that early engagement. We talk about this so often. It's a very regular point that's brought up for analysis, is that opening kill and that opening death are just so important, and especially when you look to teams at a national level, because they do very often play off the back of that momentum.
If we keep bringing this up every single Playday demo, you're expecting this list of 5 players to switch up a lot?
They're solid players, very, very solid players. I don't know if anyone else is going to maybe sneak in there. Of course, you've got the likes of Heroic, but at the moment, I think Heroic, they've kind of been unleashed. It's not like the same kind of entry setup where you'd have, Sloth and Benji. We're seeing Grizzly get out and about, we're seeing Uno get out and about. So in terms of the EUL sides, it's kind of free for all for those guys. But for the teams that are obviously challenging for that Challenger League spot, they're going to be a lot more structured and make sure you're always going to have that main man entry in every single time. So yeah, these are great five great players. I'm excited to see how they're going to do as the season continues.
Let's see if they can maintain some consistency as they go along. Let's take a look now at our top 5 plants. We've got the diffuser plants on screen now. Ollie, any standouts for you here?
Well, we've only seen a couple of games, so any plants are going to be good, I think, at this moment in time. It's not something that we've always seen historically. It's a lot of really plant-orientated play, and to find 5 players there that have all got a bit of a contribution, I think is quite an impressive feat, honestly, at this point. We were highlighting almost the sort of entry players and the stars of the show in the previous graphic, and this one is, really sort of highlighting those players that are willing to do that brunt work and get the job done. Sit there and hold F and get that plant down. It's not very glamorous, but it is very important indeed, and it is a task that has to be done regardless. So to see a couple of players here, fantastic. I'm looking across at their names. I'm thinking Skeptic, Nick. For anyone that's unfamiliar with Nick, you're going to want to keep your eye on him, because I'm surprised he's in here for plants, I'll be honest with you. Usually he's got a gun in his hand, but he's really showing that he can do both here.
What about Curly as well? I mean, he's kind of came into this as the new hard support. Then obviously we seen 86 inside of Challenger League, didn't we, fellas? And it was mostly Monkey who was that main support. So Curly, kind of reforming the roster, he's now had to move on to that hard support, and it looks like he's slotted in quite well with 4 plants already.
So we've plucked out those 5 players, and now we're going to move on to 2 players. I thought we may as well take a look at a bit of a head-to-head, see how 2 specific individuals are stacking up so far. Let's take a look at Blair and Perioli.
Well, we can see here that we've got a nice little head-to-head going on. Not a lot really separating these two, and I think it's maybe going to be Perry's. Perry's probably going to be hitting the screenshot on this one that he's being compared here to Blair. But why not? Let's get him out here. This is what the National League is all about. This is what NPL is going to be all about. It's going to be comparing these teams and players to one another, and very often you're going to get thrown up against an EUL side. So KDR, a little bit of an edge there on the side of Blur, and the stats as a whole do edge toward Blur, but this was the head-to-head that was picked out, and I think that it does demonstrate these 2 players quite well.
Yeah, Demo, I think X has hit the nail on the head there, isn't it? For lots of these players, it's stomping ground to really make some noise and showcase what you're about. We say it all the time when we've done previous editions of UKIN and such likes of that, and this is another example of players being able to shine brightly.
Yeah, I mean, look at Blur's most picked operator, Amaru. I think that kind of sets the standards from what Navi, how they're kind of attacking this league. But Blur, handful of talent, this man. He possesses so much. He showcased that, so much throughout his time in professional play. And yeah, this is just kind of, like I said, stomping grounds, isn't it? Where he can just get in there and just have a bit of fun and showcase that great mechanical skill that he possesses.
Are you guys willing to give me some predictions today? What do we reckon? I know, Demo, you tend to be pretty reluctant when it comes to the big P word, predictions, and today I'm going to push you a little bit further. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm a realist. I'll explain some matches. There are definitely matches out there that can, in my opinion, just be a stump. I'm looking primarily at the Navi Heroic games. I think everyone's in agreement with that, as you can see in as well. Yeah, there's just no way. I think all the other games are certainly up for debate. I think you could make an argument for the rest of the free games. Ambush kind of getting a bit of a slight edge there, but then again, Coalesce, they've shown some good character. And then really the 2 UK matches, yeah, it's up for grabs really for either of those teams. And honestly, I think if you look at those last 2 matches, those 4 teams, those are the 4 teams you're going to see just absolutely kill each other to get those CL spots. Those are my 4 I'm looking at.
Yeah, I'm interested, Ollie, because TENSTAR coming into this for a lot of people watching, are teed up to be the next UK team in EUL. You know, I've spoken about it. They were awesome in the Rainbow Rumble. They've got the talent. They've got something special. But you know, that solid win on Playday 1 was followed up with a loss on Playday 2. You don't see them bounce back from that here tonight.
Well, there's a fun story about the predictions, and I'm a little bit upset that there isn't a number that tells how many correct predictions each person has got here, because I was the only person last week to get every prediction right.
Oh, okay.
Now,
humble brag there.
For what that, I mean, take from that what you will. Really take from it what you will. I think I may have got one wrong, but I basically got 9 out of 10. Unbelievable scenes. So I've now gone with the exact same mindset for picking my next 5 games, and it's going to have to continue. And I'm going to have to be the person that picks off the beaten track. So everyone's picked TENSTAR for that 4th game, and I've had to go for MNM because I need to maintain this victory, you see. And so the predictions for me, you can read as much or as little into them as you like. I'm not sure how much they're really going to paint a full picture here, but I do agree that those teams in the bottom 4 are going to be ones that you got to keep your eye on. You know, we've not really seen any challenge to that throne, and already in week 2, Playday 3. To see Victus and Viperio and MNM and TENSTAR going up against each other, these are massive, massive games.
Yeah, I do want to touch on just MNM Academy just for a moment here, Demo. Do you think that if they were to have a really successful campaign and they do, end this season quite high up the table, what do you think that would say about MNM as a whole, that they've managed to have 2 successful rosters under their umbrella?
Well, I mean, the actual organization, they've produced a lot of different rosters and a lot of different players have come out of that organization. I think it's just, it almost feels as if, in the football and, Cal and Dan, they're the scouts. They're out there scouting and making sure the recruitment's done well. And I think that's kind of what that organization's showing is how good the recruitment can be.
Yeah, and Ollie, the thing with these group stages and the early doors of this tournament, we're going to be seeing lots of best of ones, and these can whistle by you in the blink of an eye. Like, we're so used to long, drawn out evenings when it comes to like the UK scene, and it's quite refreshing, isn't it? It's not, I mean, don't get me wrong, I love a big slug off night where it goes all night long, but these best of ones where you rattle through it's very exciting, isn't it?
It's exciting, and it can be very difficult as well for the teams because they know that they've got to get on the pitch and they've got to perform, and that is very difficult. A best of one is the most unpredictable format for Siege, and we see that quite regularly come through. And as you mentioned, in contrast, we get something like the Rumble that was a little bit more back and forth, and you had that opportunity because you were playing again those back-to-back games. But I think this is really where teams are going to get their mettle firmly tested, and you've got to be prepared coming into your Playday because you know what you're going to be going up against, you know who you're going to be playing, and you need to hit the ground running. It's about getting in a really good quality warm-up scrim and doing what you need to do to prepare in that way to then make sure when you're getting online and when you're ready to get in the server, you're as fresh as you can be.
Well, we've hit the ground running with this prep phase, but we are just getting started. We're going to take a brief break, and when we come back, we'll be throwing you right into Navi versus Riddle. Don't go anywhere.
3 quick kills, 4 quick kills coming.
And Slothar just picks them apart.
Let's try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates.
Crimson steps up huge for ambush. 3 kills. All E1DCs. What?
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six Northern Premier League with me, Ian Chambers. We got Demo to which side are you? That side of me, and X to that side of him as well. So, guys, welcome back. How are we feeling? Getting set to get into our first best of one, Ollie.
Yeah, let's get into it. It's been a while since we've introed a game, I think. So I'm really looking forward to getting in amongst it.
Yeah, it feels like it's been a long time, doesn't it, Demo? But well, not for you. I mean, when was the last time that you and X got together on a broadcast? Has it been a while?
It's been a minute.
It'd be a minute, yeah.
I think it's been a good minute. Probably February, I think, Demo.
It would be February, yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
That's too long in my book. All right, so the first best of one of Playday 3 is, of course, Navi versus Riddle. Let's start by taking a look at this illustrious Navi roster. EUL team, of course. No Doki this time round. He's obviously sailed off into the sunset for pastures new. We've seen 2 players out, saves out as well. 2 players come in, Kayak and Thunder. I know that you guys will have discussed this on previous play days, but Demo, how do you think this team is stacking up so far?
They're okay. I would say things haven't been going too well for them in EUL, but I wouldn't say that it's went, woeful. I think they've definitely shown people, enough to say, you know what, this team, give it a bit of time. There can be, something worked out, and things can definitely find its way through. I think Thunder has shown that he's capable enough. I think we can still maybe see more out of him. I think there's still potential there to be unlocked. I think Blur. The only thing that I worry about Navi is it almost feels as if it's now turned into, if Blur doesn't show up, then what happens to Navi? Similar to kind of what we've seen from Doki not too long ago. So I still think there's a lot of potential. I think Kayak coming in, I think Kayak, whenever he played versus Heroic back in EUL, it's probably the best friends event I've ever seen from Kayak. So we see the potential. They've all shown us that they can play to such a high standard. It's just they need to do it on a consistent basis, Ian.
Yeah, and we say it all the time, X, don't we? You can never rely too much on one of the pillars of your team, because if that pillar falls, then you're in trouble.
Yeah, and it's something that we see happen fairly regularly as well. And I think that, Navi, they just need to find themselves here. It's obviously always going to be a tricky situation when they end up having, a man down at the end of the season. Doki leaves and goes on to G2. And, Doki was a large part of this team's identity. And I think a lot of people will probably share that sentiment. And now they've got to try and build that back up themselves. And they've got to try and, figure out what they want to try and fight for and what they want to try and work on and build and develop. The team is by no means built on one player, but it can to a degree be built around a player. And I think that that's the situation that maybe Navi need to find themselves in now, where it's like, who are we going to try and push up to the top, and who are we really going to try and rally around? And that's something that will, as they get more and more play days under the belt, I'm sure it's something we'll see.
Yeah, X, I think you bang on there, because when you lose a player of Doki's character, that is difficult for in-game, but behind the scenes as well, you mentioned there, he's a bit of a backbone of that team, that roster he was. A big character who's left really large shoes to fill, Demo.
Yeah, do I dare say Doki is an irreplaceable player? I mean, I know we're supposed to say that nobody is irreplaceable, but certainly, I think for Doki, what he's shown over the past 3 years of his career is that just how good he is. There's a reason why G2 went after him. There's a reason why now he's going off towards the major now. There's a reason for all this, because he is that good. So yeah, it was difficult times for Navi, I'm sure. I think it wasn't. They didn't get too much notice that Doki was going to G2 before the EUL season actually started. So I suppose you do have to give Navi a bit of time.
Yeah, and they've got time, but they're going to want to kick off Playday 2 with a win here, and they will be taking on Riddle. Let's take a look at this Danish roster. Not too many expectations on them, Demo. Nothing to get too hyped about, but that gives them a bit of an advantage, really, doesn't it? Because they can only exceed.
Yeah, I suppose against a team like Navi, you have nothing to lose whatsoever, because most people will say, yeah, you don't have a chance in winning that, and I think that's probably the general consensus of everyone. But we've seen underdog stories happen before. We've seen teams just rock up to these competitions and play a bit of silly siege, and it works. We've seen that happen before.
We love that.
You know, I think, I mean, Navi's going to play Silly Siege. I'm sure they probably will. We'll see them run around, and that's where we're headed to. If we get a Villa, you'll see Nathan, he's having a bath. You know, this is kind of, I think, the realm that we're going to go into. I fear that, though, if Riddle try and play this structured playstyle, I think Navi, again, if they're going to play this Techers Town playstyle, they'll run them over. Just down to sheer gun skill alone will be able to carry Navi through. So I think Riddle just need to fight fire with fire almost.
Silly Siege, is that the only option they've got coming up against a team like Navi, Ollie?
Honestly, Silly Siege, Techers Town, call it what you like. We are headed somewhere that we don't want to be. For anyone that is familiar with Riddle, this isn't the same Riddle roster that won the previous season of Nordics. This isn't the same Riddle roster that came sort of 13th to 16th, I think it was, in the EU Challenger League. This is a new Riddle roster. And these are players that, let's be honest, we're not too familiar with. And this is something that, you know, is going to have to start to happen, and I'm sure we are going to get more familiar with these players. But essentially, this is one of the, you know, this is a bunch of players from the Nordic regions that we just don't really have too much of a clue about. I don't recall casting any of these guys inside of the Nordics as a whole anyway.
Where's Wavy, Ollie? Where's he gone?
Who?
Wavy, where is he?
I have no idea. Wavy's not there. Flexy's not there. Like, all these people that used to be on Riddle just aren't there anymore. And that's something that we're gonna have to get used to. And for that reason, we've got to give them the underdog card. Ian, we've got to say we don't know what we're going to expect from these guys.
So, you know, as casters, as analysts, you don't know what to expect from these guys. But doesn't that give them I'd never say it gives them an advantage, but it does make them unpredictable to their opponents as well as the casters and analysts. We'll get into that in a minute, but now we can take a look at our map veto. It's a best of one. This should be pretty straightforward business. Any predictions just before we go? You ain't got time. We're getting right into it. Demo, what do you reckon?
Clubhouse. It's interesting that I would say that Riddle actually left those free maps till the end, you know, Theme Park Chalet Clubhouse. I think that kind of shows that they don't want to play maybe that Silly Siege. You know, they don't really want to take it towards that end of the stick. You know, they're banning Oregon, which I think is a very rat map that you can just kind of run about on, and you don't really have to think whenever you play Oregon. So I think that's a very wise first ban from Riddle. You can see some preferences. Border, that's another one where I don't think you really have to think. They've taken away very easy maps to play, but then again, we still ended up at Clubhouse, which is usually, you know, the ultimatum for like everyone. You need to play a good Clubhouse. This needs to be a map that you should have hours and hours and hours and hours of practice on, just because it's one of the most common maps that we see throughout Siege. So I think there is a degree that Navi will have to play a little bit structured, but I wouldn't put it past them yet.
Yeah, just quick heads up, Riddle will start on defense as well here. X, have they got a shot on Clubhouse?
You should be able to play a club. You know, if you're going to take a team anywhere, usually in these kind of matchups, we do see something like a Clubhouse or an Oregon being picked because it is that seen as that more 50-50 map. So if they've got a chance anywhere, they've certainly got a chance on Clubhouse.
All right, let's get into this, shall we? Navi versus Riddle. We are going to Clubhouse, and let's not forget here, Navi, defending champions of the last National League. It was, of course, UKIN. They take these divisions and leagues very seriously, and we're going to see more of the same right here with Jerry and Noviken.
Thank you so much, Ian. Thank you so much. We are back, Jerry. I mean, I'm thrilled. I've been genuinely, ever since the NPL got announced, I've been buzzing like so much. I've been so excited. Of course, the UK massive. You know, yeah. Ian said we can be biased today, so we are going to be biased, but I'm also excited to see what these Nordic teams can do.
Yeah, and I feel like I didn't pitch into that agreement, right? I want to be like the Nordics advocate tonight, but it's a tough sell at very start when you've got EUL royalty Navi up against Riddle. This really is a David and Goliath battle that we're about to embark on here. Clubhouse, an interesting battleground. So far in EUL, if that stat even means anything, this has been sort of 50-50 for Navi, so there's some hope. They've shown that they've got a soft belly here, but that was against LFO, and you know, this is Riddle. This is a slightly different task here.
Yeah, different task, and interestingly enough, actually, we've been putting together and looking at the picks and bans from each team, and we're only third play day in, not much to go from. However, Riddle, usually ban Club. They've banned it as their second ban in the rotation the last 2 games. And their first 3 bans on both previous play days have been the same: Oregon, Club, then Bank. For some reason, they have left Club open into Navi. Have they prepared something? Like you said, they've identified a weakness in them? We'll have to see. It remains to be seen. But Thatcher, that's something that we're used to seeing, and he is sadly removed. Are we going to see the Maverick? No, the Thinker is removed by Navi.
A band that's definitely climbing in popularity in recent times, and you can understand why. She's just so strong all round, and until LMGs in general get nerfed, I think you're likely to see that continue, that trend. Kaid, next ban off the chopping block. Kind of a necessity when Thatcher's gone. He can keep those hatches shut for very long, especially on, basement defense is where it pokes its ugly head out most on this map, and then the Valkyrie last. So fairly standard bans. I don't think there's much to say about this. This is exactly what we're expecting.
Yeah, pretty business as usual. Clubhouse is one of those maps where I feel like it's very hard breach centric. There's so much flexibility. You leave the Maverick open and suddenly you have issues. You leave Hibana open and you have issues, especially when Kaid is taken off the table. So this is potentially going to present some problems for Riddle. However, Club historically leans slightly towards that defender side, but Navi being this experienced EUL team, wouldn't be surprised if they come out the gate swinging in this first round.
And we have to preface all of this with the fact that a lot of this sort of deep strategy tomfoolery, it may not matter. When it comes down to it, these guys, this is like the David and Goliath battle. It might just be that Navi completely outclasses them. Or, like Ollie was saying, maybe we get some silly siege from Riddle. Maybe we get Tekka's Town. And that's what I hope. I don't think that Riddle can afford to try and do all of the basics and just make it work in a very standard meta way, because Navi do have the potential to outclass them. Then again, this is a great place to kind of flex those muscles and see how well your strategies can stand up to some real punishment. So Navi starting on attack, having chosen the map, and that's an early pick from Sapega. What in goodness gracious was that? A wallbang spray out of the garage quad, and it takes out Blur.
Okay, alright, we wanted some silly siege. I guess we're gonna get it. I thought we'd get like a slow opening and it'll be the last minute and then we'll get a bit of action, but no. Straight out of the gates, Blur has been taken down. That's the Zofia. That's a lot of utility off the board, but really you can say that about any of the attackers that they're bringing. You've got the Iana, you've got the Ace, the Sledge, the Thermi. Everybody is bringing something to this table, so they're all quite valuable to Navi. There is enough contingencies in place. I don't think it's going to dissuade them too much. I am curious about the Thorn, though, because interesting operator, and also the actual primary, the Uzi, has been pretty powerful in its strengths. So
it is. I can tell you for a fact I'm not a good fragger, and this thing, it's about all I can bring into a TDM and do well with. But speaking of TDM, it looks like Nath and the rest of Navi are finally trying to take the fight to Riddle, and they've suffered a loss there. A pretty substantial one in Secretly is their first hard breacher, but Sapega is down, and that, from what we've seen so far, he's been a very key player in Riddle's antics. But now we're down to that 3 versus 3 with a lovely shot coming through onto Perry, losing the castle. And Riddle, they have to shore up their defenses now, as they've been forced back into sight, and they have 1 minute and 15 left to burn.
Yeah, Perry went for the wide swing, but didn't really receive anything. So I was kind of going for the same. Oh, Kevin! I mean, it's unfair. The X-ray was there for us, it's not for him. But still, playing with fire around all these crossfire points. Navi finally managing to push their way through. Still not quite got construction control purely because of these cross angles. And we've already seen one of the smoke canisters gone out as well. Kevin might be about to get aggressed on by the window. It actually wins out on the gunfight. The Sledge goes down, but Thunder's there to trade. Should be able to pick the teammate up, and with 35 seconds, Riddle is about to get squeezed to death by Navi.
Vital, though, has a brilliant power position in the closet, and no pressure from the logistics side during this push could spell demise. They're just going to hop into the waiting arms of the SMG-11. Neon takes that one, and they finally decide, you know what, we need a bit more of a dynamism to this attack. They spread their players thinly here. Nath does win on that jump in. Somehow, the angle isn't covered properly. Katal spraying down Thunder, but in the meantime, Nath is getting the diffuser down on the red timer. The castle barricade preventing the rotate, and now he needs to fight against Thunder. Takes him down to almost within an inch of death there, but we see Nath drop down the hatch after getting the diffuse off. Doesn't have nades, so he needs to get into a stronger position or just fight through the hatch, but for the meantime, Katal has other problems. Thunder has backed all the way into cash, and now he's left stuck between a rock and a hard place here. Does he go for the diffuse? Does he try and bait the engagement? He doesn't know necessarily where Nath is right now, and Nath looks like he can try and get into a position to shoot him out. Come on, you've got the angle. There we have it. Just teasing us for a moment there, Nova, as we thought he might be able to stick it, but Navi claimed their first round. Wasn't an easy ride, though.
No, not at all. And it was kind of interesting. There was almost mistakes by both sides towards the end of that round. You had Katal almost forgetting that the castle barricade was still open, hops through back on Jacuzzi wall, and goes, for God's sake, it's castle barricaded. Gotta punch it. No, gotta jump through. No, what do I do in this situation? And then the same thing happened before, like 20 seconds beforehand to Navi, where they were all just jumping through gym window into line of sight. And somehow Nath wins that. I think if Nath doesn't hit that shot, doesn't get that kill, that round is dead. Riddle would have won that round.
Yeah, they didn't make it easy for themselves, Navi. Let's put it that way. They're certainly making it look like Riddle are a stiffer opposition at the moment. And that sounds really rude, no disrespect to Riddle, but this is an EUL side, and they should be quite honestly tackling what is usually a tertiary site quite easily on the attack. They have the 2 hard breaches, they have everything they really would need to get the attack going there. I don't think they even bothered opening Jacuzzi, if I'm not mistaken. Either way, there wasn't any pressure from it come the late game, whether it was open or not. So surprising to me from Navi that, again, also they just leave control of Ash to be potentially retaken. A better side on defense would just claim that back. You leave it and it's up for grabs again. They didn't have a Nomad or anything to maintain control of it necessarily. So yeah, Navi looking like they're off to a slow start, but they get the job done regardless. And now we're about 30 seconds into this round. Kevin being hunted by the drone. Stuns come in his way, and this is surely a winnable fight for Nathan. There it is. The opening kill of the round goes to Navi.
Yeah, Riddle's not going to get away with that sort of opening kill that Sapega managed to get previous round. That's not going to happen. Navi is so experienced. They won't let that happen twice. And now the tables have turned. Kevin gets caught out. Very good roam clear. We saw the drone. We saw 2 players approaching from different angles to squeeze and pinch Kevin. Works out successfully, and with 2 minutes remaining, look at the map control that Navi has right now. They are absolutely, utterly dominating Riddle.
The good thing about this site, however, is that you've got plenty of layers that the attackers have to peel back. Oh, there goes one of them. Katal playing inside of Deep Armory, gets caught out by the vertical angle, and now suddenly Riddle are forced into having to make a play, and this could be it. Sapega getting up, managing to take out the flank drone. I wonder whether anyone was watching that or not. You've got Yak and Nath both flicking between cams, but Thunder is wise to the potential, and Sapega is dealt with very swiftly. 2 versus 5, and I can't see this going any other way than a Navi win.
It's the 2 SAS soldiers left on site. Navi slowly circling with all 5 players remaining, as well as a minute left on the clock. With the SMG-11 just firing a few shots, just rattling them away, but it's not really going to change the course of what Navi's going to do. They're on site actually already. Perry's forced to go in, actually trades 1-for-1. No, gets traded by a teammate. Neon's going to try and prevent some of the Navi aggression, but doesn't matter. Diffuser has been planted, and that's a 1-on-3. Navi's in that post position. Yak's got the line up, and Neon is dead to rights, dead in the ground. Riddle fall behind 0-2 on defense on Clubhouse after playing both. Well, essentially their first pick site and then their backup site as well.
We've seen Navi and Heroic take a lot of a similar mentality going into this season, where they're not even necessarily playing super fraggy. I feel like they're trying to exercise their strat book as much as possible. They're just getting in and doing essentially all of the basics, the bare minimum to try and get a plant down. Their plant stats have been really impressive throughout this season so far. And today, we've seen 2 plants come through from Navi in 2 rounds. So if they want to keep up that trend, it's very good practice. And trying to get into the site and get the plant down no matter what, sometimes it's not the best win con, but in that instance, when you're 5v2, it's absolutely the right play to make. It seems like in the last round, they were, 3 versus 3 and thought, let's give ourselves a challenge, maybe. That's what I mean when they say they're making it difficult for themselves at times. Quite often you would just try and hunt those players down, get the man advantage. It was a risky attempt to go for the gym plant so early with lots of people hopping in gym window last round. I wonder whether they'll try something different this round, perhaps focused on that jacuzzi take, perhaps just leave cash and construction entirely. I think the one thing that they can count on is that they shouldn't fall victim to such an unlucky opening death this time round. I say that. I'm well aware of the caster curse and how powerful it can be sometimes.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, the contrast between the first and second round, Navi in their ability to deal with the roamers, that's something that we would expect of an EUL side, but other teams in this league will be lacking. That ability to, on the fly, coordinate that pinch so well. Yes, Nath got tagged, but, they had the backup. The Thunder has been brought, but it sadly goes to the side because Blur's trying to keep it alive. Nath is still in it, with Neon going down, but it's actually started to go the way of Riddle. Despite the fact that the Jacuzzi War is open, it's just created this flurry of kills going back and forth, and now we've kind of seen a role swap. Nath is just kind of, like, chilling behind enemy lines. Blur pushing on through as well. Where is the defenders in this? They've been forced off the site underneath Jerry, and they're having to try and play for the retake.
Yeah, I think Sapega must have grabbed a couple of kills or something inside a gym and had to fall back, so now they are having to retake their own site. And, I mean, a minute in and 6 players dead is not what you expect, but they did go for that mix-up play, Navi, and now they are in the thick of it. Nath attempting an interesting plant, but Blur has him covered from main stairs, and now he has to fall off it because Sapega's rotated. Nath finds Katal pushing, but almost gets downed in the process as Sapega is now behind them, but the prone angle being held in the corridor will be enough to hold him at bay, while Nath sweeps up in the meantime. There we have it. Another, well, I wouldn't say clean round from Navi, but they got the job done once again.
Got the job done, but it's just so, I mean, it was so chaotic that first minute, and then we saw this dance on this 2 versus 2, but they managed to make it work, and now Riddle has been thoroughly smashed in the last 3 rounds. They're now going to their 3rd site pick. We say like that means anything on Clubhouse. All gym, cash, basement, they're all good sites to pick, but we're finally seeing that cash room play. Potentially, is this going to be the 4th round? Is this going to be the... Well, I say 4th round. It is the 4th round, but the first round win for Riddle. Is this where they turned the tide? Because at the moment, Navi, yes, they're sometimes playing excellently. Sometimes they're playing with pure chaos. But they're still coming out in front, Jerry. Like, every single time, they're winning.
Yeah, Riddle needs something, right? Because you look at this objectively, they're 3 rounds down on the defense, and they need to be getting, a 4-2 split to be in serious competition, and that's just not possible now, right? So 3 is the most they can manage, and honestly, if they come out of this 3-3, that's a victory in their eyes. They would have managed to take 3 defensive rounds against Navi, which is definitely no mean feat, but it's a pipe dream at this point, because we need to see Riddle step it up, and we need to see Navi. Honestly, I think it's more of a case of they need to make mistakes. Because at the moment, Navi are doing a lot of things right, and Riddle aren't forcing any errors for the most part. We see the beginnings of a typical kind of garage and East Wall take coming out from Navi. They've elected to bring Yak on the Capital. They've sent Blur in underneath for a bit of a sneaky solo mission.
Yeah, Blur, one of the players that Demo highlighted. Sapega getting 2nd opening kill of the game. I was going to say Blur, Demo sort of set him up as he is the pillar that Navi seems to be built around these days since Doki's departure. And if
at least
Blur
in terms of
doesn't
frags,
fire,
right?
Yeah, he's the one delivering. But Sapega is the one delivering for Riddle. A second one, Thunder going down again. Struggling to get off the ground. It's been picked off in the last 2 rounds in sort of a no contest, and this time, the good thing for Riddle is there is no, well, I was about to say no reply. Secretly has managed to pick up 1, but at least for now, Riddle has the man advantage.
He's like a little mosquito, Sapeg. She's popping up in all of the most annoying places. And here's another one. He's down here in Oil Pit. I feel as though he's known. As you can see, the Capitale of Yak just reversing above and trying to get the angle down. They're fighting through the grate, and it is Yak who comes out on top, squashes Sapega, uses a bit of Navi blood there, but they have a 3 versus 3 established once again.
3-on-3, and Navi seems to thrive when it comes into these pseudo-clutch situations. But Riddle's kind of... It feels like in this round they've dug their heels in. They're not running around giving up map control. They're allowing Navi to sort of move forwards, but they're saying you've got to push us out of this position first. We're not going to give it to you for free and let Nath get behind. I've also just noticed Nath is 10-1. Like,
wow,
which is actually, which is like, I didn't notice that either. In just 4 rounds, Nath is on another level. How are they planting? How are they getting away with this? I'm not sure if he's getting smoked out. Is he? No. Yes, he just about gets it secretly, even gets a kill. How was that allowed, Jerry?
Just poor smoke positioning, it would seem, and looks like we have a technical pause coming in after this round, but for the time being, Riddle trying to rescue it as down goes Katal. It's all up to Kevin, and a 1 versus 3 does find secretly on the breach. That's an important power position dispelled, and now he needs to find the 2 that are playing rafters. First is Prone, and he gets him. He just has to find Yak, but Yak is ready for it. And there we have it. Again, Navi, not the cleanest of rounds, but 4-0 says it all.
4-0 says it all, and I felt for Riddle. I felt like they were really going to get that. And that smoke canister just went awry. Didn't cancel the plant. Nath gets away with absolute, well, not even murder, just... I don't know what that was. I can't describe that. There was no C4 from beneath. That, you've got to... right in the fields, hitting the grating as well. That's kind of just the unfortunate thing when you try and take those gunfights through any kind of surface like that. You see it sometimes on railings as well, on stairs.
They got rid of a lot of the railings
Yeah.
in a lot of the maps because they're so painful, but these grates remain, and I wouldn't advise taking a fight through them if you can avoid it. But, you know, someone's got to come out on top. And in that case, it was Kayak, and we saw how crucial it was that he survived the rest of that round because he was the last man standing. In a 3v2 post plant, I feel as though Navi should be doing better than that, quite honestly. You know, it's difficult to criticize a team that are 4-0 up, but this is an EUL side, and that's a kind of weakness that a better side would exploit. So I feel like it's a shame that Riddle aren't getting away with some of these rounds, and there's been a decent performance put in by Sapega, but obviously, you know, like you picked up on Nath, 10-2 now after the death in that round. He's kind of slipped under the radar, been doing everything, planting, killing. He's the works right now.
He's just managed to sneak his way in onto the back of the site without anyone realizing he's getting away with things he shouldn't be allowed to do. Sapega has been one of the bright spots for Riddle, though, despite, you know, the fight between the great. He has been able to try and get those opening kills in 2 of the past 4 rounds. There's the camera removed. So Kevin's position is going to get spotted out. Last time we saw him get pinched, you can already see the reaction that Navi's had to that information and seeing Kevin. Sapega gets taken down. The roam is just kind of falling apart, but that bar hold is still there. Perry and Kevin, or Kevin and Perry, are here together, and they've chosen to back off after just a minute. They're not going to risk it. Is this one of those moments where they should have just sent it and seen if they got an advantage?
Perhaps. I feel as though at this point Sapega's kind of coin flipping every round, which is a bit of an issue. You know, you can roam and you can try and get those early picks, but realistically on this map it's about shooting those drones, it's about falling back, preserving your life. And sometimes he'll get the opener, sometimes he won't, but I feel like he's not getting very much assistance from the rest of Riddle. We saw, for instance, that dual roam there by Kevin and Perry. As they fell back, they were helping each other out. They were shooting drones, they were covering each other as they ran back and making sure that they were refraggable. Sapega was kind of just on his own solo mission, and he's gotten lucky a couple of times and unlucky a couple of times, and now it feels like, you know, Navi, they're in control, they're getting these breaches open, there's no necessary denial because, of course, Kaid is banned, so that hatch is free. Second hatch is a bit harder, of course. You've got to try and open up a bit of that floor, and that's exactly what Blur is doing to prevent the position being played by the defenders that can allow for an impact trick. There's plenty of impacts in pocket for Riddle right now, 4 in fact, but Blur is just forcing them back, and it's only a matter of time before Kayak can get into position to start opening up these walls. However, at the moment, he's prioritizing opening the floor angle and the bottom of main, that triple wall into Church.
This is weird for Navi. I feel like we should usually see them running in onto site at this point. They're kind of doing their due diligence, trying to open up lines of sight first. Force one on top. It bays out Perry with a quick double kill, though. And is this going to be the round where Riddle bounces back? We've got to see. Secretly getting tagged on the flank. Thunder coming around. And this time, lightning strikes. Kevin goes down. Another one for him as well. But Perry's on a triple and an absolute tear. Blur in a 1-on-2. 15 seconds remain for the star player for Navi. Drops the hatch, working his way through. But there's a player swinging him round the corner. Neon Perry just need to run the clock down. Don't need to fight this. Perry gets taken up, but Neon's there with a shotgun, and Riddle have denied Navi the 7-0. They've got at least one round on their defensive side.
That should not happen. That should not happen to Navi, and it shouldn't happen from Riddle either. Navi had the control in that round from start almost to finish. Perry, though, with that MK14 in hand, just dealt the damage, and a triple kill on the round, huge from him. But then at the end, what are you doing, Riddle? Play it safe. 1 versus 2. Blur has to try and find you. There's only so many places you can attempt to plant, and you're all just peeking him like crazy. It was... they got away with it there, Riddle. They really got away with it, and they have a round. I feel as though it's a round that Perry deserved, but the rest of Riddle don't necessarily, because Perry was great on the roam at the start. He found that triple kill. Sapega gave away his life, and it looked as though everyone on the side of Riddle besides Perry wanted to give theirs away at the end too.
Yeah, it's kind of... It was a little bit crazy at the end. Riddle seems to be very inconsistent with their shot calling in terms of when to maintain aggression and when to take their foot off the gas. Sometimes it feels like they're pulling back just a little bit too early for the corner, and at other times they're full on sending it and they've gone straight into the barrier kind of thing. It's going either way, and Riddle needs to find that middle ground, because Navi is a team where we've seen it. You give them an inch, they'll take a yard. You've got to be very, very on point, even if you're, you know, playing into the chaos, which seems to kind of work into Navi because they're not playing the cleanest. You still have to be very consistent and coordinated as a team. If you play as individuals, you will get defeated. You can't always rely on Perry to pull you from the brink with a triple kill. It's not going to happen every round.
So, bar defense here, and this is a very interesting call from Riddle, going to what is undoubtedly the least favoured site, although their rotation has been rather puzzling so far, and Medics has been giving us a lovely tour of their setup so far. They're not contesting, it would seem, construction. Somewhat odd, although they do have Perry providing some pressure onto that position from logistics, and Neon as well has just taken up position inside of Jim to provide a little bit of a crossfire. But you need a bit of a stronger resistance, in my opinion, towards that spot, as that hatch gives you so much control over the site. Once it gets open, then that wall can begin to be breached, and you can see the lineup here as well on the side of Riddle. They've got a lot of sort of intel splattered about. They've got the double yokai drone and the bulletproof camera. They need to know what's going on at all times. It's like Katal is sniffing the opportunity for a flank here. He spotted a flank drone that's not being manned, and decides that now might be a good opportunity to sneak on up secret stairs and try and replicate something that we've only seen from Adam of old. But look at this. That's a free kill, as Yak gets guided in by Thunder, takes him down. You've just been mugged right off, Katal.
Oh, and I was really feeling for him because he's currently 0-6, well, 0-5, yeah. And I was like, maybe this is the opportunity. Maybe this is the time where it, you know, he's been swapped onto a different role. But speaking of roles, Nafe seems to just be, you know, what do you call him? A wrecking ball. That seems to be his role. He's just smashing his way on through. Recently managed to find some kind of lineup, but it doesn't matter because Nafe's going to just destroy you through the floor. At least Kevin's chiming in as a cross onto Bar. But again, like you said, Navi prioritizing the plants, get it down, and suddenly the pressure is applied even harder onto Riddle. The pressure is insurmountable for Perry and his team. And in a 2 versus 3, look at the Navi players. They've just completely scarpered. They've ran away in so many different positions. Perry at least picks up one, but he has to keep pushing if he wants to take this round win. 15 seconds on the clock. Thunder above secretly is nowhere to be found, and Perry is panicking at this point, cannot find anything because Navi is in the wind. They've scarpered away, and Thunder finally takes him down.
There we have it. The wind and the thunder at the end of the day, just howling away. That's a 5-1 split for Navi on the attack. It's men and kids here, really. This is just a shame to see. Really. That hurt me. That hurt my soul to watch. Unfortunate for Qatar. Maybe if he'd actually been a little more aggressive in that situation, he could have gotten away with something, but instead just bode his time. That's the past tense of bide. Bode his time, and it cost him. That was unfortunate. Really nice play from Nath as well. Again, with another plant. I think that puts him at 4 for the split, which is a very nice stat. He's definitely bumped himself up to most likely top planter in the league at this point. Although, of course, we are the first match of the day. Now, let's see how they do on the defense. This could be a swift 7-1, but Riddle, we've seen that they are scrappy. They can take rounds that you wouldn't expect them to.
Yeah, Navi going down to basement. Oh, interesting setup. So one of Jacuzzi walls has been reinforced along with the mute. Are they
I can only assume that he'll do the second one eventually. It's a bit of a puzzling one.
Surely? Or not? Maybe this is maybe it's just for the drone hole. It could just be to deny that bit of information. No, okay, there we go. I thought this was some like 500 IQ Navi strat coming, you know, they're pulling from the deepest pages at this point just to try something new out, but no.
I love that. Blur's just turn up and he's like, you know, why have you done half this job? You know, if you're going to do a job, do it right. Come on, Nate. I suppose, you know, Nate's got a lot of setup to do. He's got the shotgun. He's got the mute jammers to have to spread far and wide on that top floor and deny a lot of the roam clear, which is going to have to be a factor in Riddle's attack. Either that, or they could just, you know, try rush the site, which is an option occasionally, but I feel as though Navi, they will be well equipped to respond to that quite quickly. And you can see right now the drone work is coming through for Riddle. And it doesn't seem as though they have a set order of operations just yet. They're trying to work out where's best to pressure. It looks like they've decided it's going to be dirt and kitchen for the time being. Dirt left soft. No real reason to contest it, to reinforce it in a lot of senses, because, you know, you're not going to fight that as a defender, so it just saves you reinforcements for the roam. Nath now fighting off some drones, and he's going to decide to fall back a bit, but there's still some other players on the top. You got Yak hiding inside a stock at the moment. Qatar looking to cook a nade, and he sends it down, almost gets Nath, but in the meantime, Kayak on his roam found Neon, taking out the ace. Big pick.
I completely understand why Medics is holding that, because this looks appalling for Qatar. No, okay.
Oh.
Thank his lucky stars he was not going to end up on 07 there. Finally gets a bit of luck going his way. The C4 goes awry, but Nath is still alive and kicking. Still hasn't been forced all the way down. The guy on Yak is also on the range. So Nath has dropped down, but Yak is still alive. You can see him in lobby. He's got the angle towards bar. He can peek lobby as well. This is just kind of a tricky situation, because if Riddle doesn't get the read that Yak is on that floor, if they push in kitchen and they don't have the flank drone set up, then this could be absolutely disastrous for Riddle. So Pega is just waiting patiently in dirt. So they're at least doing their due diligence in droning beforehand. But I'm so scared for them with Yak on that flank.
This is a good angle, though, being held by Kevin. He can protect a lot. And here is that. There's a large opening, and he's completely got this player on lock inside a church. So Peggy's just waiting for the go signal. Got Perry waiting to send in a flash grenade as well to clear it. Oh no, what's happened there? He's just stunned himself. That is, he caught in 4K. Secretly a knack take out Kevin and the rest of the team. They're just out of sync. Oh goodness me, it's an embarrassment for Riddle as they just can't find the answer. Oh me, oh my.
Oh no.
Things you hate to see.
Get me out of this game. Let's go next, please. Please. I don't know what to say at this point.
Oh, Sapega. This is painful, actually, because I've seen Sapega in a lot of leagues, and he's not a bad player. But it's difficult to defend him when he does something like that. So yeah, that's a rough one. He will hate that was caught. But Navi, 6-1. I mean, that had the makings of a great attack. It really did. They had the coordination down to a T. It was just a tiny mistake that meant they were slightly out of sync with each other. The drop was unprotected. There was no flash to behind the boxes, and yeah, we know the rest.
They used a minute of their time to drone it out. Like, that's the worst thing. They had every possible bit of information on that site that they could possibly have. Oh, okay. Anyway, look, it's map point for Navi, which we kind of expected. Riddle managed to get that one round. Can they get another? Can they try and stay alive? Oh, I've misspoken. It's actually Schreikel who's doing this.
Yeah, I just saw that.
I think it's because, you know, the observing has been so good. We always shout out Medics because he's like on point, and Schreikel he's doing a stellar job so far. Like, look at this.
Good save.
Doing a little bit of a spin as well. Look, this is fancy stuff.
You could be a politician.
Oh, please no. I'd rather not.
Oh no, I'd vote for you. All right, let's. Yeah, very very good stuff from Schreikel. Love to see him. All right, let's scroll our heads back into this game, as Gym Defense is the name of the game for Navi. They've opted to avoid cash for the time being. It's something that both Riddle and Navi have done now, and it's, you know, a flavour of defense that a lot of teams are shifting away from. Cash is a very kind of solved site in a lot of senses, and Navi want to present something different. They brought along, this is an old strat with the castle and the bandit protecting the breach, but Sapega finding secretly getting rid of said castle. At least his utility is well placed and already distributed throughout the map. Secretly on cams is never a bad thing, but the 4 versus 5 is.
Ooh, okay. Secretly going down. It's the castle, so it's not like the biggest issue, you know, as you sort of touched on. But it's still a bit of a pain, because Secretly has been one of those players for Nav. He's just consistently getting kills. If Nath is the one getting the multi-kills, Secretly has been the one in and out like thunder, picking up winning the ones, which is what you're relying on in these sort of players. Nath is actually going to dance around the okay. How Perry, please don't do that again. Maybe that'll be the last opportunity with Perry going down. We're now in a 4 versus 4, and this is potentially the last round of the map. And now Riddle have lost their top fragger, the player on 8 kills. The only player who's currently positive on the entire team has been removed.
I feel as though he's like the impact player as well. He's the one that's got them that round win, that singular round win. With his triple kill there. But Nath finding Sapega, that's certainly good for the defense. 4 versus 3, and now Katal is sending up his hologram. Did he spot the guy crouched on the stairs? Or did the guy crouched on the stairs just opt to ignore? Oh goodness me, that could be a horrendous missed drone if that is the case. If Blur's not detected, well, doesn't matter, because it seems as though Nath wasn't detected either. Triple kill on the round. He's actually on for the ace. So currently 15-4 from the support. This is unprecedented from him. Neon trying to get the diffuser down, but Kayak is there to stop him and get the second. Kevin falls, and that is a swift 7-1 going the way of Navi.
Yep, the yak attack at the end for the double kill. And just like that, Navi take that round, take that map, 7-1. I don't. Thing is, the scoreline says it's a 7-1. That was not a clean 7-1 at all. That was
no.
It was a bit all over the place. It was just I was kind of lost.
It was definitely rough around the edges from Navi, but they just had that extra layer of class. And like we said at many times, it felt like they made it difficult for themselves at points, but I feel as though 7-1 is a fair representation of the gulf between these two sides. And unfortunately for Riddle, it means they're still hunting for their first win of the season. They will have easier games than this, though.
Yeah, it was a rough one. This isn't, I don't think, a true sort of representation of Riddle's level. Especially, I mean, you're into a pro league team. You know, it's not an easy feat for literally anyone. You know, sometimes yes, some teams can get it a little bit closer, but it's never going to be easy. And I think the clubhouse, personally, I think that might have been a little bit of a mistake letting that through. Out of all the maps, you're really going to take a Pro League side to, as what we say is like a default map that literally everyone can play with their eyes shut. seems like a missed opportunity to get something spicy through the map pick and ban.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you there. There were points where they just had a much better handle on everything that was going on, Navi, and they understood it so much better. But we understand the game so much less than the big brains that are sitting on the desk right now. I love hearing everything about what Demo and X have to think about these matches. So there's not... Oh my god. Ian.
And Ian is the biggest brain.
And Ian. Yeah, don't worry.
There's no issues here, Ian. There's no issues.
I'm being shouted at by Ian. I have no idea if you guys can hear these guys or not, but they can hear. Okay, you can hear them. I'm being berated, guys. I feel like I've lost my chance to defend myself. Ian, just take the role away from me. Come on.
Okay, thank you, Jerry.
Job.
I'm sorry for interrupting you there, and I'm sorry to our production team that I jumped in way too early. Basically, what happened there is Jerry just said the big brains that are Demo and X, and obviously just forgot that I'm sitting here as well. So thank you, Jerry.
No issues.
No, I mean he's bang on. He's bang on. To be fair, I've got a riddle for you, X. How do you beat Navi?
Have you not noticed my backwards cap?
He's gone. He's brought the Navi look
Seems
to
to be a
the
bit of a
brought the
theme.
Navi look to the
There's
stream.
a theme occurring.
I don't know. How do you beat Navi?
You can't. I'll tell you what, Demo. That was a bit of a. It was swift. It was
That's a rubbish
concise.
riddle.
Yeah, sorry, it was terrible. But I felt like Navi just literally stepped onto Clubhouse and showed Riddle the door there. It was pretty easy work for them, despite it being a little bit sloppy at times.
Yeah, a few rounds that were quite close there for Riddle. I think there was a couple of rounds where Navi, they were giving away picks quite foolishly. I think some of the refrags maybe weren't there. It was strange because Navi were excellent in the refrags in one department, in one round, then another round just it wasn't really there for them. It was a bit surprising. I think Navi kind of got clogged up a lot of the time. I think there was a few issues there, but still, they managed to scrap them out. A 7-1 victory, that's still dominant. If anyone looks at that, that's going to be, fairly clean. I think fairly expected for Navi in terms of how they come out and attack that. Nathan, you have to commend Nathan. What a performance that he managed to put on. A lot of rounds there we just popped off, and sometimes that's all it takes, and sometimes you can't really do anything against that. If one player is just having a great game, what do you do? I'll be honest, there's not much you can do.
Absolutely. And Demo X, I want you to just put your thoughts in a pocket for a moment, and I will come back to you in a moment's time because we've got an interview with Navi's secretly right now, who I can have a bit of a discussion with about what we just saw unfold before us. Secretly, welcome to the show. How are you, my good man? You all right?
Thank you. I'm doing well. How are you?
Yeah, good. That felt like easy work for you guys. Do you think it was, how much of it came down to your gun skill just being levels above and far beyond Riddle there, do you think?
It obviously played a part, but I also think we had like a really good professional mindset going into the game. It was very different compared to our mindset going into last week's game, where we were kind of just joking around and we're just having a good time. Today it was more of a focused mentality and mindset. So even the rounds where they got like an early advantage or whatever, we just kept it professional as if it was just any other game, and we went in and took care of business. And I think that was like the most important thing today, even though we do have the better players and all that, but you still need to show up and have a good mentality, good mindset to not let the game get out of your hands early against that team, which on paper is not as good.
Well, staying with that mindset, secretly you're the captain. How big of a role do you play in making sure that you crack the whip at times with your team when they maybe do get a little bit silly and do go off the rails a bit? Is it you that has to bring them back in and make sure they take things as seriously as you want them to?
Yeah, sometimes that's what happened last week against RCTIC for sure. When I think we were up 6-3 or something, or 6-2, and it's just like, okay, guys, enough fooling around. Let's just close this out. And before they start getting momentum, before they start getting the hope, that maybe we can do this, because that's when things start getting nasty. So you gotta really make sure you take care of business early. And, that's kind of my job, to step in before it gets out of hand.
Well, it pretty much proved just there and then that you're very good at your job. So keep it up secretly. How much stock do you put into this league, and how seriously are you taking it personally?
I take every game very seriously, and I have a hard time, with basically taking it chill. That's just not my thing. I think every game I play, I take it very serious, and I want to win every game I play. So even though this league for some players or some people might be seen as like a write-off for us, that we don't care or whatever, for me, I always care. I always do.
Yeah, and it's been very obvious over the years that I've been involved with the Rainbow Six UK division, and now, being part of the Northern Premier League, that Navi really do have a history of taking these tournaments and competitions very seriously, and that is very evident this time around as well. How are your newbies settling in, Kayak and Thunder? Do they feel like every single game and best of one that you guys are playing at the minute is just they're getting more and more used to their new surroundings?
Yeah, I mean, they meshed in very well right from the get-go. Now we had a bit of a rough patch in the UL, so it's, it hasn't been smooth sailing exactly. But these wins today are the type of things there. It raises everyone's confidence just because winning is a habit, right? So getting wins under our belt, even though they might not be as important, is always great to ease in new players and getting them more well versed in the team. And like I said, they've already been good additions in terms of the vibe within the team and how well they mesh. So it can only get better from here.
One man who seems to be only getting better is Nathan, who today put a real shift in for you as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he was really clutching out those like the gym attacks, both of them actually, just finding a lot of picks out of nowhere really when we really needed them. So that was huge for sure. And he single-handedly won rounds for us. And when you can get that from a player, it's always a nice bonus.
Secretly, I know you said earlier that you don't like to chill when it comes to competitive games, but I think tonight you've deserved a bit of chill time. So I hope you have a lovely evening, and I'll look forward to seeing you again down the road, brother.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully.
Yes, see you tomorrow. Thank you. Yes, winners interview only. That's what you want. I'll see you later.
Yeah.
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
All right, let's bring back the Squizzod. You know what it is. It's Demo and X. Sorry, guys. Secretly, as you said in the game, there, Demo never cracks a smile. He's a tough cookie to crack. He does seem to be the whip cracker when it comes to this team to make sure that they stay on track.
Say something, Demo, please.
What do you want me to say?
I'm blushing. You can see I've gone red because nobody laughed at Squizzod. I don't know. It just came out.
I'll be honest. I have no idea.
I've not stopped laughing from Squizzod.
I don't know what he said. I don't even know what that is. I don't know. Secretly, yeah, honestly, just a veteran of the game. He's been one of the oldest players, I think, in our history of our game. I think since year one, he's been around forever. And,
legend.
He has that experience, doesn't he? He's a bit of an older guy. I'm sure he doesn't mind me saying that. And I think as time starts to get older, you do take even little things. You try and make sure everything, you're getting the maximum out of it. And I think that can be said for the national division. Yes, it's not as important as EL. Everyone knows that. But still, you want to win. It's that winning mentality. So you have to commend him for it.
Yeah, the winning mentality, you can't beat it. Once you get it, I remember I used to work with a guy who worked in football, and he used to say when he was a manager, the winning feeling, you can't replace it. And going into a game with that winning feeling, that, wind beneath your wings, Ollie, makes a huge difference.
Something that Secretly said that really stuck out to me there was that winning is a habit. And yeah. I really sort of, I noticed that because he was very particular in the way that he said it as well. And we have seen historically teams that do well inside of the National League whilst playing alongside their inside of EUL at the same time. They do tend to find better successes later on down the road as that winning is cemented into being a habit. So it is a very important feeling to be going out there and getting that win and understanding how that feels, how and how you want to try and work toward achieving that again. So some really, really interesting words there from Secretly.
Yeah, and I know that he's hoping that we speak to him once again tomorrow. So congratulations to Navi. That is our first best of one done and dusted here this evening with the Rainbow Six Northern Premier League. But we're just getting started. 4 more best of ones coming your way. These 2 absolute legends are going to be casting the next one for you. And I'll be joined by Navi and Jerry after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
There you go, you got it.
side. the ground. I'm the last man getting lost. It's a feeling that is hard to face. Do we need a second chance? You never stop running, it's a battle in neon lights. And the further we're heading, there is always another fight. Is it something that we need to stay brighter? Is it something that we really need? In this fight, there will only be losers. And this city is too hot for me. Every day will get a little bit brighter. We'll be talking.
In 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills coming.
And Slaughter just picks them apart.
To try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates.
Prince steps up huge for ambush. 3 kills. All E1 DCUs. What?
How's it going? Welcome back to the Rainbow Six Northern Premier League. My name's Ian Chambers, now joined on our virtual analyst desk by a man who switched his cap from back to front. I think that Ollie has something to do with that. We've got Nervy Kane and we've got Jerry. Nervy, what made you switch it up? What's going on?
He's been rattled.
He stole my look, and he just, it kind of worked. It kind of worked for him. It looked better, and I've just gone, all right, you can have it. I'll change. He's the
I'm
senior
disappointed.
caster here.
I'm disappointed in you, Novi.
Maybe he'll copy you next, Jerry. I'd be interested to see that. What do you reckon?
yeah, I dare him. I absolutely dare him.
I absolutely dare him. Just before we throw forward, what did you make of our first best of one there, Jerry?
It was a walk in the park for Navi. Like, there's no other way of putting it. Like we said, they made it hard for themselves, but it's the result we expected. And Naif as a star player, a really, really nice showreel for him there.
Yeah, it was great. Easy pickings, Nervy, wasn't it, for Navi?
Oh yeah, it was a tough one for Riddle, but also Navi. You could see kind of the influence of what Secretly was saying in the interview when they were just like, okay, cracking that whip, we've got to get everybody in line. Let's just get on with it. It's going a little bit awry, and that's the difference I think between some of these teams and some of the Pro League teams is they have that ability to just suddenly switch on that winning mindset.
All right, let's move on to our next best of one. It is Coalesce versus Ambush. Let's start off by taking a look at this Coalesce roster. I'm going to come to you for these guys, Jerry. They've had some difficult games, but I got a feeling they might be up for this.
Yeah, I think so too. This probably represents their easiest game so far in terms of the matchup, and I think they'll be going at this with a view towards getting all 3 points. They've given 86 a scare, which is pretty good. That's a Challenger League side. They took them lost 5-7 on bank, which is pretty impressive. The one thing that concerns me about this team, and I mentioned this on Wednesday last week, was that their defenses just don't look disciplined. They need to really shore themselves up. They played a lot of weird sort of off maps, and maybe going somewhere a bit more bread and butter will favour them in that regard. But yeah, there is potential with this side if they can sort of get their heads screwed on.
That's the key word, isn't it, Nervy, with this roster, isn't it? It's potential.
Yeah, it is potential. I know the org, I've seen them around for quite a while, around the block. They've, there's a lot of experience going behind the scenes, so it wouldn't surprise me where they're looking towards building that long-term development, and this is kind of on that road. I feel like they need to not get too dismayed if they start losing a couple of games. This is an incredibly stacked league. They really need to just be learning from each and every single game. And, like we've seen from TENSTAR, when they first made their UCAN debut, they still, got relegated. But we saw the improvement game after game. That's what I'm looking from this team.
Keep building as the weeks roll on. Now let's take a look at the Ambush roster. I'm going to stay with you, Nervy, for these guys.
Yeah, so this team played in UK Rainbow Rumble. They had a very good showing, but there is one sort of change. We can see that Rhodey is back in the roster, actually came out as a coach, and it was Unica who took the place, and now they sort of swapped back. Unica is now on the bench now, on the substitute role. And I feel like that's a positive sort of change for Ambush, because Rhodey is a very, very good performer, can bring a lot of sort of intelligence to that gameplay. And this is a team that at times in Rumble looked really, really good. Like literally they'll go from one half looking like an amazing side. As soon as they swapped to, I think it was the attack, they just crumbled. They really, really struggled. So I'm looking for that more consistency. They've already shown that they're probably the stronger or one of the strongest Nordic teams we have. This is their chance to really, really show these young and up-and-coming players what they're made of.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's a big game for both sides, this, of course, Jerry, and they've both given us reasons to get excited about each of them individually.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of people will be looking at this as the kind of the pinnacle of the Nordic clashes that we're going to see in this season. You know, Ambush and Coalesce, they're the ones that are representing, I think, the hopes of the Nordic scene a bit more so than perhaps Riddle and RCTIC are. But this side, Ambush, they are very talented. I feel like a lot of the time when we've watched them before, when me and you have cast them, Novi, in the past, they've been a little bit chaotic at times. I'm just going back to their game against Delta Project on Oregon, which was just a wild ride from start to finish. I don't think I've ever seen as many jump outs on Oregon as I had in that game. That was the one where Nick crashed the server, in case you were wondering. He crashed the entire broadcast production studio just with a jump out. So yeah, I'm excited to see how they fare, especially as you picked up on there, Novi. This is a side that are really, they're very strong on the defense, harder for them to attack. And on the other side of things, you've Coalesce, who are much more talented on the attack. So when we have that clash, Ambush defending, Coalesce attacking, we might see some real quality siege.
Speaking of a clash, let's bring up a bit of a head-to-head. We love to put players up against each other and compare their statistics. And Pat and Nick are the two players that we've picked for this one. I'm going to come to you, Mr. Ken.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because both players sort of playing that similar role, both on the thinker, both on the sort of entry role, but Nick's just got better stats across the board, slightly high cost. The KDR is a lot improved. That does make sense. They did win one of their games out of the two. Coalesce lost both theirs. But for me, the most interesting thing is not only is he taking that entry, he's also got 3 plants at the same time. So usually he's given a rifle in his hands and he's still sort of supporting that team, getting the objective done. Coalesce, this is, you know, something that maybe the less experienced players, they need to pick up on, being able to flex themselves into different roles depending on literally what the early, mid, and late round require, not just what you form in when you form your team and roster. So I'm looking for Pat and the rest of those teams to really step up and demonstrate why we've put them head to head, because for all intents and purposes, they're similar roles.
Yeah, very similar. And it's the two definite players to really keep an eye on here, Jerry.
Yeah, for certain. And, you know, the stats, it's one of those things where is it the performance reflecting the results, or is it the results reflecting the performance? And like you say, that one win makes a big difference for Ambush and for Nick's stats. But yeah, I feel like those are the two potentially to look towards. But then you've got lots of other talents in these teams. You look at Coalesce, they've got like Noah and Zeus. You look at Ambush, and you've got plenty, that entire Finnish roster, they've all been together for so long and they can all pop off at different points. Defel is definitely a big player at points. So I feel as though, yeah, it was a difficult choice to pick those two out. And Pat is, it's kind of like a very, I feel like I need to bring up this quote that Ollie fed me earlier, which is, he sees him, he's cast him a lot in the past and he's been like a crouch walking Ash player. So expect definitely a bit of rattiness from him. So yeah, that's something to look out for.
Look out for the rattiness. All right, and now you can look out for Matt Vito's. We're about to find out where we are going for this best of one. Let's take a look at our picks and bans here. Are we going to go to Clubhouse again? Probably not. We're going to Oregon. What do you think? Oh, hey, look at the reaction from both the lads there, Novi.
Yeah, I mean, you said, are we going to go to Clubhouse? It was pretty now close. Chosen Oregon, so literally the two most standard maps we could possibly get. TENSTAR had the choice between the two, have opted for Oregon.
Of course, that's Coalesce. Oh, that's Ambush, not TENSTAR. Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course it'll be Ambush as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, they got the choice and they've opted for the safe map. And I think actually attacking on Oregon for a team that tends to, or previously when we last saw them, struggled a little bit on their attack. I think this is the wiser of the two decisions. We saw how hard it was for Riddle to just get, for Navi, even an EUL side, to sort of progress through their attacks. It got chaotic, it got messy. Oregon is a little bit tighter, a little bit more compact. You can kind of get a little bit away with more on that attacking side, so it makes sense for Ambush.
What do you reckon, Jerry?
I think it's a good choice for both teams, actually. I feel like the fact that Coalesce took out Border, they even took out Skyscraper on their way to this. They're removing the sort of a bit more crazy bans. We've seen them play Bank, we've seen them play Theme Park. I want to see them on something a bit more staple, because that might be somewhere they can actually push this home. And, you know, they left Clubhouse and Oregon in. That's a good ban phase in my mind. And I think that the other side of it is that we're seeing Ambush on Oregon again. This is where we saw them go, it was berserk mode against Delta Project in the Rumble. That was the game that crashed the broadcast. So please don't do that again, but deliver just as good a game for us and I'll be very happy.
Yeah, please no crashing the broadcast. We'd appreciate that. This is Coalesce versus Ambush. I expect this one to be a little bit closer than our first best of one, but only time will tell. Let's find out with Demo and X on Oregon.
Ian, thank you very much indeed. I have opted for the cap facing frontways now. It is your turn, Mr. Novocaine. Thank you very much, Ian. Welcome, everybody. My name's X, and I am joined here by Demo. We're going to be getting underway with our second game of the night here very shortly. We have got Ambush, we have got Coalesce, and we are going to be going over to Oregon. So, two very default basic maps to start us off here tonight, Demo. What are some of the key things that you're going to be looking for here tonight out of these two teams?
Just some good fundamentals more than anything. Fundamentals, whenever I say that, I'm looking at basic drone work, making sure drones are scouting out everything. No stone being left unturned. I'm looking at refrag, so if somebody goes into engagement and they perhaps lose that engagement, somebody else needs to be there to get that kill back. So I want to be seeing, 2v1s, making sure you're giving yourself the best advantage you can every time you go into a gunfight. Just basics. That's all I want to see is a basic siege from both of these sides. I want to believe in them.
Do the basics and do them well. That's all that we usually ask for here. And it's really going to be a, sort of very pressing and very telling here as to see which team can perform those fundamentals better. But as you can see with the fly through, we are going to be headed into Oregon very shortly indeed. Coalesce versus Ambush. Plenty of have funs in the chat, and we're going to start off with some operator bans. Coalesce to ban first. They're going to be starting off here on the defense. Wouldn't expect anything too extravagant here, nothing too exotic. Probably going with some Thatcher bans, some Cade bans maybe, something along those lines. A Valkyrie always a good one to throw into the mixture as well. The Thatcher will come out first, and it will be responded to with the Maverick. So the Maverick, a bit more of a off the beaten path ban there, Demo.
Does make sense though for Oregon. You think about the top floor defense, for example. Maverick is great for opening up attic wall coming in from big tower. Very strong operator you can bring to the table. Not so much really for the basement. I suppose the main use we'd see out of Maverick if it's a basement attack would be maybe to open up a hatch if Kaid was going to be open. As you can see with Thatcher and Maverick being gone, Kaid has been swiftly banned out. No team wanting to, I'm sure, want to deal with that Kaid. He can be so strong and so pesky in many different areas, and whenever you remove the two main counters to him, and yeah, it does make things a little bit more difficult, especially whenever you switch over to that attacking side.
I like the Maverick ban. I think it's a very good choice there, Cade and a Valkyrie to round things out. Headed downstairs to Laundry for round number 1, so Coalesce going to be giving themselves the best chance of success here, I think it's fair to say. Laundry often seen as a primary site, but with the Cade removed and of course a Hibana available, it does make things like getting open that electrical hatch a little bit easier, a little bit more straightforward. You've still got to come up with a bit of a plan in terms of how are you going to choose to approach or not approach the bunker area? Are you going to try and play for that shield on the blue elbow, or are you going to instead focus a lot of that attention upstairs?
There's a lot of burn looking at the defense. You got Jaeger, Wamai, Aruni, the three main operators that we see be used as top utility. Mira also is going to be brought to the table, as we know, a very strong operator who can really cover off a lot of different pushes that teams try and go for. Interesting to see them put both of the Mira windows facing towards a laundry freezer take and actually not putting any at all towards E-Box. Usually we would see a Mira window on that single reinforced wall looking towards the blue door, but I suppose in hindsight, it's very, very easy to open up the E-Box hatch whenever Kaid isn't there. It's a simple Habana pellet to just put 4 of them on and that's you good to go. So I think it makes sense in that department. It comes down really to ambush. What do they want to attack? Do they want to go for the whole utility burn in towards blue? Or do they actually want to challenge the Mira windows? I mean, like whenever you've got an operator like Twitch, you would maybe kind of place your bets on if we get this Twitch through and it can pop a Mira window, then yeah, we go straight laundry freezer. If not, it might be a bit difficult to get utility burn.
As you mentioned there, ambush, they can largely dictate the pace of this round and really decide where they want to deploy that precious resource that they've got. But for the meantime, they aren't going to be doing all too much pressuring. You can see that the defenders are holding fast. There isn't too much of a roam going on here. We've got players inside of freezer. We can see that no one's immediately pushing down those freezer stairs right now. There's going to be a bit of drone work going on the rear stairs. But there's the hatch gets opened above. It is going to force the defenders back off. I'm interested to see what work has actually been done upstairs, because ambush, they've spent half of the round at this point. They've got a couple of hatches open. I think Coalesce is going to rotate himself into meeting and try and open up that meeting hatch as well. Nothing really stopping him from doing that at this moment in time, although he does look to be waiting for something.
Yeah, it looks to be a laundry freezer. I think with how they've set up, they've got the hatches open. If you were going blue, they'd be over towards that blue door a lot earlier, Ollie, wouldn't they? They'd be trying to burn that utility, so it doesn't look as if that's what they want to try and go for. However, one thing I have seen as of recent is a lot of teams pushed in towards laundry freezer, yes, but also using that E-Box. Are we seeing a hot drop here? Perhaps we are. Ambush is trained to the bomb site, and that's going to be immediately shut down by Lurie. A double kill for him. That has not worked out well for Ambush. They have crumbled with that play. Really confused why they've went for that, but it looks as if it's going to cost them the round because of that, Ollie.
I mean, that's the kind of situation where the round is hanging in the balance. You have the perfect opportunity to do everything about the round and to win. And instead, you're just going to hot drop. And not only that, but the guy that's killing us, you've got the diffuser and you're like first through the breach. You're first down the hatch and you're first through the door. Defele is in a very impossible situation here. He hasn't got a lot of health. He knows that the diffuser's down. And let's be honest, Coalesce, they don't really need to move here.
15 seconds left.
Regardless of the information that they've got onto him, they've got shotgunned at close range. This isn't going to end well. Defele going to go for that rotate. The pre-fire gives the game away. Kane is going to finish things off with the Vector. No real surprise as to how that round panned out, given the atrocity that we saw happen just after the halfway point. You've got to question that hot drop.
That's baffling. It really, really is. It just looked as if they didn't really know what they wanted to do. They spent, in my opinion, quite a long time setting up, didn't they? They spent quite a long time, about half the round before the E-Box hatch got opened up. They should be able to clear that entire map within a minute. If there's no roamers, which there wasn't, there was no roamers, that should be swept immediately. You should have the pre-placed drones, bang, straight into the building, no problems, no issues, hatches open by 2 minutes, and you can think about what you want to do. They took a very, very long time setting that up, and I think that got to them. They themselves kind of panicked about the time, and they thought, okay, we don't really know where we're going to go, let's try this. And it was ultimately a bad decision. Sure, going for that E-Box drop is fine, but you need to take pillars control. You need to have somebody pushing down those back stairs to make sure you do not get swung from highway. That's exactly what happened to them, so it's little mistakes like that, just rushing things because they panic.
What is it about me and you on the casting teams in Oregon? They just... We've seen teams like NIP rush the hot drop on the electrical box. We've seen this be like a strategy.
Somehow we've avoided NIP for the season, but
honestly, it's something that we see teams do, and you think, Oh, with the way that the hatches were being opened, we had the freezer hatch opened, we had the laundry hatch open. It doesn't even look like they're going to push that meat the meat inside or the blue side. And next thing, hot drop out of nowhere. It really hurts to watch. It's a round that I'm sure that Ambush would rather forget about and get themselves focused here onto round number 2. And fortunately for them, that's exactly what is happening. Coalesce, they've opted to go upstairs. No true surprise. A little bit of pulse action, though. This is going to give quite a bit of information away.
Don't see a lot of pulse on Oregon, I'll be honest, Ollie. It's quite decent, I suppose, for the top floor. You think about all the destructibility that you can get. You think about C4ing in towards Classroom, naturally in towards the double window. It is the big spot for pulse to try and lurk in towards. But not only that, whenever we see a lot of teams now defend in towards Kitchen, we see these extensions time and time again, Ollie. Having that bit of information, it can go a long way to really support some of those players. So it is a decent pick in this element. Look at Ambush's lineup, though, Ollie. I see a Ying, and I worry.
This looks like a 6-pick gone wrong, doesn't it? We've got a Ying and we've got a Nook. We're going to see the Candelas go through, but no initial push off the back of it. Candelas just to open up the wall into Kitchen. It seems like a little bit too much too soon, but Coalesce will be there for the trade. Fele is going to fall. Rhodey sweeping through into Freezer now as well. So all in all, not terrible from Ambush. Defele's timing was potentially a little bit off there. The Candelas aren't the easiest thing to peek off the back of, unless you are Ying. And in that case, Defele wasn't. He was playing on the Ayana. He's going to fall and going to be sent on to the cameras, but it's a trade that is worthwhile. Ambush, they've come away with that, taking out 2 players below. Not only that, it's 2 C4s.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried there for Ambush for a minute, whenever it's Diff just kind of push in by himself. A little bit worrying, but still, they managed to come out on top. They have that man advantage. They still have the Ying with the triple Candelas, keep in mind. So surely you'd be looking at a double window push more than anything. I think that's exactly what they're gonna go for. Biggest issue for them is going to be Zeus. The man inside a kid's bedroom needs to be dealt with. Typically, you'd go below and try and nade him. It doesn't look as if they're trying to opt for that at the moment. It looks as if Rhodey is actually trying to pick off maybe some other players lurking around. One of them looks as if he was hunting for Lurie there, but he was on the other side of the wall that was needed. So Coalesce still in a good position. I say that, though, as Nick has found Lurie.
More Candelas getting sent on through, and Zeus, ooh, not in a great position here. Coalesce going to be getting the plant down. Zeus finds himself one on the one tap, but Rhodey is there to find the top of those white stairs. He's going to push himself out and pretty much straight into the line of sight. Candela's there getting used to good effect, and Ambush coming away with a round of their own.
Yeah, the main issue there, I think, that kind of fell in that final phase for the defense. Smoke's going to be great at stopping off that double window. You know, that's where Smoke's going to be focused on. Again, we kind of highlighted nobody went below to try and nade him inside of kids. He was quite happy just to sit in that position. But whenever everyone else then starts falling around you, then as a Smoke player, you start worrying about somebody pushing up white, somebody pushing in towards Trophy. That then takes your attention away from double window, and as soon as you do not concentrate on that Ying, she will take everything that you're worth. So that's kind of where the issues fell, was not necessarily on the Smoke player letting the Ying get in double window, it was his 2 teammates died around him, and that kind of put the pressure on him where he had to look elsewhere.
Yeah, never ideal, really, when the Ying is in play and you've got those sort of blind spots, because Ying is just going to exploit it even more so. An Ambush team that we've seen previously aren't afraid to bring a Ying and try and make it work. They've got these little pocket strats that they're more than happy to try and play off. I don't think that we're going to see anything similar inside of this round. It's going to be a slightly different approach being taken by Coalesce as well, given that they've actually opted to defend inside of Meeting, but they have got that big extension upstairs, playing with the hatch open and a couple of mirror windows. They've really set a stall out here, Demo.
You enjoy a good market, do you? Seems to be you were there for that twice so far, the stall.
Bit of a fan. Have I ever said stall twice?
You have.
I thought I'd only said it once, to be fair.
No, you said it
I have
earlier.
to watch myself.
You
Wow.
said it earlier. Watch out. Don't fall into that, into being phenomenal. It's usually my go-to, isn't it? Coalesce will open up with the opening pick. Fermite getting the opening pick. Don't see that every day. And again, it was justified. It was a bit of a, not really a spawn peak, but a peak nonetheless. Noah sticking his head out the kid's window, not working out for him. Now that does leave Coalesce with already a man disadvantage.
A lot of pressure now being placed in toward this big tower. Kane does have a nice line of sight, but realistically isn't being supported in many other ways. There's going to be the mirror window being played by Lou, but he's a little bit too preoccupied about the window into Attic. Ambush again. This is where we see them stall. It's around this point in the round. I remember round number 1, you know, it was a very similar time where, yeah, they've got a little bit of work done early. They've got some hatches open, or they've maybe even got themselves an opener here. But look how bogged down they're getting in just attacking Attic. Attic isn't this difficult. You're making this very hard for yourselves.
Yeah, the main issue that why it's difficult, Ollie, is they don't have any ranged hard breach to deal with that mirror window. That mirror window inside of Attic is basically stalling out all these players wanting to get in towards the tier 3 and tier 2. So, almost a team kill. We'll scrub over that. Almost happened, and yeah, it just, Ambush cannot deal with this mirror window. That seems to be the main cause for concern right now, because they only have the Thermite and a hard breach gadget from the Zero. This is where Hibana would have been great. You know, even the Twitch that we seen them bring earlier as well would have been a good pickup. And somehow he's managed to punch the mirror window and then get the hard breach in. But with 40 seconds to go, you don't really have any firm control of Attic. Yes, you've opened up Attic, but you haven't got control of Pit. You haven't got control of Kid's bedroom. Somebody could still swing you from Pit and ruin you if you try and play that hatch. So this is going to be very, very sketchy now for Ambush.
Well, let's see what they can do within 25 seconds. We've got hard angles being held here by Coalesce, and you can't really blame them. They've got a bit of information to work from. Pat just going to go for a bit of a swing, but it's going to be Kane to find the first onto Defele. Defele's body just lingering there for a minute or two, but not to worry as the kills do continue to fly here. Rast and Rody find 2 apiece. The diffuser is cold on the ground, and with not a great deal of time remaining, that's where it will remain. You can see the players from Coalesce scurrying away as they know they don't have to take these fights. All they've got to do is wait out the time and collect the round for themselves.
Ambush, just they're beating themselves, Ollie. In many instances, they are beating themselves. They take far too long with their preparation. The main wall into meeting wasn't open either. And again, it comes down to those kind of panic plays where, you know, they've done well to spread themselves out. We've seen one guy pushing in towards Split, one guy pushed in towards Kitchen, but the other 2 players panic and go, oh, walk down Green Hall, which is where all of the guns from Coalesce were pointed towards. And they had the diffuser. As soon as that diffuser is dropped, everyone could leave the bomb site, give the player inside of Kitchen, give the player inside of Split, give them the bomb control, because they don't have diffuser, they can't do anything with it.
Yeah, tough round to watch, really, all things considered. And if round 1 repeats the same way that... Sorry, if round 4 repeats the same way that round 1 played out, you could be seeing a little bit of a lead here starting to be edged by Coalesce. They weren't really given anything other than a bit of a hot drop, but a slightly different setup. Thoughts on this demo? This is a little bit weird, you know. Obviously, these hatches got opened last time fairly quickly by Ambush, but you are still giving that away. Now, you're playing the mirror window this time inside of Electrical Box, which was almost a bit of a criticism that we had of Coalesce and the way that they chose to set up previously. But obviously, with the Cade not being in play, you need that little bit more of a roam. You need that ability to play inside of meeting a little bit more. But, oh, nope, Zeus is just going to open up that hatch entirely. So the roam that may or may not be played in meeting is going to be even easier to get away from. But that mirror window, is it going to be any good?
Yeah, it will be. Because the fundamentals of how Coalesce has set things up is... They've went for a very heavy roam game. They have a lot of people off site now, extending towards Kitchen, in towards meeting. They're trying to cover, you know, a good, decent chunk in the map at the moment. So, naturally, Ambush are going to have to try and attack those roamers, because there's no way they can carry out attack if there's still people upstairs. The only weakness that you would probably assume, Ollie, would be, oh, that mirror window doesn't look to be a good mirror window. That needs to be played there to stop a blue rush. If everyone's roaming off site, a blue rush is the easiest way to counter roamers. You take them by surprise, but if there's a mirror window staring you in the face, you're not getting through that. Mirror window doesn't have to worry about being attacked from above because there's a bunch of roamers there. So having that mirror window deters everyone, and that means the attack, the only option they have is to go for the hunt. They have to kill these roamers, and that plays into what Coalesce want. They've already wasted half the round. They haven't lost anyone. This is a good start. I say that. Why did I say that?
Well, first blood is going to come in favour of Ambush, but if you recall Coalesce fan, I really wouldn't be too worried because Ambush move very slowly indeed. And despite the fact that they've been able to pick up that opening kill, and for all intents and purposes, they have full control of meeting, there is still nobody that's actually gone and taken that space. Not until Kilius moves his way on through. Could choose to open up the laundry hatch and give Rhodey something to play on. Rhodey now going to make his way to the bottom of those stairs. He's going to be greeted with some barbed wire and a barricade at the least, as we do see a bit of a thinker boost coming in here. Pat looking to play a little bit more aggressively onto this tower doorway. Fella, he knows that somebody's going to be in there, but what can he realistically do about it? Time continuing to tick, and with nobody taking full control of meeting, or at least not enough bodies, Ambush, once again, they're in a bit of a tight situation. Zeus is going to choose to tank that nade. Hello! Doesn't need to move out of the way and can continue to hold on to that angle.
So the issue now that you kind of look at for Ambush is, will they have enough strength to really push out some of these power positions? Zeus is in a great one tucked away, but Rhodey just goes for the pre-fire. It will work. Kane is not there for the refrags. Oh, that's a great snapshot, but it doesn't matter as everyone else from Ambush has flooded into the site. They know exactly where he is, and that will be a free kill for Nick again. Ambush just forcing their way into the final minute, Ollie. We had a couple of concerns with how they had attacked previously, but that determination that they had was enough to see them over the finish line.
I think there's significant concerns on both sides at this moment, Demo. We've got Ambush's time management and actually taking areas of the map that are fully available to them and how long it takes them to do those things. And then on the flip side of it, you've got how loose and fast Coalesce are playing, and they're playing this extended roam game, but doesn't really go much deeper than one person playing inside a meeting, and as soon as that person dies, everyone else is going to fall off. Now, fair enough, time was a factor, but Ambush was still able to get that one over the line because they didn't have anything to worry about as soon as they brute forced that entrance into sight. I think Rhodey had done particularly well at pushing himself down those laundry stairs to be a bit of a part of that. And of course, Nick flying in and picking up a lion's share of the kills. But a new round and a new site. Back upstairs we go this time. This was a site that we saw the Pulse brought previously, and the Pulse will be brought again.
2 attacks is good for Ambush. Typically in Oregon, where we see a little bit more defender-sided victories, I think getting 2 rounds at least is kind of like the bare minimum. Obviously getting 3 rounds would be, you know, that's good. That's really good. Getting anything above that, you're in Wonderland, aren't you? You're flying high then as you switch over. So Coalesce, you know, they've dropped a few rounds there that realistically they shouldn't. Whenever Ambush haven't been attacking the greatest at the moment, Coalesce need to be capitalizing on that more importantly.
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunities, I think, in this game, regardless of which side you're on, and you've really got to try and be on the right side of those opportunities. Rhodey, he's going to see one and take it. Bit of a pre-fire on through. He's going to get himself a freebie. Lurie, what are you doing there? You can't just stand there for free. Fele backs it up with a kill onto Zeus. And Kane, you've got all the information in the world, but what are you going to be able to do about it? The plant's going down here. He's looking the wrong way, Demo. He's got a C4 in hand, and it isn't going to matter. Nick flies in to collect the kill, and Noah, who is also looking to try and play some vert with the C4, well, he's got a 1 versus 5 clutch to try and contend with. Not only that, but the diffuser is down. A flawless for Ambush as they show us something that we haven't seen yet all night long.
Well, LMGs just shows how powerful they can be, but Kane had a golden opportunity to stop that diffuser going down. He walked in to jungle, he looked up, seen the guy, blatantly seen the guy in the heartbeat scanner, walked past him, went and checked out Classroom, walked back again, still on the scanner, look, he's not, what? And then he gets shot.
Yeah, that's a tough one for old Kane. It's not his fault, let's be honest. If he gets the kill there, someone else picks up the diffuser, someone else plants it. It's not that's not the entire reason why the round went to Ambush. But it just doesn't look good. Is the top and bottom of it. Back downstairs we go. Now, you were saying, Demo, 2 rounds looks good for Ambush. Well, how about 3?
Yeah, that's solid. You know, this is
With
where
the
you're in
chance
good
of 4.
spirits. You're in good spirits now. I think you're feeling confident. If you're Ambush, obviously it would be nice to get the 4th round, but they know themselves that it's not a necessity. You know, it's not needed now. They're not as if they're chasing the game. They're kind of in the driving position now, aren't they? They're certainly ahead. So this is where they can now really start to maybe ramp up the gas now and start looking towards that defensive half, and that's where you expect teams to really start to shine. But right now for Coalesce, yes, it's not looking too good whenever now they have to attack. And keep in mind, if Coalesce are struggling with defending Oregon, what are they going to be like attacking it?
Well, there is that, and that's equally a scary prospect. Defending Oregon is meant to be something that every team can do, and at the moment, it looks as though Coalesce are having a couple of problems with that. Noah going to be getting himself rooted out of small tower. The drones continuing to play his feet. Ambush not really trying to press that too heavily at the moment. Instead, they're just sort of happy to give that information away, give those drones away. But we do see Rody coming in on the backside. He is going to be on Zulu looking to make a challenge. This is where Ambush are looking like they're playing too confidently, though, Demo. They're just trying to play off the back of 1 drone, and that's it. The drone's shot, but they're still pushing in.
I think they have that confidence now, isn't it? And that, it can be a good thing, of course, whenever you've got players like Rody with that LMG, you want to have a lot of confidence on that player. But sometimes you get overconfident, don't you, Ollie? And that's where you then start dropping some of the basics that I've mentioned. All I want to see is these 2 teams go in and play Basic Siege, because that will get them points. And both these teams, they need to get points. So Basic Siege is going to be their way forward, especially a map like Oregon. It's not too fancy. Oregon is not a fancy map. You don't need to do anything special. You just have to play a little bit monotonous. You don't really have to think. It should just be a routine whenever you play Oregon. Nick opens up with an opening kill. Currently sitting on a free KD, a great start for him. And there's Rastin with a great angle inside of Attic, looking down onto those tower stairs, and once again Coalesce dropping those opening engagements, and now the remaining anchors, they're going to be in for a big fight ahead of them.
They really are. There was an argument to say that there'd been a bit of misdroning gone on there by Ambush, but I think they played it exceptionally well indeed. Defele, he's going to pick one up off to Zeus, as Kane will be the next to fall. Lurifax is going to be the last player standing. Takes down Defele on those back stairs, but this time there's a lot more time available for Ambush. 40 seconds, and they have the kit in hand. Kilius is going to start to put that down as more shots do get exchanged. Lurie is able to pick up the down and convert onto Rody, but the plant will go down without a hitch. Lurie is still in a bit of a chance here, though, as he continues to pick some kills up. That's going to be the 3rd, and now panic stations are setting in. Really, you're going to be caught looking the wrong way, Nick, because I don't think you should be. Quad kill for Lurie. He needs one more for the ace. It's all down to this. 24 seconds left remaining. Rastin is going to be playing the hatch upstairs. Now, is there any information on that planted diffuser? A little bit of a bait here, a little bit of a switch. Is there going to be enough time? Rastin comes in and dashes the chance of that ace clutch. What a round it would have been. Instead, Ambush are going to chalk another one up.
So close. I mean, severe lack of refrags coming in. There's a couple of questionable peaks there from Ambush, and that's where the overconfidence can almost cost you in many elements. They need to be careful. There will be, I would say, tougher people that they'll have to play against. You think about Ambush, there'll be more difficult teams that they will be playing with better people who could definitely clutch moments like that if you give that to them. I don't know why Ambush are giving people clutches.
Yeah, if they come against the Ratatouille team of anyone can clutch, then it's game over, isn't it?
It's going to be a big worry. It really is,
4-2, though.
You do that against, Benja?
Do it against Heroic. See what happens. It isn't going to go down in that fashion.
As I said that, the Heroic and Ambush did play each other in Playday too, and Benja actually did get like a 1v5 clutch against them, so...
Deary me. Ambush going to be feeling pretty good about themselves here. Someone that we're going to highlight, Nick. 100% cost this match so far with a 2.25 KD, 2 opening kills, 0 opening deaths. Looking pretty good there as he comes into this defensive half. 9-4 and ready for more. some would say.
So, ambush on the defense. And, I mean, you would expect to see a bit of aggression now on their own game. We've seen how confident they can feel. And, you expect ambush whenever they've got some players at the moment, Nick and Rhodey, who certainly are up there in the kill department. They'll be confident that they can add a few more. So Coalesce just have to kind of do the, you know, the basics almost, just making sure everything can be done, droning out, and if they miss drone, definitely I'm be really worried, Ollie, and it looks as if it might have happened. Oh no, don't tell me. Laurie, just check it. Oh dear.
Oh, he keeps flashing onto the drone as well. Oh, the drone's been moved. Defele, the damage has been done. He's been able to find the kill on the vert. Picks up the second onto Pat. Can he grab the third? Yes, he can. Draws for the pistol, but was cut down by the LMG. Damage done, regardless of how long he's left in the round. That is a huge blow for Coalesce. Fortunately for them, they've still got the Finker and they've still got the Hibana. So they can still make something happen. We're going to see the hatches get opened. And they can maybe look to start working through one of those hatches. But you got to say, realistically, it's going to be a bit of a tough one for them.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky. Certainly tricky, I think, for Coalesce to really pull this round off. Like, keep in mind, Ollie, there's mirror windows. That one inside a laundry is a pesky one, and I really doubt that Zeus will be able to get away with pulling out next Kairos in this fashion. If he does, it's going to be a risky one, because as soon as... If you're playing in Freezer and you know there's a Banna lurking by herself, and as soon as those X-Kairos start being fired out, you're swinging for all your worth. You know, it's similar to if somebody's using the Tachanka launcher. You're just going to swing them right off the rip, and Zeus does make a bit of a plunge into Freezer, but he's going to get cut down straight away, as was expected. Now Kane... What can he do? A 1 versus 4 at mirror window, still a looming threat, and will come in with the LMG pre-fires every nook and cranny, but nope. Doesn't get anything, the same as his teammate. Ambush, starting things off well with a good defense.
A little bit of a pause here for Coalesce. Seems like a good time to take one, I think, if all things are being considered. The game is certainly running away from them. We often talk about a little bit of misdroning here and there, and how you know, is it really that important? A little bit of a misdrone here, or a bit of a massive. Defele there got away with murder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just the basics, Ollie. You know, I mentioned that some of the stuff I wanted to see. First one I said was droning, and you cannot let people sit in those positions. Similar to what we said about ambush, and saying that better people will clutch against them if they give them opportunities. If Coalesce are, you know, going into games against some of the rats of the league, you think of a team like Navi that they still have to play, Ollie. Think of about what Blur and Nathan would do to those two if they see their sloppy drones.
That's it. You're going to be getting bathtub techers and all sorts at that point, and you know, I guess it's fortunate that there's no bathtub on Oregon that you can actually get in, because you better believe that someone will be hiding in it. As soon as you see the drones being that sloppy, as soon as you see corners going unchecked, you've got to take advantage of it. And you know, now the drone work should tighten up on the side of Coalesce, so, yeah. But at the same time, that's also going to take them a lot more time to get simple jobs done, and they're going to be a little bit more hesitant now. Like, is that clear? Oh, I'll double check it.
Yes.
Are you
and that
sure?
Slows them down.
And that's what starts to slow you down, and that's where you really get caught in amongst the weeds. Defele, another player that's having a cracking game, 71% cost on the match and 1.6 KD.
Yeah, strong stuff from him at the moment. A couple of times, Ollie, we kind of questioned this kind of solo play that he was having on attack. He was giving away some free picks, but yeah, certainly having a strong game. I mean, overall, you've got some good players right now for Ambush. You got Rhodey, Defele, and Nick all stepping up to the plate. Apart from Lurie, I think it's difficult. You know, you look at Coalesce, Zeus, Noah, and Pat all having rough games. You look at Pat, supposed to be the entry, supposed to be someone who we look to have, you know, quite a bit of a potential. There's been quite a few things said about Pat, and saying that he can certainly bring some big kills to the table if he's on it. And at the moment, he's just not. 1-6. We expect a better performance if you're on this particular role, which is that entry.
The entries were something that we highlighted as well at the start of the day, and you know we speak about how important the entry kill is. It's even more important when teams are taking a long time to do things, when, you know, losing one operator is going to really significantly hurt the plan, and the adaptation off the back of that is going to be fairly slow. That's something that can, you know, really start to cause a little bit of a problem. And have we just seen a simple bandit trick go down there as well? Like, the exothermic was being detonated and Rody just goes, I can just replace a battery here, no problem.
So just taking a bit of time again to make sure they can get these drones in, and of course this bandit battery is going to cause some issues whenever you've lost the Maverick and the Thatcher. Opening walls are going to be quite tricky. You know, people always think, oh, well, Kai's banned, we don't have to worry about it. I mean, Bandit can still do the same job if there's positions. And it's a strong one at that. Very difficult to get any nades tossed in towards that Bandit unless you have meeting control, and you're not getting meeting control because you still have that attic upstairs and of course the bomb sites there. We do start things off though with an opening pick for Coalesce, which will give them a good bit of confidence now. Whenever you've eliminated a C4 off the board, that gives you a bit more time to work with. You can play a little bit more, I'd say, you have a little bit more freedom if you're going for the vertical take, if you're looking in towards kids and trying to express the sledgehammer or the skeleton key towards that vertical floor and try and get that remodeled. And yeah, certainly getting that C4 of the pick will give you a bit more confidence if you're on that roll.
Not a lot of time remaining here, 35 seconds or so, and still a presence upstairs that hasn't been dealt with. That's going to make the site almost impossible to push into, at least for the meeting side of things. Coalesce could be gearing themselves up more to a kitchen here, and that's really what it's going to take if they are going to try and get away with anything. Rastin is going to take down Noah as the kills do fly. Defele looking to make a rotation back in as well. Exothermic charge will be used, but Pat is going to be the next player to fall. Lurie finds himself one. Is it a desperate attempt at trying to clutch something out? The answer, yes. Nick, he's going to fly in with that final kill on the round. Not a lot of time remaining in the diffuser. Very cold indeed. Coalesce stalling out there significantly.
Yeah, they flipped and they flopped Ollie in terms of where they wanted to go to. They start off with a big tower, realize that, oh, we can't get through the bandits. We have to now change up the entire strategy, and then they rotate it towards the dining hall, in towards the double window upstairs. But they just haven't have enough time. Rastin was the key component there for the defense. Rastin inside of kids can deny, obviously, somebody running in and going for that defuse inside a kitchen as he has that hatch open. And I don't think anyone caught on to that. There was, I think, one player upstairs, I think it was the Buck, who went above by himself. I think that was the main issue. Yes, you've targeted knowing that somebody is going to be inside a cage. You need to clear them out if you're going for a kitchen plant. But why is he by himself? Why is nobody with him for support?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? I think Coalesce were trying to play everything there very, very solo indeed. And that's just not something that you can really get away with. You know, you need to be playing with a little bit more fluidity, and you need to be playing with the team and having those, you know, plan A, plan B, and plan C. I think when we saw the exothermic charge get tricked off the attic wall really early on, there was already... you know, Lurie had already committed one of the Osa shields to that, and that was like a very clear pocketed strat of how Coalesce were going to try and deal with the attic. And as soon as that got exothermic'd off, it was, oh well, we're going to have to do something entirely different now. Yep. And that can't be as deep as the plan goes. You know, you need to say, well, what if there is someone that's going to trick us? How are we going to guarantee that first exothermic charge goes off? Because we know we need the second one to get into kitchen later on into the round. And there just wasn't that depth to the plan, I don't think.
It's that thinking on your feet kind of skill that every team needs to have if you want to make it, you know, into the big leagues, don't you? Need to be able to adapt as quickly and as decisive as some of the best do it. But right now for Coalesce, it's just not there for them. It looks as if they're getting a little bit jittery. I mean, similar issues, to be fair, from Ambush. Ambush had the same issue. They didn't really know what they wanted to attack either, so both sides haven't been the strongest at the moment in some of their attacks, and at the moment, Ambush have looked fairly good in defense. I mean, Ambush, they've just played the positions, haven't they? They've set things up appropriately. They've played around the banning phase very well. They're just chilling. That's all they're doing, just chilling.
Well, let's see if they can chill themselves to a victory here. I'm going to see the poor old Rittero drone there, just getting caught up for a moment. But it will eventually pop off. I believe something was in the way, jamming it.
Was it Mozzie?
Mozzie Pest or something? I'm not entirely sure what it was, but regardless, the bulletproof camera has been removed, and that's now going to allow a little bit more openness toward that big window area. You can look to push that in a little bit harder, but the breach has been opened to a degree, and the diffuser is in a good place. So Coalesce, they're not in a bad spot here. They've got a bit of trophy control. There is somebody posted up on side a big window as well, and Lurie is going to be the one to find that first kill. Takes Tifele down, and with the removal of that bulletproof, he can play there and even choose to hop in at some point, and no one's really going to be any the wiser.
Yeah, double window, very strong position. I think you always need at least one player in that position. It cuts off so many angles, so many rotations that defenders want to make. It's going to be gone. Look at how many different angles Coalesce are actually attacking. However, the main thing that they need to work on is getting that diffuser down. But what a shot from Kane. Jumps in the attic window. Good reactions. Headshots on. Double Frostmat. Oh, almost. Actually, it's going to be for ambush. What's just happened? A double Frostmat to save the round. I don't believe it.
No, I'm not having it. Rewrite the script. Replay the round.
What's just...
Two Frostmats.
What?
So, we mentioned that there was a chance that Lurie could hop himself in. Hop himself in, he did. Straight into a Frostmat.
That was a 1v4, wasn't it?
It was a 1 versus 4. It was Defele versus the world, and all of a sudden the Frostmats do half the work for him.
I mean, all of the attackers died within 2 seconds. Like, it goes into a 1v4. I'm about to say, oh, it was good from Coalesce, but you know, oh, we see a Frostmat. Is that gonna? And all of a sudden they've won the round. Ambush have won the round.
I just want to watch that last round again. I don't really want to watch these replays.
As much as this is nice, skip it forward, keep going, get it in times 2, times 6, times 12, times 30.
What happened?
It's like Skyrim mode. Get it going, get it going. Ah, you missed it, Ollie. Go back. As always happens, is it times 30? You've missed it. Oh, that's it. Oh, you can't look at that.
If you can rewind, if you can fast forward on times 30, you're a skilled man.
It just swings from top white. He wasn't even in the bomb site as well. The remaining player wasn't even. He was in Cuckoo Land.
No, we need to go and have a look at that one in the replay file. I think that might be what we do in as the next game's going on the second monitor. We'll break that one down a little bit further. What an exciting end to what was otherwise a fairly one-sided game for Ambush. Coalesce there, they really didn't show us that many different opportunities, that many plans, that much depth to the siege that they were playing. Ambush, on the other hand, did they have just the superior gun skill, or was there something else that was a little bit more that was going for them there? I think they probably had a little bit more in the tank, a few more ideas. We're going to throw it back over to the desk where they will break it down for us and no doubt have an interview with Ambush.
I'm just so confused. Because, like, we were sat here watching that, and then we were like, all right, we've got another round because, you know, it's 4-on-1 here. I glance away to have a sip of my water. And then it's over. And I didn't see what happened. How did that turn around so quickly? Did you catch it, Jerry?
I think we were all about as flabbergasted as Ollie and Demo were. I can't move on without bringing up the fact that Navi has changed hats.
I don't know what you're on about.
I like this little
he's gone
hat
for the
war
beanie.
that's going on between Navi and...
I haven't changed anything. I don't know. I don't know what Jerry's talking about.
The
anyway,
plot thickens.
I'm just
plot thickens.
if you've just randomly joined us just now, Ambush take Oregon, score their second win of the group stages. Coalesce is still without a win.
Yeah.
And it just ended in such dramatic fashion. I think it knocked us all for 6 a little bit there, Novi. That you know, the ending at the dying moments there.
We weren't prepared. We were still sort of talking about, okay, what might we talk about? And then, like, before we knew it, that we were like, okay, we've got one more round.
I was about to put, no joke, I was about to put a brew on. I was about to put on a brew.
It's unpredictable. Don't try and predict anything in this league, right? I mean, to be fair, that is the result we were expecting, right? Ambush taking it against Coalesce. And I feel there's a problem there with Coalesce. Their mental just went. Their mental just absolutely dropped off a cliff halfway through that first half. I was actually praising them. I was saying, going into this match, they have really struggled on the defense lately, and they needed to change something about that. They needed to stop being so aggressive. They needed to stop over peaking. And for 3 or 4 rounds, they did that. They actually had decent setups. We saw them extending upstairs on the basement holds and holding with multiple people inside a kitchen, falling back. They had utility set up, and they put together a couple of rounds off of it. But then round 5 hit, and they just lost it. It was a flawless one for Ambush. Round 6 comes along. They've lost all discipline, and we see them, basically still trying to roam upstairs, but getting completely punished for it. It was only really Lurie, coming in with a near clutch that almost saved that round. He should not have been allowed to do that. But from that point on, it was basically Ambush all the way.
It was Ambush all the way, and we'll reflect further with Jerry and Novocaine. But first, let's talk to one of Ambush's men. I think we've got Nick lined up ready for a bit of an interview here. Nick, welcome to the show. Hey, backwards cap as well. You've got the memo. You're looking good. How are you?
All good, all good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Welcome to the show. That is your
Thank you.
That's your second win now, stacking up 6 points on the leaderboard. You must be delighted with that performance.
Yeah, I think the most important part about that win to us was that we fixed the problems that we had against Heroic. And obviously we should have won that game. I feel like every team says that when they lose, but we had so many leads and so many rounds that we just gave away, and we've been focusing on making sure that that doesn't happen again. And technically that should mean that we automatically win the rounds and we win the games, right? So only we want to make sure that only one that can lose us the games is ourselves and not the enemy. And I feel like today we showed a pretty good part of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Did that loss to Heroic really light a bit of a fire with you guys? Did it give you a bit of insight into some of the things you really need to work on as a team?
Definitely. I think we kind of knew what the mistakes were, what the problems was, but I think that game just showed that we can't afford to do those anymore. So there's in situations, if you do that in scrims, or let's say even in officials, if you're having a fantastic game, maybe you can afford to lose a round or two, but we want to make sure that we keep on winning against anyone, and we don't want us to lose the game, right, to ourselves. And that's what the Heroic game showed us, that we can win anyone as long as we don't lose to ourselves. And that's what we worked on after that loss.
It's obvious, man, and you guys, we can tell just from you talking right now how passionate you are about winning. And I think in this best of one that we just saw there, you guys felt disciplined, you felt experienced. You've had success outside of this league, but what would it mean to you as a roster to do well here in the Northern Premier League?
I think a lot. This roster, before I joined, they were second last season in the Nordic Championship, and like we all talked about, this roster is so much better than the last one they had. So now we're just here to show that the last season they had, the second place, it wasn't just a miracle run. And we are here to take the trophy home. So it's going to, obviously, winning means everything to us. We're all here to win. We are all here to make Challenger League. So we're definitely not an easy opponent to anyone.
Absolutely. And Challenger League is right there for the taking. Will you be one of the teams to clinch it? What have you made to your start here in the Northern Premier League? 2 wins out of 3 is pretty good going.
Yeah, like I said before, we still feel like it should have been 3 games out of 3, but
the hat trick, yeah.
As long as we learn from every mistake we do, I feel like finals means everything, right? So as long as we make it to the finals, group chase, we don't care. So we just play our own game, we keep our heads up and stay humble, and you can see us coming.
That's it. I'm ready to see you guys coming. And listen, it's been a joy watching you so far. Like you said, you guys are still evolving. And, we're enjoying watching you improve. And we'll see you again tomorrow. And thank you so much, Nick. Enjoy the rest of your night. Congratulations on your big victory here tonight.
Hey, thank you.
Cheers, Nick. Hey, Navi. See? Nick copied you as well with the backward cap. It's all happening.
I'm a trendsetter. What can I say? Suddenly when I join the broadcast, everyone's copied me. I'm just saying.
Jerry, Coalesce, they'll be feeling very frustrated. Still haven't got that dub yet, but they are showing signs of improvement every play there.
Yeah, and like I said before the interview, it's a shame to see them slip back into what we saw them doing last week, where they struggled with their defenses. But there was a glimmer of hope there at the very start, right? That is how I want to bookend this, because I really ragged on them before the interview. And Novi, you didn't get a chance to like do the counterplay, which is, you know, Ambush. They're really good. They did quite well, didn't they? You know.
Yeah. I mean, Ambush. So like, Ambush did their job. I think that's the most important thing. Is they came in. A lot of the players were just winning their wands, doing the entry role, doing the support role, and this is maybe the difference between a very experienced roster who's been together for a long time. Like, a lot of these guys have been playing with the same players for a good year at least, some if not longer, in a couple of duos. And when you've got that experience, you've got that unlock, you understand that to win a map, it's not just a single round, it's the consistency to bring it round after round and always show those fundamentals. And I don't feel there was a single moment where Ambush really put their, like, a single foot wrong. They really just did what was expected of them, round in, round out, and that's why ultimately, as soon as Coalesce couldn't bring that consistency, Ambush kind of just went on an exponential rise.
When it comes to, you know, the teams that have stood out to you so far, Jerry, and how highly do Ambush rank as the potential candidates to seal that Challenger League spot?
I feel like it's maybe a little bit early to tell. They've shown that they've got quality. The fact that coming out of that interview, we just heard them say that they think that they should have 9 points from 9, and one of their games, their only loss was against Heroic. Right? Yep. Like an in-form, top of EUL Heroic. That just goes to show how high their confidence is right now. And maybe that's a bit misplaced. But either way, they've gotten the results that they should have gotten. And I'm looking at their first week against MNM Academy. And I'm saying, like, that is one of the few matches I didn't predict, right? I thought that was MNM Academy. So they're definitely kind of establishing themselves as a bit more powerful than I think a lot of people, myself included, had them pegged as before we started the league.
Yeah, and they've got a bit of momentum on the side now as well, Navi. You know, we heard Nick there. He is very passionate. He is very full of, you know, a lot of self-belief. This roster believes they can go all the way. And, you know, you could say that that's maybe over-ambitious, this, you know, expecting to get all 9 points here, especially coming up against a team like on Playday 2. But that being said, you got to respect that ambition.
Absolutely. If you're aiming at the top, even if you don't hit that mark, you would have ended up higher than if you set your target lower. It's just... I absolutely love that attitude from them. I think going into their next match tomorrow as well, they're going in against TENSTAR, who we know is a very, very good team. We know they can perform. They've also been on this upwards rise. But Ambush is coming off a very confident win. TENSTAR coming off a loss from last week, going into a very tough game today. Very tough game tomorrow into Ambush. It's a tricky one, and that's where that mental attitude of going, we're going for the top, we're going for that top spot, this is what we did wrong, this is what we did right, accentuate the positives, eliminate the negatives. That's how you build a championship winning team, and Ambush seem to have that mental completely on lock.
So Ambush are consistently improving. They're looking back at their mistakes and they are trying to rectify them. Jerry, what do you think Coalesce should be thinking? Oh, we need to do this differently tomorrow.
I think they need to keep their heads on. I think from what I can see, this is a fairly emotional team. This is a team that set out with all the best of intentions, but they let games slip and they let it get to their heads. I think they need to go into tomorrow with a much better mentality. They're up against Heroic, which is, you know, that's a really tough one to come up against. Probably the strongest team in the league right now, and it's not unfair to say that. So they may be expecting a loss, but what they can do is they can allow it to be a test of their mental fortitude, right? They may expect to come out of it with a loss, but go in and give it your best and just make sure that by the end of the game you're not tilted out of this entire existence, because that feels like the biggest problem right now.
That's good advice. Thank you very much, Jerry. Thank you, Navi, as well. I know that you guys are jumping back on the caster desk. Am I right? Is that where we're going next? Good stuff. Looking forward to it. Heroic versus RCTIC next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
With the first ever season of Northern Premier League underway, we have 3 new maps added to the competitive pool. But what can we expect to see? Let's take a quick dive into Skyscraper, Border and Theme Park. First off, let's head to Japan. We'll see plenty of Skyscraper's beautiful exterior in pro play, as the balconies and windows grant a lot of potential for attackers, whether it be on entry, flank watch or post plants, though they'll need to tread carefully. With extra claymores now in attackers' pockets, defenders will have to think twice about going for the many jump out options around the map. Tea Room Karaoke and Office Exhibition are the most popular sites, with the external breach playing a big part in any office attack. Both of these objectives are on the top floor, and the map is heavily destructible, so expect explosions galore with C4 and upnade plays as teams experiment with this new battleground. There are 3 rules when it comes to attacking border. Rule 1, watch each stairs. Rule 2, clear CCTV. And Rule 3,
Do not attempt to board the helicopter.
this is a small map, with only 2 staircases, making it the toughest of the 3 for defenders. Pros will stack their utility on defense and won't give up ground easily, because there isn't much of it. Catchers like Jaeger, Wamai and Aruni are pivotal. Attackers can save time with ops like Ossa and Nomad, who gain and maintain map control easily. Entering site is but a formality here, so expect to see lots of throwables to burn through those ADSs, support plants and blow enemies sky high. You thought this theme park was abandoned? Well, think again. It's back into competitive rotation. Defenders just love this large map, where they can roam freely, or better yet, extend the site. Initiation and office are usually contested no matter the site choice. From there, defenders can reinforce walls, shoot drones and retreat, or go for early kills. Once those walls are blown down, expect long-range gunfights across these open rooms and sprawling corridors. Hard breaching and wall denial are essential here, so operators like Maverick, Thatcher and Kaid, as well as Mirror, will have a big impact if left unbanned. There's so much more to uncover about these fresh maps, so tune into NPL to see what our teams can cook up.
In 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills coming.
And Slothar just picks them apart.
Let's try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates. Prince steps up huge for ambush. 3 kills. All E1Ds use that. What?
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six Northern Premier League. My name's Ian Chambers, back once again. with my boys Demo and X. Guys, we have our second best of one in the can. How you feeling, D?
Yeah, it's good so far. Couple of mistakes here and there that I'm picking up from some of the younger sides, but hopefully everything that they can learn from today will hopefully improve their future campaign.
Ambush looking decent, X.
Yeah, Ambush looking better than Coalesce. I think we'll put it there.
Establish that.
We'll put it there. I don't know how decent they genuinely look. I'm going to be honest. I think now that the hype's died down, now that we've been able to sort of look back and we've seen a couple of the replays, you can remember, the 1-4 that went down to a 1-1. You're thinking about the last round came through just by pretty much Frostmats alone. There were a couple of scrappy rounds thrown in there for all that it was a clear win for Ambush. And I think, up against a better team, they're not going to be given the same sort of yardage to get away with things like that with.
Does anybody know what happened in the final round yet? Or
Just a bunch of Frostmats, isn't it?
Yeah, 2 players in Frostmats, a gunfight that went bad, and then the last kill was somebody rotated up from downstairs, but it all ended really quickly because there was players already downed.
It was chaotic, I know that for sure. Sorry, frog in my throat. I'm back. Let's move on to the next one. It is, of course, Heroic versus RCTIC. Let's start by taking a look at this Heroic roster. Lots of hype behind them, formerly known as Kavana, of course. Why are they favourites? Well, they finished first in EUL. Am I right?
Yeah, you are right, Ian.
You are right, Ian.
Congrats.
Well done.
Strong stuff, from a strong side. And as you can see, there is a missing figure there at the very end. Murat back in the roster here today, Demo.
Yeah, they've got a bit of a rotating roster at the moment, Heroic. I think they've got at least 8 people who can play inside of these weeks. And today it's Uno who's stepping out, and this time it's Murat who steps in.
Yeah, I mean, X, obviously, these guys are going to be the favourites from the start of this process until the very end, unless they have some disasters along the way. They will say at times that they've got bigger fish to fry. However, this is the same side that for the past 4 or 5 seasons has never won their National League.
Ooh, true. Ian, very true.
Dropping facts, spitting bars right here.
Spitting bars and dropping facts.
On God, that's true.
This is Ian's new phrase, by the way. I taught it him earlier, and he seems really thrilled with it. But you are right. Heroic are the team that have, out of the top teams, have never won the National League. So it's got to mean something. We know that it means something because we see the teams coming back. Look at Navi, fielding the side yet again. MNM, always involved in one way or another. These teams love playing inside the National League because they want those bragging rights. And this is, for all intents and purposes, you look at it, it's kind of got to be Heroic's year for it, because the only thing that's really changed is the org name. And everything else that they've been doing has been working fantastically well throughout Europe. So just bring a little bit of that into NPL and see how far it will get you. Now, the rolling roster is something that is worth mentioning. Like I said, like we've mentioned there, Officer stepping in for Uno this week. If anyone's ever had the chance to play with Mr. Officer, he's the biggest vibe player in the world. Like, there is just no way that you lose rounds with him on your team because he's so happy, he's so jovial. He brings such a big boost into the lineup, whatever it is. So you start thinking about throwing that into the mixture as well and keeping things light-hearted, not really taking it as seriously as they've been taking EUL, but still applying those same principles. We were talking a lot about basics in the previous game demo, and basics here are something that it's just second nature to these guys. These guys know what the basics are.
Yeah, is this their year, Demo?
I would say so. I think the fact that they managed to beat Navi in that first Playday, I think that's obviously going to do a lot for the standings. If Navi can't beat this side, realistically, who is? I think that's probably the biggest question. If the supposed rivals can't beat them, then who else is going to step up to the plate? Again, that could be just a lot of rubbish for me. Anyone can step up in the day. It doesn't matter. I've said it plenty of times before. It doesn't matter how you played in the past. It all depends on how you show up in the day. And who knows? Heroic could come in one day and all of them just drop the ball, and they could give away points. It can happen. But at the moment, it's unrealistic.
Staying with you, Demo. RCTIC. this is going to be, in theory, very easy work for Heroic if it goes to plan. These guys are struggling. How can they approach this matchup here? Because it is a bit of a David versus Goliath sort of environment, isn't it?
Yeah, it feels like an understatement with that, to be honest, Ian. I mean, the week that these guys have just came off the back on, they had Victus, they had Navi, they only managed to win 3 rounds in those 2 matches, and I'm just afraid that things are just going to maybe even get worse tonight. There isn't really a whole lot that RCTIC showed us that would make us believe that, yeah, they can come in and actually do something against Heroic. I fear it's going to be the same story as what we've seen last week.
What do you think, X? Is there anything this side can think about, approach differently coming into this, or is it just a case of, let's hope for the best?
I think it's, hope for the best, prepare for the worst. It's, you've got to come into it and you've got to be realistic in what you're going up against. You're going up against Heroic. You're going up against a very well-known team. RCTIC, they're not a well-known team. We don't really know these guys. It's a full finished team, and for all intents and purposes, they've just got to come out here and show us what they can. Maybe you try and get a bit of a strange map under your belt. Maybe you don't go to your club or your Oregon, because we've kind of seen that happen already twice tonight, and we've sort of not really see it work out for the team that loses, and we've not seen it work out in a very big way. We've had 2 games, we've had a 7-1 and a 7-2, so we're not really pushing the boat out here in terms of close fixtures. This one's probably not going to be too different, but you've got to give RCTIC the benefit of the doubt, and you've got to say that they've got a chance of a couple of rounds here. They must have at least that,
Yeah, I feel for them, because you don't want to be that team, kind of like Coalesce. You get 3 games into the group stage and you haven't got a point on the board, and that is not where you want to be. So I mean, we're not deep into this tournament, but it goes by very quickly, we can tell you that. Let's take a look now at our map vetoes going into this one. I'm quite interested to see where we're going to go here, Demo, and as it appears on your screen in a matter of seconds, Demo's going to talk you through it.
All right, Shelly, so we end up on a little bit of a worrying map, I'll be honest. If you're RCTIC, this is not an easy map to play. This is certainly one where you need to have a lot of good fundamentals. It's not like your Border or Oregon Clubhouse, where you don't necessarily need to think all too often. Overall, I think for Heroic, I mean, their bans, they've taken out quite a lot of like roamer heavy kind of maps. Bank's gone, Villa's gone. So I think they certainly want to try and play a little bit more, clean. I don't think they really want to deal with the roam game either. I think they want to play very direct in terms of the bomb site. And I mean, Chalet also opens up a lot of good avenues for these kind of hero plays, these kind of solo plays, which you've got people like Benji, people like Sloth, who have been having phenomenal seasons. That will suit them right down to the T, where they can see an opening and just expose that.
What do you think, X?
I think you probably hit the nail on the head there, Demo, and don't forget the hero plays. With that comes something that isn't really giving anything away. Don't forget these boys are on the way to a major. They're not going to want to be giving away too many things in terms of maps that you would expect to play a lot of. Whilst Chalet is a popular map, you can go out there and you can play it very differently indeed in these sort of circumstances, and I think that's probably what we're going to see.
All right, we've labelled it almost as a little bit of a David versus Goliath affair. This is Heroic versus RCTIC. Let's get stuck into it on Chalet with Jerry and Novican.
Thank you, Ian. Thank you so much. And I just want to say, speaking of David Goliath, I think between me and Ollie, the David and Goliath story, he had to take the hat off. I've still got mine on. I think I won that, Jerry. I think it's safe to say that I've won that. But speaking of winning, one of these 2 teams is used to winning, which is Heroic. The other one, RCTIC, currently without a dub. Heroic has been winning left, right, and center. This league, EUL, everywhere. This is a true mountain to climb for RCTIC.
Yeah, throw every single idiom in there. We've used David and Goliath a lot. We've used a mountain to climb a lot. It really is just a staggering gulf between these 2 sides. But there's one thing I want to say about RCTIC, and that's that, they've had a rough start, of course. They've had to play Navi. They've had to play, who else? Victus. These are pretty tough teams, and you think, is this best case scenario for them? They get the really bad matchups out of the way, get that experience, and then start racking up points, as a learning experience, which this is, or a lot of teams in this league. That might be your ideal one, and, a lot of it just comes down to positive mentality, right? Coming into these games, they don't want to let these get to them. But we'll see what happens. We'll see, maybe RCTIC can deliver a little bit of a surprise here or there, possibly even an upset in a crazy, crazy world that I don't think we live in. But here we are. RCTIC start off with the Ban of the Ying. Very powerful operator, especially given how attacker repick works now, and you've got, the option to always bring her whenever you need, whenever it works for the given site. So getting rid of that and removing it as a tool for Heroic to use is definitely a big deal. Nook as well slapped away, and that that leans into the fact that Demo was talking about it. We want to simplify the game state. Heroic, they want to make sure that they're not caught off guard by anything really cheesy. They've come to a fairly standard map where it's difficult to roam. They don't want things like Nook appearing and surprising them.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes a lot of sense for this team. But the thing that sort of worries me is, I don't know, like, RCTIC chose to come here, right? RCTIC chose to come to Chalet, which also meant that Heroic got the side pick. They, of course, chose attack. They've taken out the Nook because it doesn't fit their style. The Ying has been removed, but still, this is a Pro League side you're giving attack on Chalet. It feels like, regardless of what operators you ban or pick, this makes the task even harder, if that makes sense. This isn't an unusual map for Heroic whatsoever. They are very comfortable on this map.
Yeah, RCTIC may feel a little bit saddened that they've fallen on that side of the map ban where, a lot of the time in a matchup like this, it's more important to be able to pick the side than it is to be able to pick the map. But at least they have the map choice. At least they know that, Chalet is somewhere that they are comfortable, so that's what they need to fall back on here. And it is going to be a tough ask defending first, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. Now, we see them start with a bar defense, so they've got only the one, oh, sorry, my mistake, 2 shields, as is sort of the usual, as is norm. One top of Ivy Stairs, one top of Chimney. This is pretty much the standard. They've got the Frost as well to protect against any jump-ins. It looks like Nicky Wood is going to stick a couple down on that bar door. They've also got a Razor Bloom shell just above the window. Excuse me, not a door, it's a window. So plenty of protection for any potential rush, and it just looks like everything's pretty standard for the time being on the side of RCTIC. Whether they opt to go for a bit of an extended roam play or not is to be seen, but Heroic, they're getting the job done as well, and it looks like RCTIC are roaming a little bit. They're playing a bit further out. You've got Kusik already, or rather still on Solarium Stairs after the first 30 seconds, and there has been some pressure sent his way. He's joined as well by Southbark, Remute, sort of roaming around that piano area, but it looks like he has ceded some ground, or perhaps he's a bit stuck with these windows open around him.
Yeah, and I like this from Heroic. Get the lines of sight in with the windows without having to commit into the site, into the actual building. You can start from the top, work your way down, and because they've opened up those lines of sight, especially the main window as well on the balcony, it creates this sort of like kill zone really for crossing over. It makes it a lot trickier, especially with library open as well. It's just very difficult to move around. RCTIC really needs to be conscious and calling things out, but the Razor Bloom actually taking the kill. So Gorgona is the first to fall, but it was the Frost mat which did it, so the combination of the two guarantees the kill. Grizzly at least replies, so that's one of the roamers on the top floor taken out, but there is still another one lurking. Can Officer potentially find him? They do have the option to back off down the stairs. There is enough space in this site. I don't think Heroic's in a position. Okay, never mind. They'll just push the shield. It just works out for them. Benja gets one as well. And this round is just falling apart for RCTIC. At least they've managed to find that one. And now we're in a 2 versus 2.
Paying the price of skipping step 1 now, still a roamer to have been dealt with, and Southbark does get that strike from behind, 2 versus 2. Benja does know that one is inside a closet, sending in a second nade after the first one didn't connect, but that one certainly does. Nicky Woot blown sky high. Southbark aware that there might be one on the flute balcony, and is going to push and re-secure the top of Chimney. This is an interesting position here. Heroic do have that man advantage, but they haven't got control, and the shots are landed onto Mr. Officer. There's 1 versus 1 here. Standoff between Benja and Southbark. Benja boosts himself up for the fight, and he has to climb these stairs, but Southbark has the high ground, and he lands the shots onto Benja. RCTIC take the first round.
Okay, that wasn't in the script. A little bit better control with the SMG-11 on that one compared to the previous kill. But look, in the end of the day, if the shot lands, the shot lands. That's RCTIC going 1-0 up on defense. Grizzly did a really good job just sort of barging his way through library and getting control. but Arctic, good control to sort of identify where Heroic might be approaching from, to break that 1 versus 2 into separate 1 versus 1s, and then suddenly that's a lot more winnable. There's a lot more potential there. And this is very different from the first map that we got to cast, Jerry, where we sort of saw this sort of rolling force that was Navi just scale out of control. Arctic have already stamped their foot down and said, we can win clutches, we can win rounds, and that is so important for the mental game. We've seen that in both the games we've seen today so far.
Yeah, and I think it's the clutch that's worth talking about, right? Because, let's be honest, Heroic shouldn't be losing that round or putting themselves in a losing position in that round. They had control for the most part in terms of man advantage, but they skipped step 1. They didn't properly clear that piano side, and that really bit them. South Park on the roam just slipped under the radar, grabbed a kill onto the player inside of Library as the execute was coming down, and then ended up the round with a 3k. And even in the 1 versus 2, you look at Mr. Officer and you say, I know you're not a member of the main roster here, but you're a good player and you've got better discipline than that to understand the win condition there. Join up with Benja and play for the refrag no matter what. It was a risky move and it didn't pay off for morale.
Very, very risky move. And maybe it's a case of the fact that Benja was so far in already. They kind of assumed a few steps and let's skip that out. But Officer, making up for getting caught out in the previous round, comes out with the opening. So Arctic suffering a casualty early on. This time, no Razor Bloom or Frostmat to try and get their way to that win. And instead, they're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. Taking the engagement on the window, has to back off. Oh, NW just saw like looking down underneath. No one can hit a single shot. Whoa! Comes down from above, and just like that, Sloth is annihilated. How on earth did he get away with that one?
That's not a proud moment for Sloth. This is the guy who is tearing up EU League. Soon, maybe, to be tearing up the Major? That shouldn't happen to him, quite honestly. You don't get Goomba stomped by a Maestro through that hatch. It just shouldn't happen. Grizzly is looking to make amends, and it looks like he peaks this perfectly, but the refrag is there, and South Park, yet again, difference maker for this side as he gets a second onto Mr. Officer, again through the same door. That's virtually the same fight twice across 2 rounds. 2 versus 3, and now Heroic. Some serious question marks are going to be put on the show here. This is not what we expect to see.
And once again, we're seeing the 2 remaining Heroic players splitting up. Gorgona's on site, which is fine, which is exactly where Benja was in the last round. But this time, Benja has been sent to retrieve the diffuser, bring it round to the teammate. This time, last round, we saw the Mist Officer get caught out. Benja, not this time, is on it, has the angle towards the hatch, but there's 3 players alive for Arctic. Has to run through the Sharia gate. That's going to do a chunk of damage, but it's the Finker. It's no issue. Starting to stick the plant with Gorgona trying to cover the hatch. I don't know if Arctic knows it's going down. No, they don't. And that has now turned the tables around. Monks at least finds one. Benja, sole survivor for Heroic. Will he be able to live up to his team's name? Manages to clutch it out. South Park is just round the corner. The South Park takes it. No, he doesn't. Benja comes through to fruition. Now he has this long line of sight. There are so many soft walls. He's got the LMG. He can just rattle down shots. Rat-a-tat.
No, go for the diffuser.
But no, Monks needs to turn around, get the defuse. Just about clutches it. But oh my lord, Benja for a second there really believed he'd be able to pull that one through.
I was so panicked there for a second with the timer hitting, 15 seconds or so. You don't have the security to go and secure that kill necessarily. Thankfully, they knew where the diffuser was and headed straight for it. Otherwise, that could have been a little bit scary. But look at this. 2-0 to Arctic. Who could have written it? Defending on Chalet as well. And it's a comedy of errors that are letting this happen. Heroic. What's going on? I know you've got Mr. Officer stepping in, but we've seen him perform at this level before. We've seen him perform above this level before. Serious question marks are being written on the script.
Definitely. Monks, good job getting 2 kills there, actually being the difference maker for Arctic, because they pretty much ran in 1 by 1. to try and secure that against Benji. You could see the chaos was reigning, and the coordination just went. Monks, thankfully for RCTIC, manages to put it through, and now Heroic on the back foot. I don't think they'll be too... I mean, we're very, very hyped because this whole Dave Goliath thing that we set up. RCTIC are 2-0 up on defense, on Chalet, into Heroic. However, Heroic, they've got Officer stepping in. Yes, he's a coach, but there's still going to be a few bits of teething issues, maybe, especially seeing who he's coming in to replace.
Yeah,
You're
this is true.
losing that IGL. It's going to take effect. Let's see this round. If RCTIC really manages to get this one as well, I might just become a fan and start believing.
Oh, they are confident right now as well. Imagine how you would feel taking a couple of rounds off the Titans that are Heroic. And you can see it in the way they're playing. They do need to watch themselves, though. This might be a little bit too much. They're getting over-eager. Officer punishing South Buck there with cheeky drone hole shot. I mean, it's an oldie, but it stands the test of time. Rework or no rework. And you can see now Heroic. They are reassuring themselves. They're doing the basics. They're making sure not to get over-eager, overzealous here. See the drone work coming through. Playing entirely on Windows at the moment. And get the breach down onto this master site. Everyone on RCTIC. Goodness me, Tricky. Second run out of the round with the Doc. You don't play Doc and Rook on a master defense if you're not flowing with confidence.
And that's Tricky and Nikki as well on the dynamic duo, backed up by the Thunderbird Kona station. But no, Benja just tearing them apart with that LMG Gorgona chiming in. This is what we expected to see at the start of this game. It's Heroic coming in with full force. Benja even closes it out with a triple to add to the tally of kills. And now Heroic, they slap back, they fight back. RCTIC now have a real challenge. They've prodded the beast, and Heroic has awoken. Now the real challenge sets itself up.
I don't know who we've got in the interview lined up for whichever side wins, and I can't believe I'm saying whichever side wins at this point. If it is Mr. Officer, I can just hear him, you know, we troll a little bit, like that is going to be what he says at the end of it. If it ends up being whatever scoreline, if it ends up being a 7-2, he'll be like, yeah, we shouldn't have given away those 2 rounds. But that's the script. And so far, we can't trust the script, as we know. 2-1 is still the scoreline for RCTIC. They still are in control of this game, at least on the scoreboard. That round, that should do something for Heroic. That should do something for their confidence. And now we get to see what happens when they're executing properly. They don't want to make the same mistake they made first time round. They want to clear that entire northern side of the map and make sure that they don't leave any rock unturned. And just, you know, complete the checklist. Because at the end of the day, they should be winning these rounds.
Should be winning, for sure, definitely. And now RCTIC going back to their primary selection in Bar and Gaming. This, of course, was very... I mean, all the rounds have been pretty close, but RCTIC, especially for this one, came down to a 1 versus 2, but Tricky, first one to fall, but down, but not out, is crawling down the stairs, trying to get to safety. I think he's just about managed it. And it's actually Nikki who takes the first, and that's a huge, huge fragger off the board. Finka going down in the form of Benji. You think, Finka, why is she so important compared to the rest of the utility that everyone else has? It's just the pure firepower on Benja. It's the frags. It's everything in that operator just enables you to take that gunfights. And although the rest of her can frag, Benja has been the one opening the way.
Got 5 versus 5. So a minute down. Officer doing some hunting in the basement. Jackal. And sniff on those feet. You can see Gorgona and Grizzly, they're opting to apply a lot more pressure this time round to this library side and get that breach open. This is going to disable the position somewhat for Monks. The smoke is still in place. And can hold this angle if he chooses, but it would be a very aggressive stance. Use that drone out. They've got to be expecting the frost mat on that jump in this time. And it's very easy to shoot down if you jump in. It's not there anymore anyway, so they are safe. The softwall being destroyed by his side. And at the moment, RCTIC, I mean, they're doing well for time. They have that entry kill onto Benja. 1-man advantage, and
it really is just looking like Heroic is stalling out a little bit here. The jump comes through finally. Grizzly jumps in, gets the headshot onto Monks. That is the quality shining through. Officer finding Tricky on the roam, and they have control.
And they absolutely needed that kill. If they didn't, that delays the whole plan by about 30 seconds, and it becomes way too close. This has actually forced RCTIC into a full rotation. The mute South Park has to go all the way round because the first floor just, or the ground floor just isn't safe whatsoever, especially with Officer lurking there. But Officer backed into a corner. South Park going to be coming round. The SMG-11 is going to win that all day. Officer taken out, and now it's an even 3-on-3. Closet not yet clears, but Sloth is cleared off the stairs despite trying to get one before going down. With 2-on-2, Heroic is running out of time, but here's Gorgona. Here's Nikki with the shotgun to the face, but it's Gorgona with the bearing to take this one home, and Heroic pull this round back. It looked like it could have gone either way.
Far too close. Again, for Heroic. They're not making it easy for themselves. I mean, we had that earlier in the day with the previous sort of David Goliath matchup that we both got to cast, a Navi Riddle game, and it just seemed that Navi, no matter what happened, no matter how scrappy they were, they found the round wins. And Heroic, well, we're beginning to see that out of them here, but I mean, these Nordic sides are certainly giving them a run for their money. All right, RCTIC 2-2, and they're still, you know, they're still in with a shot here, but that gap has been closed to naught. And now, cycling round to Kitchen, this is where they won their second site. You know, they managed to do quite well here, establishing that man advantage on the roam, and it was some good cover in the post plant from Gorgona and Benja to get a plant down, make it a winnable situation. But realistically, this was a round that RCTIC had full control of from start to finish, the previous Kitchen defense. So again, we're looking for Heroic to step it up, to bring us that quality that we know they are capable of, that we expect from them.
It's the explosive nature as well. Grizzly, I feel like, is a bit of an unsung hero. I feel like I've been focusing my efforts onto Benja, but Grizzly has been so good at just jumping in the window and taking that gunfight. Even if it's not favorable, he'll be the first one through the window to take that fight. And usually he's winning out. Just that pure... Oh, Benja! Look, even pros make mistakes as well. It's fine. Still got another one in pocket. But it's just that little bit of utility in these little mistakes. Is this... I mean, I doubt this is Heroic getting a bit shooketh. They should be absolutely fine. But these small mistakes can be capitalized on by RCTIC, and that's what Heroic needs to watch out for.
You do wonder how much of an effect the pep roulette that Heroic are playing, subbing players in and out, is going to make. And well, Sloth at least puts those doubts to bed for the start of this round, finding the nade onto Tricky, a nice nade at that. But yeah, without their IGL, there is a little bit of shakiness, it would seem, in the Heroic roster, without Uno to sort of steady the ship. But Sloth has made his impact in this round, and it's quite a big one. The two opening kills, and not just that, site control already established for Heroic. South Park needs to pull something off here. A great little flick there, reacting to Officer. Monks takes out Grizzly, back in a 3 versus 3. Where's Diffuser? Has it not gone down yet? It's cold, it would seem. Gorgona takes out Monks. So they've still got something going for them here in terms of man advantage. They know roughly where South Park is. Sloth finally getting in a position to set that diffuser bed down, and Benja holding off those defenders from retaking. But post plant now, Novi, and 2 versus 3. Certainly winnable for RCTIC, but they've got a lot to do.
Yeah, and Heroic is also on that vertical angle, so Kusik might be about to find a little friend on that top floor. It's just a mute alone. He's going to go hunting, but there's not a lot of time. And there's Sloth, ready and waiting. It's actually through the hatch, and that will close it out. Heroic, for the first time, and this sounds really weird, being 5 rounds in, but for the first time, this map takes the lead. Question is, are they going to keep it, or is RCTIC going to rally and try and bring it to level pegging 3-3? I feel like Pro League teams, of course, with the skill level, Chalet is one of those attacking siding maps. If you are good, Heroic is, of course, very good. RCTIC is going to be a challenge to have to attack into a team of this caliber. They really need to secure this last round just to give them a little bit of a buffer, I think, just especially if they're trying to find their footing. We see a lot of teams when they get to the half and switch, and it takes 2, maybe 3 rounds just for them to, you know, to start hitting the shots, just because it's a little bit different. And by that point, the other team's already on that point. It's too late. So RCTIC try and close this one out. Maybe on the half they'll be able to hit the ground running.
That's a frost map right there. That is that is a ratty map. Just inside a library. How is that ever gonna work? That's if that gets a kill, I will eat your hat.
All right, deal. I mean, there's no downsides for me in this one, so I should accept it, right?
You lose a hat.
I'll lose. Oh, true. Actually, I quite like this hat. I'll tell you what. You can eat Ollie's hat. That's what you can do. Interesting. Actually, those stats. Benja, despite the fact that he seems to open games up, it's not through that opening kill. Look at the stats. He's actually got quite a poor opening KD. He's usually there to... It's when it comes to the execute, that's kind of his role. He's that sort of second entry that follows in. He's got the LMG, he's got a bit more health, he's got the frag grenades, and he's kind of left to his own devices to just punch a hole through the defense and give the rest of Heroic a point in which to entry. Even there, he jumps in, tries to rail down some shots, sees if he can find anything, gets out, resets the position, and wait, what's this? Heroic? They're planting, Jerry.
Well, RCTIC had nowhere to be seen, it would seem, and Sloth taking out Tricky is not going to make the retake any easier as the plant is confirmed. Kusic does manage to downhaul Gorgona, who pushes his way through the closet, but the kills are just raining in here. In fact, for RCTIC, they do stand a chance, but Officer on the window is going to have to do a lot more in this round. The Southmark takes out Benja, 2 versus 2. Perhaps this rush was a little bit of an overstep. RCTIC did have that control above, and the retake is going somewhat to plan, but only a few seconds. Tricky takes out Officer as he jumps in the window above. That's the Razor Bloom claiming him. Grizzly has to hop in and take out Kusic, and he gets the second! No way he manages that! What a round! The run out almost working out for the Mute, but Grizzly is wise to it, and a chaotic end to a rush strat that just about pays off for Heroic.
Oh, Grizzly, that was nuts. Absolutely nuts. How on earth did that work? RCTIC, everything is apart from, there was one, I think it was the master bedroom hold. Apart from that one, and actually, and the kitchen as well. So 4 out of the 6 rounds have been pretty close. Like, and that's good for RCTIC. That's a really good sign. But now, this is where the real challenge begins. Most teams can defend. Attacking is a whole other ball game. They've got South Park on a really, really good performance. It's been gifted the Thinker as well. I'm loving this Zero can bring the hard breach, as well as all those wooden floors. Suddenly, you have line of sight through all of them, vertical all the way from the basement, all the way to the top. And you can remove any pesky bandit charges or frost mats or anything that might cause a few issues. I think this is one of his most effective maps across the entire pool.
I feel as though we can say normal service has resumed now, right? Navi, you know, a bit of a scare at the very start of that half with RCTIC taking the first 2 defensive rounds, but now Heroic, they're sitting pretty on top of Mount Olympus. They have control, you know, they've gone from 0 to hero is what I'm trying to say. And this is where we expect them to be as the heroes that are Heroic. That was an accidental pun. I was doing a whole Hercules bit, and I guess I'm just cleverer than I realise. You know, sometimes things just fall into place for me. The stars align.
Jerry, you do yourself a disservice. You are. That was some big brain stuff. Your subconscious knew what it was doing.
I was waiting for you to just like rag on me there and like
No,
slap me back down.
I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, you got to bring me back down to earth, quite honestly. I think my ego's growing a bit too large.
Alright, I'll remember that for next time.
Don't let me get too big at heads. It's dangerous. You don't want to see me with a massive head. It's quite scary. I've
It's
got a
fine.
big enough head already.
We'll just put a hat on it. It's fine. It's okay.
That's the solution to everything today.
Anyway, back in this one, and to be fair, minute in, usually, I mean, it feels like today especially has been the case where we've seen so much action in the first minute. This feels a bit like back to normality, doesn't it? It's been a while since we got a kill. It's actually Sloth who takes the first, so peeks the window. That's Diffuser dropped as well as the Hibana going down. She's at least opened some angles in. which gives some credence to the Arctic's approach. The frag grenade's going through as well, but Sloth is still available to try and take the engagement, but it's Tricky who takes the tricky engagement and pushes through. Now Grizzly has to take the position that his teammate who just fell was holding.
Sloth dying early. I feel that we're back to the heroic of old. Uno's gone, and when the cat's away, the Sloth will play, it would seem. But he is gone for the moment, and now the rest of heroic, they have to step it up in place of, you know, this is the kind of switch that they've been making, essentially, is over EUL. He's been the one to sort of sit back on defense and make sure he survives until the late game, but they're going to have to do without him. Nikiwu is currently sort of rotating to try and rejoin the rest of Arctic, picking up that diffuser. That's why we're seeing a little bit of a stall out here at the moment. 40 seconds left. Tricky just above, trying to make sure he's in a good position to get some kind of post-plant, I guess, but they haven't emptied out the site yet, and he needs to start working these floorboards to pressure these defenders to make sure that they're not just sitting inside a site and waiting to receive Arctic. Taking their time. They're taking a bit too long here for my money. Look, 20 seconds left. They need something. Finally, they get the entry that they need before the execute officer goes down.
15 seconds. I mean, I was like, just do something. Just like prodding Arctic, like, please. Monks at least gets one, so the kills are coming their way, but it doesn't matter if you don't get a diffuser down. And I don't think anyone's picked it up. South Park has just collected it, but doesn't have enough time. Gorgona's waiting. What went wrong? It's making, like, I'm choking, but I think Arctic choked too.
Yeah. Good save, good save. It's not every time you see a round win completely on the timer with that many players still up, right? That just felt like Arctic dropped the ball, and they didn't quite have the coordination in the final minute to get all the pieces moving, get them all set up in the right places, and you could see it in the way that that Heroic were holding that, the way that Gorgona was just holding that angle at the very end with the 9mm on Frost. He was like, you know, when are they going to come? When am I going to have to fire? Like, it was surprising for them, and they'll take that one every day of the week. Arctic just need to step up the pace a little bit. Perhaps this basement defense, or basement attack for their perspective, will give them a bit more, you know, direct entrance to site, no necessary clear. You know, you can just go for those breaches very, very early and try and pressure the site pretty quickly. That might be actually what they need, and Heroic going here is an interesting move. They're playing this for techers, I think, at this point. They want to flex their site rotation. They want to make sure that they practice every single site to, you know, get some good practice going into the major.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and
I just love looking at the compared to some of the guys. It shows the veteran status of some of these players. Look at Grizzly's lifetime stats, man. 60 to 32 on that opening KD. That is a mean feat to have that across your entire lifetime playing in this sort of both Yukon and now MPL as well. Benja, though, taking that opening kill, he said he wasn't really on that stat too much, wasn't too hot on it, but this time on defense will bring the heat to Tricky, and he's the one to take the first blood. But Kusik at least managing to trade back, and that's the mute taken off the board. The sledge is a big punishment for Arctic, right?
And I laugh, you can see the position that Benja was in when he died there. He's absolutely going for the peaks, you know, he's feeling fraggy, he wants to go for it. Officer, though, punishing the waltz in through that window. South Park, you know, whether there was a miscall there or a missed drone, either way he's been punished, and so is Monks, as now suddenly it's only 2 remaining for Arctic. They've got a lot to do, no intel on Murat, and he's playing fast and loose up here. They've stuck him on that roam, and he's just gonna do whatever he wants, expecting the push here. Lands the third. Murat adding to the show reel, and there we go, finally dealt with by Nikiwoot, but the last one standing, he's got to put off a 1v4 clutch, pops in the bathroom window, grabs that defuse, but Grizzly isn't making his job easy, sending these warning shots. It looks like the vultures are circling from Heroic. They all want a piece of the action here. Sloth will grab him for free, just coming up really aggressive. You don't expect that if you're on Heroic, or on Arctic rather. And there we have it. Is that 6 now already? Is this match point?
Every season, how does Murat get away with this stuff? Like, every time.
He loves the camera.
Like, I think, like, you know, I always say Murat is built different, but come on, like at a certain point, you've got to just shut him down just a little bit. Stop letting him get triple kills. It's every single time, man. But still, at least for Mr. Officer, he gets his show reel, as you said. But also for Heroic, looks like they're going to have an early finish, despite how competitive it looked in that first half. Rogue are just kind of running away with this one, and they're on that point.
You call them Rogue? Where'd that come from?
Rogue. I am Rogue. No.
You're deep in the source. You are Rogue. This ain't EUL. So, don't worry, Navi. Sometime we can dream. So 6 rounds on the trot for Heroic, and that's exactly what we expected in terms of the performance, in terms of the dominance. And there was that early scare. I said 7-2 at one point, and it's looking like it's going to be that now. RCTIC, they haven't lost the plot necessarily. They've been playing decently, but they're just being outlast here. A couple of mistakes there really cost them. Just that hop in the window, losing your star player, Southpark. He doesn't deserve that. It's almost like watching, a Harry Kane at the front of a team, and he's just not getting the service that he deserves a lot of the time. Just being misdroned, it would seem, and gets punished by Murat in that round, and it just fell apart from there. But there's still a chance. They are still attacking Chalet. That is the one thing they have to fall back on. They are expected almost to win at least one round, even against an EUL side. And maybe this is the place they do it. Bar Gaming coming out from Heroic. And I like this setup, this mirror setup where you have someone stuck inside of that library closet just to protect the mirror itself. Prevent any sort of X-Kairos or anything going down onto it. They've also got the electrocution of the bandit battery to prevent that sort of play. Second mirror placed down inside the closet on the bottom floor just to protect the site. And it's a puzzle that RCTIC have to solve.
Yeah, it's a puzzle. Have they done their Sudoku? Have they done their crossword? Have they managed to solve Heroic's defensive hold on Chalet? But okay, that's a good opening move for sure.
It's the edges.
Also removed.
Do the edges first, right? On a puzzle.
Yeah, can't get any triple kills if you're dead. This is just a way to shut down that show reel now. Don't want to appear too much in the end of Murat highlights for each year when it gets posted on Twitter. But RCTIC having that opening kill puts him in a really strong position. But like you said, it's still having to piece together the rest of this puzzle, because even in a 4 vs 5, we've seen this already. Even when they don't have the man advantage, Heroic is lethal, and you need to have that coordination.
Benja's just lurking. Oryx as well, he's playing for Tekkas right now, just sitting in that basement, but it's Nikiwoot to find the kill feed first as Sloth goes down. Down goes Grizzly. So far, completely dominant from RCTIC. Finally a response as Gorgona sends a care package up in the way of Southpark. 2 versus 4, and it looks like Benja wants to get a bit dicey on the top floor now. He's doing a full tour, giving us a full tour of the entirety of Chalet. Does have a ping towards a drone, decides to use that Rima dash to clear the gulf that may have been being held from the windows, now holding this power position. Top of fireplace stairs. Sends some bullets the way of Nikiwoot stepping into that doorway. Just don't do it. We've seen so many players, namely Officer, do that number of times so far this game, and you're always going to have the advantage from this vantage point. Benja, though, taking some flak as he crosses that sight line. Tricky takes the return fire, but he finds Gorgona, and now it's a 1 versus 3. Benja has to do something monumental here.
But with 25 seconds, has the diffuser as well. I'm not quite sure if Benja noticed this. The battery, the electrifying nature of it will take down Tricky just a little bit, but that could be the difference. Honestly, that smaller advantage is something they can run with.
Oh no, the diffuser!
What? Reloading the LMG. The diffuser's not even with them. What's going on? There we go. Just about RCTIC close it down. Maybe Benja getting a little too... okay, never mind. Never mind. Benja, sorry, there was nothing you could do there, mate.
No, that was a call, or he noticed a pixel that we didn't. That was a beautiful bit of reaction there from Tricky on the sledge. Nicely played by him all the way through that round as well. He was making stuff happen. And a round goes the way of RCTIC. They're closing the gap. they're fighting for a single point here, but more importantly, they're fighting for what would be an incredible scalp to take if they do manage to bring this even to overtime. 100% improvement, says Nicky. I believe that's a reference to the total round count they've amassed over the course of the previous 2 matches. Yeah, it is 7-1 they lost and 7-2 against Victus and Navi. It's 7-3 at least against the EUL Titans.
But speaking of round count, Heroic has already played in the MPL on Chalet, also against an EUL side in Navi. They won that 7-3.
Arctic equals Navi, question mark?
I know, right? I mean, it shows
Ignore the
that
fact they lost 7-2 to them.
they also, it's like a circle, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a very strange circle right now. They've all played each other in the first 3 Playdays. Really strange that it's fallen that way, but yeah. I can't believe we're in the situation. Arctic, I mean, the hope is still there. I feel like, you know, I've got Snurrelife just sort of sitting in the back of my mind, and he's cheering these guys on. Ubros as well. Everyone from the Nordic region is going ballistic at this point, cheering on the underdogs. And to be honest, I'm with them. I want to see the underdogs win this one.
Oh yeah, definitely. I predicted. I think everyone predicted Heroic.
Everyone will take a hit on the predictions, but that doesn't matter.
Yeah,
if everyone's a loser, everyone's a winner.
Everyone will gladly see this go the other way, just because it really makes things interesting, and it's something that we've been setting up as this storyline where, sort of, the king of UKIM previously, Doki, has gone to G2. Oh,
sit right down. Take
What?
several seats. Goodness me.
Doesn't even matter. Look, all I was going to say is maybe the pressure is mounting for Heroic because they still, despite this core competing for so long, have not won a National League title. Are they about to get upset by Arctic? It's certainly upsetting for their players so far.
It's just the narrative we have to peddle, and I mean, Arctic are making it easy for us as they find the entry kill here. And another! Southbark gets one, and Grizzly thankfully with a response, otherwise that was really beginning to slip out of Heroic's hands. Grizzly will retake this power position. Top of Solarian bathroom door. But they do still find themselves a man down. Southbark has a frag in hand as well. There's still plenty of utility on the side of Arctic. They still got all of the hard breach potential in the hands of Kusik. No wall denial either for Heroic, and Sloth should realistically be pushed back out of this position, but a reminder that this is of course a kitchen site, so Sloth is the one roaming here. He hasn't been dealt with, and a problem last time for Arctic on this take was the timer. They need to get moving.
If they keep waiting, they're going to time themselves out. After this, pardon pun, heroic performance from them, do you really want to go out based on the clock running out? It's just not the way you want to go. You want to go through all guns blazing, giving it everything you got, but it does seem a little bit of a weakness for them, this hesitance to just pull the trigger, something that we praise Grizzly for, just, you know, going straight for the hills, jumping in that window and taking the aim tool. At some point, Arctic is going to do the same. They're peeking around the corner. Tricky removes Sloth. And with 40 seconds, it's a 4-on-2. This is doable. Grizzly with the run out just about pings him. Goes down to 25, but with 30 seconds, Officer goes down as well. South Park.
How does he do it? Jesus. Wept, that is astounding. Look at this, we are 6-4 now. Arctic are closing the gap. The belief is there again. 2 rounds on the trot. What do you do if you're Heroic? I mean, again, I feel like they're playing for techers here, right? That again is just it's a 6-4 play. That is, I mean, it's a 6 rounds in a row play, and they just lost a round. They need to grab this by the scruff of the neck, Heroic. They need to make sure that they aren't left sitting out cold, because Arctic, they are the ones that are taking them to the freezer right now. They're putting on a clinic, and it's hilarious. It's just hilarious. I can't deal with it, though.
This is...
lost for words.
This is nuts. This is actually nuts. But Arctic, yes, they've brought it to 6-4, but they still got to win 2 more rounds. This mountain never stops It is relentless in its approach because RCTIC have done a smashing job to bring it this close. They've still got to win 2 more rounds, and if they potentially even want to get to the point of winning the game, they've got to win another 2. Like, they're only halfway there to winning this game. And that's the crazy thing, and they cannot put a single foot wrong. Heroic know this. They know that they are the favorites for sure in this matchup. They know that they should win on paper. At some point, they've got to look at themselves and go, all right, look, something's going wrong. Let's just chill out. Let's remember who we are, what we can do, and let's just play our game. Stop with the messing about a little bit. Or maybe just send it and see what happens. Who knows? Every time I count Heroic out or I count them in, something odd and weird happens.
Odd and weird has been the name of the day. The name of the game, the word of the day, whatever you want to call it. Officer, he is lurking down here beneath South Park. Feels as though this is decent ground being made by RCTIC. They've cleared a lot of this top floor that they want to get going. Heroic hard sticking this kitchen, it would seem. They want to get this right. They need to make sure it isn't a weak point that anyone can identify. You think about VOD review, you think about how important it's going to be going into the majors, and they maybe thought, this game has gone on a little bit too long. We need to shut this down, and fast. Officer still lurking beneath. I don't know what to think right now, Navi. There's a bit of a stall coming through from RCTIC, it would seem, as they're still not clearing this top floor, but where are they? Where even? I can't see them on my screen. A little bit pixelated, to be fair, in my defense, but yeah, there we go. Okay, we've got them taking control of Fireplace. It's as though they're not too concerned about the top floor. They've got these sightlines open. They're protecting any sort of vertical play that could be made against them should they go for an execute, and I think their focus is just on getting this main breach open.
My worry is Heroic, because I feel like they've also sort of pulled off the gas slightly. Because instead of everybody playing hyper-aggressive and going for plays, they're allowing Sloth that freedom, but everyone else is in sort of specific roam positions to hold. You've got Officer downstairs, and you've got, I believe, Sloth and Grizzly on the top floor. And then there's 2 players on site anchoring that. They're sort of covering their bases, seeing if any player can get a bit of an advantage, but they don't push it too far. And because of that, RCTIC haven't been in a position where they've managed to find that opening kill. Found any advantage is 30 seconds, and yes, there's still 5 RCTIC players alive, but it's still 5 for Heroic. Officer still hasn't been found. South Park just about walks past him with neither of the players aware. Benja at least gets the first onto Nikki, getting tagged by South Park, but he goes down as well. Sloth pulls it through. Kusik has to jump through. Sloth closes it. So does Gorgona. The last one comes through. It's a clean sweep for Heroic, and they take that game incredibly close. But 7-4, not the scoreline we were expecting, but certainly a scoreline we are glad we got.
Yeah, what a performance from RCTIC. You have to commend them. And that final round as well, Heroic, they just burnt through the timer and RCTIC melted. Unfortunately, it's just not enough for this aspiring Finnish squad to take down the EUL Titans. But 7-4 is a very respectable scoreline for them, and the performance they put on, the individual performances as well from South Park and Tricky in particular. Nikiwu had a great showing. There was some excellent stuff on offer, and they can be proud of themselves, but that is the result that we were very much expecting at the end of the day.
Absolutely, but we talked a lot today about mental, and I feel like RCTIC has really showed us what they can do. They're into this impossible task to take down, and they're still fighting in every single round, every single second. And you compare this maybe to Coalesce, who started very strong, and then suddenly sort of Ambush just had their number and they kind of fell apart a little bit. This is night and day different. This is RCTIC really going, okay, we'll take whatever you can throw at us. Keep giving it to us. We love this. We're going to keep fighting. And it's so refreshing, because now, if they can bring Heroic to 7-4, well, now you can't sleep on RCTIC. Suddenly, it went from looking like a team where, oh, this should be one of the easier matchups, to they push Heroic harder than Navi pushed them. Like, come
It's
on.
true.
Like, what do
On
you
the same
do when
map.
you look at these upcoming matches?
I mean, yeah, better than Chalet. They've better than Navi rather on Chalet against Heroic, and they've more than doubled their tally of rounds for the season against the EUL Titans. That's really, really something. The mental fortitude is there. It just makes you wonder, what can they do against lesser opposition now? But I think that's just incredible. XR Troika, as I see, you've got the wrong name tag there. Maybe it's the hat thing. They've got confused by the hat thing.
I'm Ollie. I'm Ollie.
Yeah,
now.
you're Ollie. I'm really looking forward to seeing this interview, which we're going to get as we throw it over to the desk. Maybe we'll hear them say, oh, we did a little bit of trolling. I feel like that's probably what's on the cards. But Ian, Demo, Ollie, why don't you take us through that match?
Cheers, Jerry. Cheers, Navi. Heroic, as you might have expected, put on quite the performance there to get the job done. We will talk more about Heroic in a minute, but as you can see, Demo and X rejoin me on our virtual analyst desk. It's also magical. X. RCTIC put up a bit of a scrap there, didn't they? It's quite impressive stuff from them, to be fair.
They did, and it was certainly scrappy, wasn't it? Like, we were watching that, and it was great. We were getting full ad-libs from Demo as we were in the analyst chat, watching that one together, and it was oh, what? I can't believe it. Almost every single round.
I thought that was Demo then.
It was good, wasn't it? It was a really good impression.
That was good. I'd have gone a bit higher, like, oh God, I can't believe it. I'd have gone something like that, but
just give it a bit more. But Demo was getting animated, and we were as well. It was a very, very scrappy game, and I think that Heroic have, they've got it over the line. They were going to win that match, but RCTIC put up a good fight, and you've got to commend them for that.
You feeling a bit of a series of bulldozing from Heroic as we go along here, Demo?
It's certainly starting to shape up that way. I think Heroic now are in kind of prime position, just to keep on this momentum, just to keep it rolling. I mean, overall for that game, it wasn't easy for Heroic. I'll give RCTIC, the credit where it's deserved. It was supposed to be a stomp. It was every day of the week you would say RCTIC win there, and some people would say, myself included, they don't even get around just because that's how good Heroic have looked. But no, they come out swinging right from the get-go, kind of catch Heroic a little bit flat-footed, and sadly, though, in the kind of middle part of the game, Heroic really started to rack up a good number of rounds, and then you're sitting there at 6-2, it has to be over. But RCTIC still just hanging in there for a little bit longer, but sadly, it just wasn't enough.
Speaking of hanging in there, apparently hanging like a sloth on a tree is Sloth right now, who's just joined us. Sloth! A wild sloth has entered the building! How's it going? It's been a while. How's life?
It has been a while. Good man. How are you?
Yeah, it's been a long time. Did you expect as much of a fight as you just got there from RCTIC?
I mean, I think no. I think we trolled a little bit too hard. I'll be fairly honest. That was a bit of a stupid game from us, but they didn't play bad. Just we just like that. The biggest way to describe that is a colossal troll. That was what it was on our end. That shouldn't have been anywhere near that close from us. But. They did play well, so.
A colossal troll. I like that. I mean, the thing is, you guys, you will troll at times, but just like Navi, you guys take this very seriously, and you have that extra reason to do so, because with your roster, you've never won a national league. So how seriously and how important is the Northern Premier League to you guys?
I mean, it's definitely got some level of importance for us, it's not the priority at the minute. The priority is focusing on Charlotte, of course, but, we still want to win the league. We're not going to focus it over European League, but we will definitely still, definitely put more input in. Put more effort in than we did today, let's put it that way. Like, today should sort of be like a kick of the arse going, oh, yeah, this is what happens when you don't play properly. You need to start going,
Do you think sometimes as a team with your levels of success and you're very positive as a roster, every so often do you need that little kick up the backside to remind you that you can't play games with some of these teams?
Yeah, I think that's necessary. I think that, as I say, they didn't play bad today, at all, and I think that that sort of should, like, today, we should just take from today, that even if it is NPL, we still need to we still need to put some effort in,
Yeah, and just before I let you go, what do you make of some of the competition that you're seeing on display here in the Northern Premier League?
I think the UK on top. I think the UK teams are looking very good. Victus look good. 86 look good. MNMA looked decent as well. Yeah, like Skiddy's been popping off. I think that one of them three will take the CL spot from the NPL season. So it's good to see. You know, it's good to see UK talent. You know, it's good to see them coming up.
I remember when, I mean, you were coming up at one point, Sloth, so you know what it feels like when you get put on a platform where you can really show what you can do, don't you? You know what that's all about.
Oh, definitely. I think as well, with it being NPL now, I know it seems a lot more professional with the two leagues combined. And then on top of that as well, it's like a better space for players to be able to show their ability because they've got more variety of teams. And I know it's a bit disappointing, you know, that M&M aren't playing with the main roster. But on the other hand, you know, it gives another team the chance to show what they're made of.
Yeah, exactly. Sloth, congratulations on your win. It's been good to see you again, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your night.
Yeah, cheers, pal.
Cheers, Sloth. See you soon. All right, some bold predictions there in regards to who he thinks will take the CL spot, and you can't really argue with him, Demo.
No, I think Sloth's usually, you know, on the money for stuff like that. You know, I'm sure the players at the moment, you know, obviously professional players, they're going to have a much better pulse on how, you know, who's to watch, who's going to be, you know, the next players, who are the next people up to bat. So yeah, I think he'll have a good understanding, you know, fundamentally, mechanically, everything that goes into making a great player. He'll know what that's all about.
Yeah, and he knows what it's all about to be a player that gets noticed and be part of a roster that really climbs through the ranks as well in leagues like this, X. And it's nice to see that he recognises that going on around him.
Yeah, it was quite funny actually, and you sounded very old there in the interview. You're like, I remember when, you know, I remember when you were just a nipper, and you were coming up sloth, a wee sloth on the tree. But you know, you're right, and that's the beauty of the National League and what is now known as Northern Premier League is that these players that are at the top of it have reaped the benefit of it growing, and they know what it's like to come up and rise through those ranks. And you know, we're seeing it happen again to a degree every single iteration, every single season, and it's nice to see the sort of old guard really acknowledging those new players coming through.
Right, guys, we are going to throw to a bit of a break. MNM Academy versus TENSTAR is on the way. Uncle Ian's feeling a little bit under the weather, so you're going to have Jerry stepping in, doing his thing as your lead host, and I'll be back with you very shortly. But it's been good to be back and enjoy the rest of this night. We have got some amazing best of ones lined up for you. Like I said, MNM Academy versus TENSTAR, then Victus versus Viperio 86 will follow on from that. Demo and X will be calling all the action from the next one, and we'll be back in a few minutes' time.
My name's Will. I'm a C4 tetraplegic following a cycling accident in July 2012. I got back into gaming in 2013 when I found out about Special Effect. The first time I came, I really didn't know what to expect. I've been playing a lot of games prior to my accident, and of that, FIFA was one of the main games I had played, and literally within half an hour we had the shoulder switches and had FIFA set up. I've got movement of the shoulders, but limited hand movement. So I've got two shoulder switches. They can be set up for whichever trigger button you need them for. For example, you've got X on one shoulder, circle on the other. So for FIFA, that's two button modes and chin control, like the one I use for my chair, on the analog stick to control the ball. I was quite fortunate that after being to visit Special Effect the first time, I took all the equipment home with me, and it gave me a couple of months to actually get to grips with, you know, whether it's something that I was going to enjoy and something that was going to be suitable for my needs, and it certainly was. And then I got the links to purchasing the right equipment. Games are another aspect of the life I had prior to my accident, and a real social occasion. Great to be competitive with friends or just to pass time myself. When I was in hospital, I was seeking advice as to what would still be possible, and I had been told that I wouldn't be able to play games like FIFA again. I'm just really grateful I managed to find out about Special Effect, that I've had this opportunity to get back into gaming, and I wouldn't have been able to do it without Special Effect, and I would recommend it to anyone else in a similar position.
3 quick kills, 4 quick kills coming.
And Slaughter just picks them apart.
To try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates. Prince steps up huge for ambush. 3 kills. All E1 DCs. What?
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to the Northern Premier League Playday 3. I am not Ian Chambers, and I'm joined here by not Ollie and not Demo, Snurrelith and Novi. Novi, I'll come to you first. How are you feeling before this matchup, MNM Academy versus TENSTAR?
I'm feeling good. I feel like today we've had first 2 games were a little bit sleeper, and then RCTIC really, put a show on for us. So I feel like we're in a steady rise, and we're going to get better and better at games as we go through.
What about you, Thomas? How's it going? Thank you very much for stepping in at last notice as well, short notice to cast with Novi later. What do you think about this game?
Always happy to be here, and of course looking forward to cast with Novi as well. And it's, again, so people can see the 2 of us, me and Jerry, that is in the same room, to just reassure people that we are actually 2 different people. I'm really looking forward to this next game, because I think this next game is going to be the first game for both teams, or not the first game, but it's going to be a really important game to really get momentum going for either team. MNM Academy and TENSTAR have both won and lost in the previous week, and this is sort of like, okay, where's the sort of the middle ground of the table? Like, how are the teams going to shape up in terms of where they're going to end up on the table? And I think in that way, it's going to tell us as a talent, and of course the viewers and the teams themselves, a lot to get a good competitive game between these 2 teams. I really think that we're going to see I'm hoping for a contested matchup. We haven't had the first OT of the season yet, and I wouldn't be surprised if it came in this particular matchup.
Certainly could happen, and you look at these 2 teams as well come the end of the season, could be a massive difference maker, this one game, when it comes to determining those Challenger League spots. We're going to have a look at the MNM Academy roster first, and Novi, these guys, they've had an interesting history, haven't they?
Yeah, so despite being on, the brand that is M&M, this was previously Into the Breach's roster, or the core of it was. And that, especially going into TENSTAR, sort of presents a few issues. Into the Breach kind of got gatekept by TENSTAR, like Rumble, like knocked out, prevented from qualifying to Yukon 1. Knocked out by TENSTAR. TENSTAR has been keeping them at bay. However, there's been a few changes. You got Eco coming into the fold as well. There's a lot of players who have shown talent in various teams. I believe Eco used to be on Vexed, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong. But also Skiddy was this sort of like hot talent that came in at 18, really showed us he had a lot of potential. And when he's players with experience and more talent, he's really got this good platform where he can show us he is a future star talent that we should be keeping our eyes on. He has a lot of potential, and this is a good sort of nest for him to grow.
We were looking at sort of Playday 1, Playday 2 MVPs. He was the MVP of Playday 1, Skiddy, so certainly one to watch out for. But like you say, this whole roster is stacked to the 9s. Snarlife, we're going to have a look at the next roster, of course, TENSTAR. These guys, they've stuck it out for a while together. And a lot of people have them as their sort of primary occupants of that CL spot. What do you make of these guys?
I mean, I can attest to that sentiment. I was going to say to a statement, because the first thing I've heard, or like the recurring theme that has been going on, like talking to you guys, my colleagues from the UK, it's been like, so which is the strongest team coming from the UK region right now? Like, realistically speaking, you're all like TENSTAR. So I bought into the hype and everything, and a little bit disappointed with the loss in the first play week, perhaps, but I am seeing the potential there. Like the performances by Jags, of course, in particular. Of course, I point him out because he's the Nordic player on the roster, of course. But I'm really looking forward to seeing them against MNM Academy, like I said earlier, because I want to see how they do against what should be like. What you guys are setting up this to be a massive clash, particularly because they have so much history together. So I'm dying to really get to see this sort of like UK narrative play out in front of me, and just actually not cast this one and just sit back and look and be like with Novi and be like, so this is what you're talking about, because this matchup is smoking. But yeah, again, Savage as well, a player that I know well from earlier tournaments, of course, and Rolo, Leader, and Azra also been trying to step up here in the NPL. So again, there's a reason why I'm excited for this matchup, despite coming from the Nordics.
It is a really, really good matchup, this one. One for the viewers, for certain.
Absolutely.
Novi, what do you think about these two players that we've decided to highlight here? We've got some numbers for you. Piece them apart, pick them apart, piece them together. Do what you want with them.
Yeah, this is a really interesting one, and I'm glad it's these two players have been highlighted. Slightly different operators that they choose to pick, but when we look at our stats actually right at the beginning in the prep phase, we had the top 5 players are top 5 opening KD, and both of these players were present. 8-4, 6-2. The KDRs are putting through, and the cost definitely higher on Jeg, so it shows that Skiddies might be the first one through the door. And, you know, might be able to open a few things up, but isn't necessarily leaning as well into the other roles. But then again, MNM Academy, they are this sort of yes, it's the core of Into the Breach, but they're still a fledgling team. So it wouldn't surprise me compared to TENSTAR, which is this roster which has been, you know, Jegs has a very defined role within it. MNM, yes, it's this core that's come in, but they're still trying to find that real sort of roles of who's doing what, who's responsible, who's accountable, and making it work. But these are 100% the two players to keep your eye on. They are so, so good.
I mean, I'm just super impressed with Jags and his performance in the previous week as well. Like, he had such an amazing start to the season. I mean, sure, Skitty did get the first ace of the season, though, so of course he can crown that for himself for the rest of the season. But again, looking at how many opening kills there are for Jags as well, getting 8 in a matter of 2 playdays is quite a lot, even though, of course, you could argue that Skitty, percentage-wise, is a bit higher than it. Still proves that Jags, when the door is opened, it's usually Jags charging in from the other side of it.
So a virtually unchanged 10-star roster, a slightly new look MNM Academy side, but MNM Academy, they've always had, or this roster, this core roster, have always felt that 10-star are a bit of a duck team. Thomas, I'm going to actually come back to you for this one, because it's a day for putting people on the spot. You know, we've had a bit of pep roulette today, Mr. Officer coming in, and now I'm here, now you're here. I think I want to hear from you. What is going to be the real difference maker? If we're going to see an MNM Academy win here, what are they going to have to do against 10-star? What are they going to have to make an improvement on their previous matches?
Putting people on the spot. I see how it's like. Okay,
That's what we do.
Can we get Ian back? Like, I know he's sick and everything, but it's just like this is no.
I guess I've been fired.
No, I don't. I wish I had that power, dude. But no. But you're doing great. No, but honestly, seriously speaking, MNM Academy. One thing that worried me a little bit last week was that they seemed a little bit like inconsistent in their first matchup. I felt like they really had the signs of like a relatively fresh roster in terms of being put together. That's MNM Academy that I'm talking about now, by the way. And I just felt like it was a bit like a couple of like first day, second day nerves they're going through MNM Academy, whereas their second showing, I do believe it was the second game that they won, wasn't it? I'm just making sure here so I don't I'm not completely off. Yes, that was the second one. Yeah. And I just felt that that was a game of Theme Park, if I remember correctly. Now I remember. And they just looked so much more in control in both of map control in terms of holding power positions, refusing to allow the opposition getting a foothold inside of Theme Park almost literally at some rounds. And I do think if MNM Academy keeps that, 10-star is going to have to try and improve on just playing down into the weaknesses of MNM Academy, try and flood some of those power positions, take control of the map quickly, because MNM Academy has shown that they are capable of playing discipline. They have a lot of experience in that team, even though they are like relatively speaking a new-ish roster. They have quite a lot of experience on that team, and I think 10-star is gonna have a strong, it's gonna be a tough matchup. But if we're gonna see the 10-star that you guys have been bragging about, and the guys that you all like, when you say 10-star, I get see sparkles in your eyes, then I do think that 10-star will make a good showing tonight, which is why I predicted them to win. But I have warned them on Twitter, if they lose this one as well, 10-star that is, that's it for me in predicting 10-star. I'm not gonna buy into the hype anymore. Just saying.
Bold words. Well, we have our two teams, and now all we need is a map to see them battle down.
You're not going to put him on the spot?
I'm going to put Novi on the spot. I want to hear him.
Okay.
No, I mean, he's going to talk about the maps, right? That's it. It's his turn now.
Great.
What do you think of Bank, Novi?
I've never ever spoken to you like one-to-one until now, and you're just like completely just putting me in it on the spot. It's fine. All right, I'll take it. Okay, we're going to Bank. Okay, this is a map that MNM Academy haven't banned once, you know, so far. I know it's very, very early on, to be fair, But it's just interesting the fact that they've been open to allowing the other team to do so. Same thing actually for TENSTAR. And interesting enough, TENSTAR lost on this map to Viperio 86. So for MNM Academy, I know they've got the coach, I think it's Peakseye as well, and they've got support staff behind them. If they're paying attention, if they go over that VOD, they can see exactly what TENSTAR did wrong, and it kind of levels the playing field. Because one of the things we say is so good about TENSTAR is Kangaroo Kenny and the support staff behind that team. That's one of the things that makes this team so strong. You get a bit of information in them, you can level the playing field.
But I'm not gonna be like super rude towards TENSTAR now, but this is kind of the thing that we're like the narrative we're kind of spinning previous week as well. That Kangaroo Kenny is like, okay, they're gonna go back to bank, even though Viperio won on bank and played at number 1, and even though TENSTAR probably had them figured out, they still lost on bank. So to go back to bank, I think is a very bold decision by TENSTAR, but I also think it proves the confidence that the support staff and the players have in themselves. And I think it's is it a good decision, a bad decision? That's usually impossible to say, because at the end of the day, 10 players are going to play this game out in front of our eyes, and who shows up on the day, that's for, of course, the players to determine.
All right, well, who is going to show up on the day? There's only one way to find out as we head to bank with X and Demo. Take it away, boys.
Jerry, thank you very much indeed. Well, Demo, here we are. Game for us to get our teeth stuck into here. I'm thoroughly looking forward to this one. I know there's a lot of people out there that are going to be interested to see MNM Academy and TENSTAR facing it off. They are two of the more popular teams that are, as we've already mentioned, these are the ones that we're going to be looking toward when we're talking about that Challenger League spot that is up for grabs at the end of NPL. And, well, we're better than to send it on to bank.
Bank, this is a map that you need to be ready for. It's not an easy map to play. It's just not one of those let's turn up and see what happens. There is a lot of mythology that kind of goes into the history of Bank. It's kind of known to be that slower paced map, always has been. You need to make sure you can solidify. I think drone work comes into a lot of this. A big old roamer map that we see plenty of times. People doing extensions now has kind of been the recent thing of time, hasn't it, Ollie? Where we see these extensions in towards, the tellers and in towards open area, and that's for like a basement defense. There's a lot now how Bank has kind of turned around and how it's got this kind of new meta going around compared to the olden days.
Certainly is. It's a map that's been reintroduced after very subtle changes. But the way that it plays has obviously changed given the vast array of different operators that are now available in the game that is Siege. One of those operators is going to be Osa, and they are going to find themselves banned very quickly. Osa first removed there by MNM. Now, if you're very new to Osa, or you're very new to Siege, or you're new to Bank in the reintroduction, Osa is a fantastic pickup, and you can really get a lot of work done on the windows, particularly with those movable, deployable, bulletproof shields. So that's something that is going to get removed fairly swiftly. It's kind of a common pick to see that removed on a Bank. What that does do, though, is it does soak up one of the bans, and the bans can be very pressured on a map like Bank, especially when you're going to be leaving things like a Hibana. You're going to ban out the Cade. You're going to leave the Maverick in. That's a lot of potential, especially when you're going to start going down to a basement first. You've potentially given away a lot of control there. With the way that those bans have panned out.
Yeah, good mention there for the also, Ollie. It's a strong operator for the windows if you're looking towards the top floor. Very, very difficult to deal with. Helps a lot in post-plant scenarios, of course, as we know. You can set up shields, just cover the diffuser for days. But then again, that opens up, like you said, it opens up things like hard breachers are now open. Habana's made it through. We're seeing Thatcher open if he wants to be brought. I don't think he's going to be needed, of course, as Kai's been banned off the board anyway, even though those attacker bans came up first. We're seeing now Finka. It has been such a turnaround for this operator. If you think about where this operator was about a year ago, Wally, to where she is now, you would never have called that this operator would be as good as what she is. She's so good. You have the Gon 6, the nades, the gun. Let's not go into the LNG meta. Let's not go there. And it has become a big crutch for quite a lot of teams. So, TENSTAR, they're feeling confident because they themselves, they'll play that. We've seen Savage, we've seen Jegs, they'll play that operator. So, they themselves are feeling confident that they don't need that.
Especially when you're going to ban something like that away, it really does open up the attackers, and you've got even more options now for you. You've got the full range of hard destruction available. You've got the Thatcher available. You don't really need to worry too much about your attacks. Sure, the Finker, if you're going to ban the Finker, it's going to get removed. There's a lot of things that you can replace that with. Not everyone quite does it as well as a Finker, but most will do it just as good. Leader going to pick up the first kill there onto Eco as this roam game is being pressured, and Akari actually goes for the challenge there. Will be taken down by Savage. This extension not really working too well at all, and we can see that MNM, they've still got themselves spread fairly thinly. There's actually nobody occupying the site at the moment. Gon6 going off in the distance. Nerf just opening the hatch so that he has got the opportunity to drop off if required. C4 going to be used there as Az is going to be taken down on the vert. Jeg's sitting pretty low as well, so while the early man count advantage has certainly gone in the way of TENSTAR, all isn't lost just yet.
Say that. Another kill does fall in favor of TENSTAR. That's a good refrag from Nerf. Knows he needs to get a kill by it, needs to do something, and he went up the stairs and got one, so that was good from Nerf, and it does give them a slight hope, but still not looking good. And keep in mind, there's a boatload of utility still up from TENSTAR. You have the Ings, you have the nades, you have the smokes, and I mean, in terms of denial, there is zilch from MNM. There is nothing on board. No Jaeger, no Wamai. So this is going to be a bumpy ride for MNM.
Couple of Toxic Babe canisters, and Nerf is going to be kissing every single one of them before sending it off to hope that it does something. Jegs is pretty low, so won't need to take in too much of that toxic smoke until they fall. The wall now being opened. Toxic Babe canister coming out as an Iana clone will dip on through. Everyone knows that that should be a fake. It's going to gather a little bit of information. But with the Toxic Babe canisters, you could genuinely stun this out for the entire time. You're going to need another canister coming on through now there as Rolo has been forced off. Ooh. The Candela charge does go through, but realistically, what are you going to be able to do? You've got to push in and you've got to push deep. Leader goes for the doorway, but does get taken out. Skitty is going to hit the reload. Can he find the next? Yes, he can. MNM salvaging the round here, and they're going to pick it up on time. Nothing that Jegs could do there. He was 1 HP, could not push through the smoke. A picture perfect finish to what was a brilliant start here on Bank.
Oh, they pulled that one out. A 2 versus 4 for MNM to kick things off. What a way to open it up. Overall, the smokes, you have to give credit to Nerf. He played it brilliantly. That's exactly what you want from your smoke. TENSTAR, they realized they had to push deep. TENSTAR, why are all of them? Why is all of them in server? Why is nobody upstairs in the hatch? Why?
Questions to be answered here, Demo. There's a lot of questions. We could go through that and seriously discover some big old problems in the way that that was approached, especially in the final few seconds. You've got a man count advantage, and you're going to choose to stack up server? Ooh, not when there's a smoke. Not when there's a smoke, my friend.
Yeah, I think you needed that rotate. I think you needed another bit of pressure. If everything's coming from one direction, those two anchors remaining, they'll just sit there. You know, Nerf's got a shield. He's not moving. He doesn't need to do anything. So, yeah. I don't know, just a bit puzzling from TENSTAR that they didn't send somebody else. They had that man advantage. They did so well, Ollie, to really open up this whole roam game that MNM went for, but just crumbled in the end.
MNM are going to feel pretty good about that one, I think, as that was not really a round on paper that you would have put them winning, especially with the way that it kicked off. But the recovery was fantastic. And there must have been
getting
some
that kill whenever he came up the stairs. I think that was important.
Before he dropped back into the site, and that kill was very important indeed. And to be fair, there were other team members that did important things. Skitty got a great nitro kill. And it's just little things like that, like, right, I'm not going to get out of this situation alive. I've got a nitro. I need to use it. I need to try and further this position for my team after I've been taken out. I think that that's something that they did exceptionally well there. But it is only round number 1. We're getting excited here. But this is probably the most competitive game we've had up until this point tonight. So it's one that's worth getting excited about, right?
It's a good way to kick things off, isn't it? To really get us smoothed into this game. TENSTAR again. will be on that attack, of course, and they're going to do it in kind of similar fashion with how they did the last round, try and go above and make sure that is maintained. So I would say that TENSTAR, throughout probably all of their attacks, Ollie, they will try and head up that top-down clear. Very common that we see a lot inside a bank. We've mentioned the roam game. Yes, this map does have 3 sets of staircases, which makes it quite difficult a few times, Ollie, but Spiral really isn't a staircase that you see can be flanked easy, I would say, by the defense, and that's because the room that you have to enter into, Ollie, to flank up Spiral, there's about 20 different positions you can get shot from, so it's always a bit of a scary entrance, isn't it, to actually move into that lobby.
Yeah, take your pick on the lobby. You've got to have a lot of map control to really start thinking about taking that. You've got to commit a couple of drones, or you've just got to be really ballsy and just go for it and hope that you get away with it. But hopes and dreams aren't really a good basis for trying to chain siege rounds together. You need to be coming up with something a little bit more solid than that. The solid wall is being breached into. Skitty takes out the flank drone, going to move himself quite quickly up blue. He knows that the wall has been opened, and this is actually quite a quick attempt here from MNM to try and gather back a little bit of ground. They're going to do so, picking up 2 before leader takes nerf down on the Maestro. Nades now flying into sight as well, as the early advantage here sits with MNM, although Jegs does try and claw something back. A lot of pressure going on inside of Electrical, and it's almost strange to see it continue be challenged. Well, the LMG on the Zephyr is going to pick up yet another, as Relaxing gets himself taken out.
Yeah, it was great work from Jags. I mean, it just shows the power, of course, of those LMGs that you can just sit there and spray for everything that you're worth. And now, once again, another 2 versus 3 that TENSTAR have to see if they can capitalize on, of course. They do, of course, have that extra man, and oh, never mind, the extra man is gone. Jegs just walked in. Again, the time is starting to push on to TENSTAR. Leader is looking now to force his way in and try and get this diffuser down. Savage has to have a godly amount of cover, but won't get it. Skitty is there, and this should be an easy cleanup, and it will be. Gets off the diffuser in time. MNM Academy, 2nd in a row for them, just to pull off another clutch.
A comfortable clutch that time, though. That was a situation where the time was ticking down, and they were like, "Well, push us then. You've got to push us. You've got to get the plant down. We've just got Jegs with the diffuser in double door. We know where that is. We don't need to move right now." Another great round from MNM. Another round where time had just run out for TENSTAR. They're getting a lot of things done, and they're getting a lot of things done early, but it just isn't quite enough. I think they're getting significantly wrapped up in these firefights, and with the flanking potential that MNM had in that last round, we saw Skitty. What a round. You know, you think about where he started. He started downstairs in server, rotated upstairs, up blue stairs, and then was able to be involved in the final conversation, those final couple of gunfights. Incredible round from Skitty, currently 6-0, just playing slippery. He's a slippery player at the minute, Demo.
Yes, certainly is, showing great capabilities. I mean, this is the kind of standard we set for him, to be honest, Ollie. You know, he's been around for a while now, and we know how good he is, and it's just, can he consistently perform on that confidence basis? And one thing I will say about MNM is they're actually very good at realizing whenever they're in the gutter, you know, whenever they're not in a good position, they'll go out and fight. They'll go out and try and make a play. They're not just going to sit back and let the inevitable happen to them. They're going to try and change history. And that's kind of what they've done there, isn't it? They've seen that they're not in a good position. Okay, you know what? Let's push out and see if we can catch them by surprise. And they've done that.
That's it, and you might catch a couple of kills, or you might catch a face full of lead. It just so happens that MNM have been stacking a few things in their favour to mean where, you know, they're more likely to catch a couple of kills than a face full of lead, because they'll do it together.
You make
do
the
it
play.
as a team. Yeah, you make the play makes you. It's an age-old saying.
I just think that MNM, this is the confidence that they need. You know, it's a young side. I think that's important to remember for MNM. And, I mean, equally so TENSTAR. TENSTAR, also a very young side. It's really there for both sides. Obviously, we can sit here and hark on about, oh, MNM look really good. TENSTAR, that's 2 rounds that maybe they should have won. But it's still early days yet. Only 2 rounds to 0 is how it stands, so certainly anything can change. But I would say if you're TENSTAR, you want to get a round in sooner rather than later.
Especially with the attacking-sided nature of the bans. You cannot be forgiven here for not picking up rounds on the attack with the way that these bans have played out. You got an Osa and a Finker ban. That isn't anything at all. You can really do some damage here as an attacking team. You can compose a very deadly lineup. We'll have to see if this is going to be just such a round. Bills have traded 1 for 1 so far, but Jegs is still making that Zephyr work. So far, Janitor is under increasingly more pressure. But Skitty, just looking to try and retake. There's a drone literally at his left. Please tell me that you know that that drone's there. He's waiting for it to light up, maybe? There we go. And he's getting droned left, right, and centre.
Yeah.
Maybe better off flying himself out the window here, honestly, just to see if he can get away. Eventually will be taken on down.
Wastes a bit of time. Eats up, of course, quite a handful of drones there. Leader has been down. I believe that's from a C4, but he's still alive, and he will get picked up, and that's actually unfortunate if you're relaxing. If you'd get that kill back again, you're in that territory where certainly MNM can scrap a couple of those rounds out. Now for TENSTAR, they have their upstairs control. They're in this 2 versus 4. All they need to do is drone. If they can figure out where the remaining 2 players are and then just take these 2 versus 1s, hit them from different angles, don't clog up this kind of same direction that what they done inside of round number 1. Spread out. Let the play just happen. You know, it's very simple now, and oh, what a shot from Nerf. That is really gonna sting for TENSTAR, because once again, they're now in a situation where things are starting to slip.
The diffuser has been recovered, but relaxing straight round the corner. He's fearlessly pushing onto that. He's going to be able to give the call here to Nerf, and Nerf knows where the diffuser is. Time's running out again. Nerf, you've got to keep yourself alive. Leader has been able to pick it up and will start to try and nail it to the floor. Nerf has a bit of a tricky retake here, but hits him with the bait and switch. Puts a good couple of points of damage on into Azza, but it's not enough. How did Azza not die there? I thought he'd taken a face full of lead on that first exchange.
So did I. I thought Hazard was certainly dead as the swing around out of the rotate he came, but no, somehow tanks it and then gets his own back, gets his own spray into the building. Wow. I thought he was going to have the lineup as Habana ran in only to pick up the diffuser again. I thought he had it, but no, just was not the case. Missed the spray and missed the chance. TENSTAR. They won the round, Ollie, but it's so back and forth, and the fight from MNM. Character that they're showing.
You can't even be mad at the way that Relaxing played that either. You know, when he played quite aggressively in those final few seconds, I don't even think you can question that, because the clutch potential was still on there in that round, and it's another round that's come right down to the wire. This time it has gone toward TENSTAR, so they've finally seen a little bit of success, and they're going to continue with this sort of attacking phase that they've got in front of them. They've got a couple more rounds left to find here. Plenty of 6 picks being used as well. Seeing 4 out of the 5 players opting for a little bit of a change around there.
So we go back downstairs once more. MNM going for that roam game that I think we're very accustomed to, isn't it, Ollie? I think, remember the first time me and you both kind of seen this strategy? I think it was back in CL whenever Hellraisers, that was the kind of strategy they were performing, and it worked out very, very well, and obviously that's kind of been a big part of the meta now. We're seeing a lot more teams kind of take this roam-orientated strategy, and, you know, actually, have you noticed that, like, top floor teams just aren't interested in it anymore? Like, when did that kind of hit?
I don't, because we always sort of linked it with the Ossa, didn't we? And we were like, oh yeah, it's because Ossa's but Ossa's banned here, and still teams are sort of steering away from that top floor.
Surprising. Eco will get drone, but there's plenty of hatches he can fall back down to, and also jump up into if he needs to also. That's one thing about the Oryx, which I suppose can come in handy. I'm not the personal biggest fan of Oryx. I think there's certainly better operators you can bring to the table, but on a map like Bank, whenever you're going for a roam game, where there's a lot of hatches, then maybe you could make it work, but you need to have some amount of confidence to make that pick, because it is a risky one. TENSTAR once again completing that sweep of the top floor, and they'll start to work their way down. One thing that did catch them by surprise was a C4 from Skinny, just a stray C4, and speaking of it, it will get sent out, but this time Azza was ready for it. So Skinny, no C4 for him in this round, no kill coming their way, and that's a lot better from TENSTAR. They haven't given away an easy kill.
The biggest thing that I'm going to be looking toward here for TENSTAR is where they start to position themselves in the next minute, because if they stack up again inside of server, they really won't have learnt the lesson. There's been far fewer gunfights in this round compared to round number 1. We saw a lot more going on early on in terms of contesting and really starting to vie for that upstairs control. That hasn't really happened here. Rolo, he's got the kit and is going to start to make his way through tellers and look to position himself inside of that server, no doubt. Jeg's going to play those main stairs with Zafir and that LMG. There is the potential for a bit of a flank here if Eco does want to. He could get really aggressive and go up the old hatch, but that's a play for maybe 15-20 seconds time.
Yeah, and I am worried for TENSTAR at the moment, only they don't have a lot of time. They haven't really got any foothold inside a server. They certainly haven't burned through enough utility. That time is slowly ticking down. I mean, Leader does look as if he's obviously going to stop that. As soon as that sound cue happens, then Eco would certainly be dead, and there's MNM with the kills. Leader looking for a drop down the back, and Eco is there, as we expected, was lurking there pretty much the entirety of the round. Jegs are going to try and attempt the defuse, but there's just too many people. MNM now can take their time. Even let them plant if they want to. They certainly still have enough manpower just to overwhelm the remaining attackers. That's exactly what they're going to do. They knew the last man's upstairs, just a case of pushing him out. They have the cover. They're going to try and stick the diffuser now in Savage, caught between a rock and a hard place. We'll find one, but the diffuser will be stuck. MNM, that was good decision making. Let the man plant. Give yourself that extra few seconds to take those engagements, and you'll get a simple round, a simple retake.
MNM are playing like a team that, far above their station at the moment. Don't forget, this is an academy team for MNM. It would be exhausting if we had to say MNM A or MNM Academy all evening, so we have just shortened it to MNM. I do hope you forgive us. But these guys are playing like a team far above their station at the moment. Some of the late round decision making that we're seeing from them is fantastic. As you mentioned there, Demo, let them plan. We can retake this. We know the lay of the land. We know how this site has been set up. We know where the remaining player is. We know how we're going to retake on this. Let them plant. It isn't a problem. Have been happy to lean into utility as well. We've seen that. We've seen a smoke canister win a round. When was the last time we saw smoke canisters being so crucial inside of a round like that? Because I can't think of one. It is a seldom thing. It's very few that a smoke will be in the right position at the right time, with the right amount of time left, with the right amount of utility left, that's able to go out and win that round. Some of the early play that we're seeing from MNM, that aggression and then that willingness and that knowledge of, well, we need to drop back now. We need to play a little bit closer to sight. It's great to see. They're doing a fantastic job so far. And TENSTAR are coming up against quite a lot of obstacle.
Yeah, TENSTAR's a little bit too slow. I think that's been their main issue. I think their general setup is solid. You can't really fault that in terms of how they're clearing upstairs, in terms of how then they start to move in towards the mid floor. They just need to move a lot quicker in some of those steps, and they might... Do I want to say they have to skip a step? I don't know, because that's always going to be risky, because if you skip a step and you miss something, then everything just falls down the drain. I would say the main thing that I'm kind of looking for in TENSTAR is to take the entries. You look at the last round, they let MNM get away scot-free. MNM were able to waste like a full minute 30 of the round and not lose anyone. TENSTAR should be, I would think, fighting this a little bit more aggressively. I think they should really start sticking it to them.
It looks as though TENSTAR are throwing a lot of respect on to MNM. I'm not sure if... I don't know if scared is the right thing, but it's coming across as too much, isn't it? I want to see a gunfight. I want to see... get somebody droning in. Really apply some pressure and some aggression into the early part of the round instead of this, sort of slow and steady everyone takes at the same time.
Yep.
Jegs has got a drone working ahead for him, but he's sort of hesitant. This isn't a hot drone with any intention of, really taking an opening engagement. This is just, let's learn where somebody is.
There we go. That's better. I think this is also what they were missing only a few times, is any pressure in towards the lobby. There was, I think Rolo was inside of ATMs, I think the last round, but then again ATMs, what are you really going to be able to kill from there? These windows, it gives you a lot more options. You can open up in towards the canto position, it covers off anyone moving across banana. That gives you much better opportunities to actually pinch somebody, and they've done that. So TENSTAR, they've picked it up, they've picked up the pace, and that will give them that man advantage.
Let's see what they're able to do with it. Skiddy, big player to take down. 9-2 so far, so he is a lot of the kill contribution so far from MNM. The wall was opened relatively easily last time that we saw this site. There is, of course, the potential to try and impact trick that off, but dealing with a Hibana and an Ace is a little bit more tricky than dealing with a Thermite. A couple of shots there getting put on in, but nothing significant just yet. As did find the kill on to Relaxing. We're now starting to see this pressure slowly but surely build. TENSTAR, they're being a lot more deliberate in their approach here.
Impact tricking. will commence. The Nerf's done a good job there to try and stall out a few of the Selmas, but sadly cannot get the bottom sides there as they start to open up. But, I mean, those are not the easiest holes to really work with if you're an attack. Look, Azir has to actually prone to make any value out of them. And if Nerf has jumped up on the table, he actually can't be seen, Ollie, so he's done very, very well for himself, and that's a tricky angle. They will open up that castle barricade now, and that puts Nerf now in the hot seat. He has to try and fight back and see if he can really bruise out this round, but TENSTAR is starting to pick up a few more kills here and there in a 2 versus 5, and Eco, the reaction was not there. The man drops right in front of him, but no reaction. And TENSTAR, that's more like it. That's clinical from them. They pick up the pace, they have a little bit more time to work with, and then they have that final push for all of them to come together in unison.
Certainly a better execute there from TENSTAR. They managed to get that opening kill, and I think that was a lot of the momentum that they needed there to at least start operating on that top floor a little bit more, in a bit more of a surefire way. Obviously losing Skitty early on really hurt MNM. They are going to give it another go there. Going to take us back to staff and open. Kind of surprised, honestly. Obviously, they feel like something could be done differently. Skitty getting taken out inside of lobby is obviously not something that is planned and something that could be avoided, especially if you're going to be trying to deal with a player on the rappel. You maybe just get your job done a little bit earlier inside of that lobby area and get yourself out before anyone gets opportunity to get themselves onto the rappel, or just play somewhere different entirely. The impact tricking didn't really work. You're never going to be able to get that bottom rung of Selmas, but you are going to be able to deny a good amount of the other ones. So still, you know, there's option there, and there's something that can be worked off.
So we're gonna do a repeat now of the round for MNM. And I think the main issue, probably why they want to go here, is I'm sure Skitty probably felt as if, yeah, he got picked quite easily, and it was probably an avoidable death, let's be honest. You know, Skitty not aware that somebody was in the lobby windows, mostly because TENSTAR just didn't play here at all, like throughout their previous rounds, so Skitty would have no reason to believe that, and maybe get a little bit too comfortable in his position, but now he thinks he could probably change that. Now you can see where he's tucked away in towards the elevator, and he'll be ready for Rolo. Rolo will definitely go back to the same position. He got gifted a kill. He's going to go to that same area again. So, yeah, I think just this minor change from MNM might give them just a little bit more something to fight for. I say that.
Rolo, he's going to find something.
It's a different player, but that should be known to the side. If Skitty got picked from those windows, how is he? Did he get wallbind? What happened?
Well,
that wall isn't open.
Akari has been sent to the cameras, of which there should be a few knocking around.
Oh...
Was it just a lucky wallbang from the rappel? I think it was, yeah.
I think it was, yeah. Okay, that, well...
Oh, there's a drone.
Fair enough. It happens.
It does.
I don't know if we can fault him for it.
I reckon we could throw a bit of fault.
No, I don't think we can. That's Siege. That's literally, that is Siege.
Siege
Everyone's
timing.
been there. Everyone's been there.
Siege timing. There is a chance that Skitty's able to do something pretty massive here, as he does lurk at the bottom of those blue stairs. The site is being heavily pressured, though. We've got hatches open all the way through to the top. Skitty going to be keeping an eye on one such a hatch. Savage should be able to work his way through with the sledgehammer and make short work of a lot of those floorboards and really start to gather a bit of information and shove these defenders around a little bit. TENSTAR, they've got so much time to be working with right now. All they've got to do is go through these motions.
I'm sure they'll probably go through the kind of same plan again, start moving in towards Skylight, which they're doing so. They'll come in, try and open up that wall. They'll get Rolo rotated over, I'm sure, which he is doing so right now. So as soon as this quad wall gets opened up, pretty much the whole site just goes for the defense. There's nothing you can do. That quad wall just gives so much vision to really every corner in that bomb site. So yeah, the quad wall is very, very important. You can see MNM, they're trying their best with the impact tricks, making sure that can be denied as best as they can, and they certainly have done some of that. There's only one Selma left, which will be deployed there by Rolo, and here comes the second impact, and it will connect. So, MNM, they've done extremely well, and that's a great swing from Relaxing to really take it to TENSTAR, and Eco also jumps onto that. The quad wall's been denied, and so is everything that's trying to be pushed in now from TENSTAR.
15 seconds left here. Relaxing, still in a fantastic position. Eventually, it will fall. Nerf once again left as the last remaining player. Does he know where Savage is? Inside of the small office. The diffuser has been recovered and will start to be planted. There wasn't a lot of time left when that plant was going down, but down it will go. Little pre-fire there from Nerf, but it just wasn't on the money. Savage keeps himself alive, is able to pick up the kill for himself. The plant going down in an attempt to extend that time. What a round there. Another close one. None of these rounds have come easy.
Oh, both teams just laying it all out in the field, and MNM, they did so well to deny that quad wall being opened up. The impact tricks, the swings. Similar story to TENSTAR. They start clogging up a lot, Ollie, don't they? They start really grouping up together, and then they're easily killed, just like shooting fish in a barrel. The real savior is Savage. We have to highlight Savage. He was lurking on that janitor's hatch for pretty much the entire round, wasn't he? Ollie was just sitting there, and he had to make the play. Whenever things are not going well, he said, you know what, I need to do something. Drops the hatch, gets the double kill, opens things up entirely. So yeah, all credit to Savage. He needed to be the man to step up, and he did so.
Well, here we are, all level. 3 rounds apiece, and at the turn of the half. MNM switching things onto the attack, TENSTAR the defense. Now, we kind of pitted this as a bank that could be seen as fairly attacker-sided, in that you have got a Hibana available, you've got a Maverick available, you've got any hard breach that you would like, and there is no Cade. You can choose to bring a Thatcher if you wish, but you most likely will not need to. There aren't too many limiting factors or too many restrictions. Something on the flip side of that is that Valkyrie's available, and you think about Bank and Valkyrie, it's a combination that goes very well together. Valkyrie was something MNM played, albeit to some mixed success, but it isn't something that TENSTAR have chosen to bring here. So, let's see how they choose to approach this extended roam that they are putting out there. Relaxing. He's going to be picking up the first kill. Now, I'm almost certain that that was a bit of a window bang as he was opening up those 2 windows. Either that or Savage was feeling particularly bold, challenging onto that double from stock.
Still going to be a gifted kill, and MNM will take that with open arms. Jag's playing a really long angle, has that shield to try and give him a bit of cover, but doesn't get anything. Skitty, I think, takes a bullet, and that's about it. Nerf will find Azure, and Jag's done really well to get that kill back. Needs to find a second though, but cannot before relaxing, and that's the kind of aggression, Ollie, that we were actually asking from TENSTAR. Look at how MNM have just hit that roam game.
It doesn't exist anymore, does it? It has been taken out entirely in the first half of the round. Leader and Rolo. Now it's their turn to pull off the 2 versus X. That was something that we saw MNM be quite capable of, but is it something that a Mute without a C4 and a Maestro can do together? It's not quite the smoke combination that we saw MNM having when they were attempting the very same. That being said, there is still a round here to win, and there is still a round here to lose. MNM have got to go through these motions, they've got to go through them correctly. They need to try and drone out these 2 remaining players and get an understanding as to where they are going to be coming from. The plant now being nailed onto the ground. Nerf getting that task done nice and early and really reversing this pressure. Leader going to be the first player to fall. There is going to be a bit of information here for Rolo, but what's he going to be able to do with it? The plant has been put down. He's got 33 seconds left to go, and he has a bit of information on what to do. But realistically, this is going to amount to very little indeed. The SMG-11 and a shotgun, it's a hell of a combo, but it's not the combo that you want to be going 1 versus 4, 1-man army style. Picks himself up a great kill onto Relaxing. 15 seconds left. Still has a lot to do. He's got some info, but so does Eco. And Eco is going to be there to collect that final kill of the round.
A lot of that was really won just in that opening clear, wasn't it, Ollie? MNM hitting it fast, hitting it hard, not giving TENSTAR any chance to breathe, really. You seen Jag, as soon as he got that kill, how quickly everyone jumped on him. He was not allowed to live after that point of getting the kill. TENSTAR, you're going for this very heavy roam strategy. You know, not bring a lot of utility. We're not seeing the Whammy, we're not seeing the Egg, we're not seeing these denial operators that we're used to seeing. And, you know, that's going to put a lot of pressure onto the roamers, because if the roamers don't pay off, then the site players have nothing. They don't have anything, nothing to protect them. Keep in mind, yes, we're dealing with a Finka ban, that takes away 2 sets of nades. There's always going to be Iana. Iana is always going to be a go-to, Sledge is always going to be a go-to. Those are still operators that are going to be as potent without the Whammies, without the ADSs.
I'm seeing a 6-pick onto a Ying here. And I'm worried. I'm worried, Demo. Has the confidence of one attacking round here for MNM gotten a little bit too much for them? They're going to be going up against the full might of that that basement site. Especially when a mirror is going to be brought along to the party. Now, interestingly, no smoke. And Valkyrie with impacts instead of a C4. So you're not playing that typical denial game, as opposed to you're just kind of playing a little bit of everything and going to see what sticks. I would very much prefer to see, you know, the C4 be played on the Valkyrie, or a smoke be brought or something like that. You're not really giving yourself that typical sort of deny lineup, while still trying to maintain this little bit of a roam presence that you want to have. Jegs is out there, Savage is out there, but it's in fact going to be Azza to pick up 2 on the opener. Did they just line up for him?
I mean, that's just, I think, the power of what Valkyrie can do. Keep in mind, this is can still be played as a very aggressive map, and losing 2 players right off the rip is not a good start. Looks like actually did both of them stack up outside the skylight door? Yeah, they did. I'm assuming one of them was on a drone, one was supposed to cover, and I don't think that the guy who's supposed to cover did his job correctly. So yeah, 2 of them will go down. That's a bit of a sloppy mistake to make, but still, it's been made. Eco and Akari have to do something. Akari has been having a very rough game. I didn't even notice until now. Hasn't really brought anything to the table whatsoever. And this is where he needs to try and step up and do something for his side. Eco does have full utility with the Ying, but I don't know how much pressure that's going to apply if you don't have your full team with you. Keep in mind there is no ADS, there's no Whammy, so the Yings can be used as free as you like. Gonna be a tense one now.
There isn't an entirely clear path here for how MNM should try and approach the remaining part of this round. In that magical 2 versus 4 scenario, which we've seen them do pretty well from previously. Hot drop through lift shaft, through the elevator. Is that really going to be the play? Does feel like a little bit of a wobbly one. Nico going to try and get open another hatch and just see if there is another option, another way of approaching this. The drop comes in here from Akari. We can hear the Candelas going off in the distance. 25 seconds or so left remaining as Eco is desperately trying to shoot himself down, but as the Candelas are going off, he's not really in the right place at the right time. Left desperately pre-firing, and Leader, all he's got to do is respond with bullets of his own.
Quite an easy defense, I think, from TENSTAR, and maybe that's where MNM, their weakness lies. You catch them by surprise, maybe you get those opening kills, and you just kind of take the steam out of them, don't you, Ollie? And it's a bit of a worry for MNM. They certainly had the clutch potential on the defense, but on the attack, nothing really there for them. But all credit to TENSTAR. I think as soon as they realized that they got those kills, they packed up and went, didn't they? They didn't want to hang around. They took what they needed, and that's it. That's all they wanted.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they needed to do, right? TENSTAR just needed to meet that opening aggression the same way that MNM met it back in round number 7. You know, it's just about who is going to get that opening engagement and can they snowball into more than one kill. And that's exactly what MNM did in round 7. It's what we saw TENSTAR do in round 8. Which team's going to do it here inside of round 9? I'm sure that one of them will, because these opening kills, they've not been coming in 1s and 2s. They've usually been coming in 1s and 3s. It's half the team that's being taken on out.
Bomb located by attackers. Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
There's Savage. Almost equaling his KD at the moment for his lifetime stats there, and the kill death department opening KD. It's not actually looking too good at the moment. 0-2 for himself, which is quite unlike him. I think Savage is very highly rated by a few people, and he's definitely someone who has a clean and crisp shot on him, but maybe hasn't done that in the opening kills. But still, across the match so far, Ollie, 8-4 isn't a bad scoreline to have at this point.
Certainly not. And, you know, you'd expect that to build a little bit over the coming rounds, but you've got to be happy with double positive wherever you sat, really. It's almost been sort of the Savage and Skiddy match-off, hasn't it, really? We've seen, you know, big performances from those two. Jegs has stepped in and Nerf as well. I think maybe the only player that we've seen less than ideal performance from so far is Akari. And that's got to be something that changes, right? You know, we need to see him really pulling out and picking up some kills here and there, because 0-7 now, still round number 9, that's starting to become a little bit of a concern.
No kills yet, even though it does say 5v4, but I don't think that is the case. I think that's just a bug on our end, and it will now be a 4v5. There we go, into a 3v5 as Savage will catch the man lacking, just sitting in a corner inside of Jenners, and prones onto his belly, and finds Relaxing. Well, Savage, we kind of mentioned him all in, he just ripped them apart. That aggression that MNM tried to apply has been shut down.
Very quickly gone from 7-4 to 10-4. Akari and Eco left as the sole 2 survivors with a minute left on the clock. Been a strange game so far, Demo. We've seen the first couple of rounds and the first 3 rounds being incredibly close. And then since that point, it's kind of been a bit landslidey for whichever team has come out on top inside of any given round.
Oh.
Savage flying out of a window for a quad.
Well played.
He's given Akari a kill there. That may come back to haunt him. That could be the confidence that Akari needed there to know that he's not dropped a donut in the series. He's got himself a kill. He's on the board. He just needs to build from that now.
Yeah.
It's probably not going to be in this round, but there are more rounds to be played.
You think he's like the old demon warlord, where if you give him a soul, he'll be like, you know, released from his prison.
He just powered up.
That's it. You gave him the first soul. You know, some fool is stumbled in, and who knows? Maybe, but I don't think you'll be able to do it in this round. Only 5 seconds to go, and 4 people still to find. It's gonna be a lockout for TENSTAR, and well, they will take. I believe this is the first time they take the lead in the series.
I think it is actually.
Good battle back. In the first couple of rounds, they weren't looking too hot, Ollie. I think they were 3-1 down, weren't they, at this stage?
Yeah, they're not looking too bad at all. They've certainly been able to stabilise, and they've scraped a couple of rounds together. Again, it was one of those situations where it wasn't an opening kill. It was an opening 3 that they were able to get. So you've got to take of that what you will. These opening engagements are so crucial and so important. They really have to start to, MNM at least, really have to start to try and limit that damage in the early part of the round. You know, a bit more droning potentially. It's a guy in Janitor's led prone, for goodness sake. There are a million ways to deal with that. And the least favourable ones are face checking the door. And yet that's what happened twice.
Jegs 100% cost at 2KD and an opening kill to round it out. What a game he's been having, Ollie. My oh my. Been involved in at least something in every single round during the game.
It's not a bad stat line to have. You know, we often talk about players that meet a good cost or 100% cost, but at round number 10, in what has been a very competitive game, that's quite an impressive stat line, especially when you consider that there have been some fairly unusual rounds that have had, you know, clutches and stuff that really shouldn't have gone the way that they did, but players played particularly well to get there. So Jeg's doing a great job. Let's see if it continues here, and if TENSTAR can try and edge this lead a little bit further out. They're only 1 away from a map point, a guaranteed full 3 points.
So Relaxing has first picked up that nook, and that usually only tells us one thing. He will be crouch walking in the garage. That is a go-to, and that's exactly what has occurred. There's been a drone's being spotted out, so you know somebody is lurking towards those stairs. Doesn't want to really move at the moment. See what he gets up to, but at the moment Azra is actually waiting for him. I think they have a suspicion that maybe Relaxing is up to something, and Azra's going to be the man to try and stop him. This could be Well, yeah, a big engagement, Ollie. We've talked about how that opening kill stat can really determine a lot of these rounds, and Azzer actually just moves away. This is getting tenser by the second. Is Azzer going to be ready for this? Relaxing theoretically could just walk up the stairs. Azzer's going to come back down, and I don't think he's going to know that he's crossed over, and that's going to be a freebie. Never mind, Relaxing has dropped the kill. Oh, Ollie, he's butchered it.
Bottle job. Absolute bottle job. He had one task. All he had to do was hit the head. He wasn't able to do that. Very difficult situation. Obviously, we've got the benefit of being able to see just about everything that's going on. Poor old Relaxing certainly didn't. You're going to see the opening kill come in there. Nerf. First player to fall. Never ideal. And now you just get the feeling, you just get the hints that MNM aren't working off too much information.
There we go.
Relaxing redeems himself though and picks up a nice couple of taps there onto Az's head. Jegs got a chance to try and defend this and will do just exactly that. Nice little long angle there.
Wow.
Savage,
Wow.
what a kill onto Skinny. Swings at the perfect time and the pre-fire was placed beautifully. Eco, you and Akari again. 2 versus 4. The opening kills come in very differently inside of this round, but they still came through. Eco has found one onto Savage. Is he going to be able to pick himself up? Another 10 seconds left, and he's going to be fighting his way in through the bomb site now. 5 seconds as they continue to tick on down. Akari, he picks up one, but that is going to be all she wrote. TENSTAR showing great discipline there.
Great work from TENSTAR. Some great shots, it has to be said, coming in from the likes of Jegs and Savage, and those two players really are, I would say, the key components to how this machine runs, Ollie. Since those two young players come into this side, you've seen the skill they possess, and it's really helped the team out a lot. So certainly two players that you need to keep an eye on. And honestly, Ollie, don't be surprised if we see them in future events. Honestly, Ollie, they are really starting to showcase how good they are. And again, just some of the talent that, of course, we over here, you know, in the UK, and obviously now that Nordics as well is what we can produce. Even though neither of them are British, but we'll skip that. We'll
skip it. We'll just. Yeah. You know, I mean, we can adopt them if they like. If they want to come, they can come. If they don't, they can stay chilling.
Yeah.
But at any rate, they're playing great Siege, and I love watching it.
So we have a bit of a pause now as we're getting back into it. So MNM, they have drop points, Ollie. That has to be said. They will not come away with a clean victory. Now it's about how they can salvage something out of this matchup. They need to get 2 rounds in a row. TENSTAR have just been flying high for quite a while, it has to be said, Ollie. What can MNM do to change that around? Will be in towards that basement defense. This roam game are going to be set up once more. TENSTAR extending, branching out into different avenues, primarily in towards that open area, towards that tellers. That's probably why we see a lot of Castle. Must be Castle's most played map. It has to be. I feel as if we've seen a Castle every round.
It almost feels like it, doesn't it? We've certainly seen a lot of Castles so far tonight. At least in this map. It's a brutal combination though, isn't it? You put a Castle and a Valkyrie and a Mirror together, you can cause quite a lot of damage. The lack of appetite for a Wamai or for a Jaeger or something like that from TENSTAR, I feel it's not something that has been sufficiently exploited from MNM. They're only bringing 2 nades here. You know, where are the 4 nades? Where are the 6 naders? You know, that's what we need to be. Well, we don't need to be seeing it, but I'd really like to be seeing a few more nades and try and take a bit more advantage, especially if you know that something like a mirror is going to be played. You know that there's going to be people playing on those windows.
Those windows again, always going to be a big highlight that what we see. A lot of attackers try and utilize. It does give a lot of vision, of course, towards that top floor, and that's what Jags are trying to hold on to at the moment. Nobody really wanting to make a move from MNM, and this is probably where I would say players are maybe scared of slipping up, but then again, Relaxing has found a great pick, and Skitty finds another 2 kills go in favor for MNM, and this is the momentum that they need. Savage is trying his best to capitalize on 1 kill, and will take it, and right out the window he goes, and down into the sewer.
Where all rats eventually do go.
Or Ninja Turtles. You know.
Or Ninja Turtles.
We don't differ.
It's a bit of a rat play. You don't often see
Master
people
Splinter's
running out.
a rat, so it works.
I mean, you don't often see people running out at that point. There's no one from M&M that was actually in position to really do anything about him either, which is maybe more the alarming thing right now, because they've been able to get away with a couple of kills, and all of a sudden, TENSTAR, they've gained that advantage back.
Try their best now is right now for M&M. It's not looking good. A 2 versus 3, a minute on the clock. Eco still has a lot of utility, of course, with that Ying flashbangs for nerf also, but look at the positioning, Ollie, right now from TENSTAR. They are playing so safe, so passive in towards the vault, which is one of the most defendable locations you can be in. The only way in is via a hatch, and we know that's never going to be a good sign for an attacker. With 30 seconds to go, it's looking grim.
Not looking great at all, but we have seen some close rounds tonight, and we have seen a couple of clutches, particularly in this one. Candela's now being prepped and sent on through. Leader doesn't have a lot of health to speak of, so only a couple of bullets and he will be out of action. Which hatch are we going to see the drop come through from? Eco is going to commit along with Nerf. Nerf picks up the first onto an already low Leader, and it's going to be down to Eco to win a very important gunfight, which he will. Savage now last alive. He's got a bit of information. Again, not a lot of time left on the clock, but the plant is going down. Eco, can you cover the cross here? The pre-fire is coming through. Savage gives the game away. Someone's going to run out of bullets eventually, but live pings still come through for the 2 remaining players on M&M. Scurrying back upstairs. They can choose to play this from the hatch, or maybe even just sit tight, as Eco is still lying in position. Is going to be able to pre-fire for all that he's worth, but eventually taken out of action, and it puts Nerf in a bit of a tough situation. Savage, is he going to try and stick this? Eventually does come off. Nerf, what a reaction. Great shot there. We're going to get to see a live replay of that as well. Brilliant crosshair placement. Just about clutches things up. Honestly, for a moment, Savage wasn't looking too bad there in that one. He did a great job of breaking those final 2 engagements down, but it was just a little bit of a stretch too far.
What a game we are having. Like, best game so far, I would say, of the season. I don't think anyone will disagree with that. It has been so back and forth. Cutthroat would probably be the word I'd describe to sum up this game. Nerf, round of applause. We've seen the situation, a 2 versus 3. You have to drop, you have to make those big kills and win those engagements, and Nerf dropping down in the hatch by himself, and as soon as you drop the hatch, people are going to know where you're at, and it's very easy then to get shot from a lot of different angles from that hatch, and for him to win that engagement onto the guy in the double window was huge. And then as soon as that player in double window falls, Mir then gets distracted, then Ying can jump in, get the freebie. Wow, what a round, my goodness.
Well, we may get to see a couple more yet, because there is a possibility here that we do end up going into an overtime.
Oh boy.
We are 1 round away from that being a possibility. M&M need to come up with this round here and now, and that will send us into an OT. Failing that, TENSTAR will take the round and, of course, the game. TENSTAR still the only team that can come away with a full 3 points from this one as well. So, something that is worth bearing in mind, especially when we're kind of expecting it to be fairly tight at the top. This could be seen as a 6-point game later on down in the season, when we're looking at head-to-heads and who has beaten who and what those round differences were. Well, there's not going to be much of a round difference inside of this one, given the close nature of the game and the way that it has played out. Back downstairs we go here for TENSTAR, as they're going to, back downstairs into staff and open we go, as they're going to attempt to try and hold on to this top floor, and hold on they will. Jegs picks up the first kill onto Skitty.
Jags has played that position probably 9 times out of 10 every time that they've went for this bomb site. It looks to be the same things are happening again for MNM as they have previously. Savage and Jags just running the show. Right off the rip. 3 kills with inside the first half. Like, what do you say, MNM? What do you say? It looks as if this is gonna be it, done and dusted. There's no way. Surely there's no way. TENSTAR let this one slip through their fingers.
Neither team have really made it easy for themselves tonight. You know, you think about TENSTAR on their attacks, they didn't make it easy for themselves, and MNM Academy, well, they aren't making it easy for themselves either. Savage is desperate to try and get himself out once again, and will be punished this time by Eco. That could be the first step of many required to try and clutch this game back. Kari, top of Spiral, has got a chance and will be given a full opportunity at Jegs. These players are giving themselves up, Demo. What is going on?
This is the issue with some of these young gunners, Ollie. We know how much skill and talent they have and the mechanical abilities. They can take gunfights and win it. But sometimes they have to say, enough is enough. This is where patience and having that self-control comes in to be such an important part of these players. And right now that's something that these young players clearly still need to get a grasp on, is just, that's it. You've done your job. Sit in a corner. Just let the team deal with it. You've done your job. And now this puts their side in quite a predicament, a 2v3. There's been a lot of 2v3s that have actually went in favor of the 2s, but maybe not this time. It will not be the case. TENSTAR have done enough to see it over the finish line. They will get all 3 points. Big old game, big old rivalry. What a match.
Fantastic match there. MNM and TENSTAR really delivering in terms of quality and quantity of rounds. We saw all available rounds of regulation, nearly went into an OT, and it was a game that had it all. We had a couple of clutches thrown in there. We had a lot of last second plantings of the diffuser and some 2 versus X situations to go along with it as well. Both teams fighting tooth and nail, but TENSTAR just had a little bit more in the tank here today, particularly on that entry game. When they got themselves onto the defense, MNM found great difficulty in trying to get themselves even into the building in some circumstances, and at least clearing those roamers. Well, that was a very difficult prospect for MNM today. TENSTAR performed fantastically. You've got to give a shout out to Savage. I don't think I've ever seen anyone jumping outside of Bank, outside of one of the top windows in an official game with, what, nearly 2 minutes left on the clock? Like, that guy was just out there for the hell of it at that point, and he was still involved in the final kill of that round as he was desperately trying to get the clutch off as the plant had already gone down. This was the round in question. But what an entertaining game there, Demo.
Yeah, I'm glad that you mentioned about Savage jumped out the windows in an official game. I've seen a few too many FPLC games that has ended up in quite a similar fashion, so but yeah, again, just TENSTAR, it's always going to be a learning experience. I'm sure there's probably moments there where the coaches will be looking at the players thinking, why you've done so good, but then you've done that, and you've completely erased all the good things, because that's how heavy you're going to be scrutinized. Yes, you do these amazing things, but you still need to be able to iron out those bad things to make yourself as perfect as you can be. So what a game, and TENSTAR, what a way to bounce back after their loss to 86 last week.
Yeah, and I think it's a good point to make, is that for as well as both teams played there, there's some really clear things that you could go away and work on straight away. And I think that's one of the satisfying things almost when you're going up against these teams and you can sort of find out what are our weak points, what are our strong points, what do we want to do more of, what do we want to do less of. And I think both teams can really come away from this week and give that a good look, given that it was a very close game, 7-5 scoreline. We're going to throw this one back over to Jerry, Sunrelief and Novi to break down on the desk for you.
Thank you very much, Ollie and Demo. Guys, that delivered, didn't it? That was the showing that we were expecting from these two teams. And, I mean, back-to-back banks for TENSTAR. They finally convert it and make it 2 from 3. Novi, what are your thoughts on that game? How did you sort of cope with that back-to-back or back-and-forth contest?
I said that this entire Playday, we're going to be doing this, like on a graph. First game, 7-1. Second one, 7-2. Third one, 7-4. Fourth one, 7-5.
You got something
Viperio Victus, overtime. I'm telling you, it will go overtime. Anyway, this one, I think, like Ollie said, a lot to take away for both sides. I don't think either of them will be 100. Well, certainly not MNM, but TENSTAR won't be 100% happy with that. There's certainly things that they could get a little bit, a bit more consistent on. Still want to shout out Skiddy though. Absolutely huge performance. I mean, I know Snorri, you were watching him and going, we sort of looked up and went, oh my god, he hasn't died yet. Like, the guy was insane.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit backstage, and I was looking at the strong start that MNM got, and we looked at the stats that we were because we were catching our drinks and stuff, and I was like, okay, so I can see the narrative here. Okay, 6-0 Skiddy after 2 rounds. Okay, so it's just going to be like another Skiddy show, and I think. At certain points, or like different parts of the game, individual players stood out. Like the first 3 rounds or so, it was Skiddy, and then he kind of died down a bit. And then Jags, I felt like, Jags, sorry. It's been a long night. Started like picking up a little bit, and then all of a sudden, for the latter half though, it was all Savage. Savage was just tagging Jags and saying, you know what, I'm going to put up my run to become this week's MVP. I'm going to go out there and get a minimum of like 17, 18 kills. Don't worry, bro, I got you. But I have to say, you guys, you said this was going to be a good one. I had to believe you guys, and it certainly delivered. It wasn't the first OT. I would have really loved to see more rounds between these two teams. Yeah, it was so close. But Novi has promised us an OT in the game we're casting now, so that's even better. But I think it was a really great game from both teams, and I can't wait to I do believe it's going to be Kenny that you get the honor of interviewing, Jerry, and I can't wait to hear you. Oh, I did. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do. Oh man, Procaster, shaking my head.
I'm sure it's no surprise to everyone that's watching that we are, of course, going to get Kenny in on the line.
Did I say Kenny? I meant which Kenny? Which Kenny is it? There's more than one Kenny.
It's not Kendra. It's not Kendra. It's yeah. It's the other Kenny, right? See, I do believe we're ready with Kangaroo Kenny on the line, the TENSTAR coach and dear friend of mine. Hello, Kenny. How is it going? How are you feeling right after that incredible win?
As my good pal Union would say, good heavens.
I'll full disclosure, I'll let the guys know, I'll let the audience know that we had a little bit of a back and forth in DMs during that game, and you were stressed by the sounds of it.
Yeah, that was a stressful game to listen to. TENSTAR don't make it easy for themselves. I gotta say that. We know last week when we lost to 86 on Bank, we lost the game to ourselves. We lost, well, maybe not ourselves, but just some kind of a misfortune. We had 4v5 for 3 rounds. And we threw a couple of rounds with planting, etc. We knew we should have won that game, but it was, sometimes things don't go your way, right? So we knew like our bank is strong, and we knew that MNM have always tried to throw a curveball, or like MNM Academy / ITB roster, and you can too. They've always tried to throw a curveball towards us. I think that was the first time that they've really messed up the ban phase, and the 2 maps they had to choose from heavily favoured us. We were fine with whatever map they chose. We thought they would probably go bank because they'll be able to get a week of prep on us on our bank from last week. But we know that our bank's strong enough that even if they know everything that we do, it's not going to matter. We should have won the first 2 attacks. I remember hearing Leader on round 3 saying we've just lost 2 rounds we should have won, and we just won a round we shouldn't have won. So like let's tighten up and close this game out. So yeah, if those 2 rounds go our way, definitely. Yeah, it was scrappy to say the least. But as soon as we got onto defense, we let the first defense slip, but then we went forward.
How are you feeling when Savage dropped in chat? Keep baiting your teammates. Were you having a kind of flash forward to R6 events, tweeting that screenshot perhaps? Was it 6-4? I think that message.
Yeah. Savage is Savage. You can't stop him. Akari was baiting his team, so I don't know what he wants to hear. Sometimes the truth hurts, and that may have got into his head even more after being 0-8 or something like that, which was an unfortunate game from Akari. No, but I gotta say, Akari is a fantastic player, and that game doesn't live up to him. But unfortunately, yeah, we shut down Skiddy and we won the game. That's kind of how MNM are.
Well, Congratulations again. Is there anything you want to say to the fans and anyone out there after getting your second win in 3 games now, 6 points on the board for you?
Yeah. Well, taking inspiration from last week, I'd like to thank my friends, my family, amazing girlfriend.
he's doing the Oscar acceptance.
No, it's Flexi. It was Flexi.
Yeah, I meant like Oscar in terms of like the Academy Awards thing. Yeah, Flexi gave us the whole spiel. It was very wholesome. I'll let you finish.
Yeah, I'd like to thank my parents. I'd like to thank my cat Skittle. Very nonchalant. Nonchalant. That's not the right word. Very notorious with people that know me. So yeah, thank you everyone that support TENSTAR. It means a lot, and the org appreciates everyone. I see things in chat, and it warms my heart to have the support. It's nice. So thank you everyone.
That's good. You've warmed my cockles, Kenny. Thank you very much. All right. We'll leave it on that note. Thank you very much, Kenny. Pleasure as always, and we'll bring back the guys who are they've turned into a pair of hyenas. At my colourful language, lads. I'm a caster, darlings. Colourful language is my forte.
I was just about to say, like, Jerry. I mean, I don't know why we're so nervous about hosting, and then you just dropped the cockles bomb on me. I was like, thank you. That's just no, but I was gonna say, I was like leading up to I thought this was gonna be about me talking about like, oh, you say that Kenny was wholesome, but unlike Flexi, he didn't thank the casters, and then you just did the cockles thing. So yeah, there you go. Thank you. Sorry.
Oh, okay, Navi, I'll give you a chance. What do you think, just before we head to a break, any sort of closing thoughts on that game and what it could mean going forward? You know, TENSTAR, MNM Academy, we had them billed as big contenders for these CL spots. How much could that mean at the end of the season?
If you thought that this game warmed your cockles, you've got another thing coming with the next one. But it is important. The 3 points, the fact that it didn't go overtime. We discussed this actually, because the points difference is actually huge. You think if that went overtime, M&M, even if they lose, grabs 1 point. And that could be the difference between being relegated, between not being relegated, between making playoffs, between not making playoffs. So it is everything. Every single point matters. And it's really difficult now with how many, 15 more games in front of you to think about that. But it is so, so important.
I mean, it's funny that you say that, because I think, I mean, if you ask Fresh, for instance, like how they felt about dropping points early in the season, like back when he was in Chaos, they were like, yeah, it's okay, it's early in the season. And all of a sudden, those points actually started to matter a lot. And I was just going to say, you know, I have to represent the Nordic here and be like, well, I just hope for the sake of MNM that they don't look back at this and go like, we dropped 3 points to Ambush, who's looking more and more like a serious contender for the playoffs as well. And I think Ambush, looking at this as well, are going to be thinking, well, you know, these 3 points that we took in Playday 1 against MNM Academy might actually become very crucial at the end of the season. I mean, it is very early to start talking about that because it is a notoriously long season. We have a long break and everything in between. But it's about building up those points consistently, and I just hope that MNM are not going to be punished by a somewhat rocky start to the season against teams that arguably are going to be against them. And Ambush are facing precisely which team tomorrow? TENSTAR.
Sheets.
TENSTAR. You're at least honest with it, because everyone does that. Everyone's like, oh, sure, I got it all in my head. Just give me a second here. I'm just going to bring up my my cheat sheet here. Yeah, no, but TENSTAR, because I wanted to have a little sneak peek tomorrow, and I was like, oh yeah. So again, tomorrow we lost Novi, by the way. I blame that on you.
We have. No, I think it's both of our faults. He can't contain his
you know.
Hilarity.
There you go.
All right,
I'm going to let you throw us to a break, Jack.
Yeah. Don't worry, I'll do that. I know what I'm doing, right? I'm not Ian, but I know what I'm doing. Here we go. Let's wrap things up here, because we have another absolutely incredible matchup coming up after the break. Viperio 86 versus Victus. Don't go too far.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalised, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
In 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills come in.
And Slaughter just picks them apart.
Let's try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates.
Prince steps up huge for ambush.
3 kills. All E1Ds use that. What?
Welcome back, everybody, to the Northern Premier League. I'm Jerry the Music Man. I'm joined here by the one and only Demo and Ollie. How are you lads doing? Are you looking forward to this one? Victus versus Viperio 86. Demo.
Yeah, again, it's one of those really close engagements that I expect to happen with these kind of 4 UK teams that we're expecting to really challenge in towards those Challenger League positions. So it's just going to be hopefully the exact same way as what we've seen from our previous engagement with TENSTAR and MNM.
Top of the table clash, Ollie.
It is, and you know, I feel like we've just been gifted a top of the table clash as well, Jerry. We've had some really good games at the end of today's play. And I'm sure that this one's going to be another one of those games. You know, there's a lot of eyeballs going to be on Victus and Viperio.
There certainly are. So let's have a look at some of these rosters then. Victus are first up. And Demo, I'll come to you for these guys. YZN, Oscar, Skeptic, Flexi, and SkyT. A bit of change since the end of the Rainbow Rumble, but a very good core there.
Yeah, Skeptic, I believe, is the latest addition that we've seen come in. Skeptic, he has experience inside of Nationals before. We've also seen him inside of Challenger League as well, so he does bring his own part of experience. And, you know, this team, they've done well up to this point. However, and there's a big however, the teams that they've played, has that been a true representation of how good they really are, or perhaps how good they really aren't? This will be their first big task tonight, and there's still going to be, you know, other matches that you have to go through. TENSTAR still on the board, MNM still on the board, Navi, Heroic. These are teams that Victus all have to play. And this will be a big, I would say, a big peer into the actual camp of this side to see how they will manage against a solid team like 86.
Speaking of 86, let's get them up in a moment, because Ollie, these two teams, they've clashed a few times. They met in the semi-final, the lower bracket final of Rainbow Rumble. It was Victus that came out on top then, but this is a slightly new look 86 side as well.
Yeah, 86 is, of course, the team that was, I think, surpassed everyone's expectations inside a Challenger League and did a lot better than people thought that they were going to do, but then, of course, fell under the typical sort of reshuffle and restructure that teams at this level often do sort of succumb to. So it is a slightly new look team. We've got Curly, Astro, Vito, Grubby, and Noodle, and these are the guys that are going to be looking to sort of fill in and carry on going where 86 left off. Obviously, you think about 86, they had a very strong National League. They had a very strong season in UKIN last year, and they're going to look to try and repeat that here and now.
Well, that's their task. Of course, both of them gathering 2 wins in 2. So, like we said, top of the table clash, and this, again, is another one where it could be a massive deal come the end of the season. We're going to take a look at a couple of the individuals that we want to highlight between the two sides. And Demo, Oscar and Noodle, 2 different styles of player, but we picked these out because their stats have been very impressive so far.
Yeah, Oscar certainly in there is being that kind of entry role, isn't he? He's on that Sledge. I think this guy's played Sledge for probably since he started playing Siege. I remember Oscar back about 3 years ago, whenever he still kicked about the likes of Madman, for example, back in the Nordics. He was always on this operator. And Noodle, who is certainly more of a newcomer to the stage, he's been having a good season so far as well. Obviously, the big thing about 86 is the confidence that side's going to have after their win last week against TENSTAR, and they're hoping to build off that success.
What do you think, Ollie?
Yeah, I think that, it's all about trying to start, build that sort of strong foundation and strong base on which to work from, and it's kind of nice that we get to see these 2 teams that have been pitted as favourites. Let's not beat around the bush here. The favourites of the competition are going to be your likes of your Heroic, your Navi. They're going to be the ones that we're looking toward to maybe win everything, but there's still Challenger League spots on the line. There's spots that need to be filled and can't be filled by those 2 teams. So to see these 2 teams coming up against each other so early on, it sort of adds that extra level of sort of interest, because it's very similar to the way that I described the previous match we saw could end up being a bit more of a 6-point game. This has that same potential, and then you start to pit the players up against each other, and sure, we've only seen them play twice so far each, but there's a clear edge there, if you will, for Oscar, and I think there's going to be maybe a bit more pressure on him to find that same performance here tonight.
Do you think, given results so far, Demo, that maybe not just for Oscar, but for Victus as a whole, that they have the edge over Viperio 86?
I don't know. This is one of those coin flip games where I honestly do not know who's going to win, because I think a lot of different things can happen. I think a lot of it does revolve around Victus, and it's just because I come back to that point I made earlier. We haven't seen them play a really strong, formidable team who has proven success, which this Viperio 86 team does. They have proven success. So it really comes down to see how Victus want to show up. Victus could rock up here and do exactly the same to 86 as what they've done previously so far in the season, or they could be in for a big shock and might shock everyone else with, maybe they're actually not this top of the table team.
Ollie, I've just noticed you've ditched your hat. Is there any particular reason for that? You're just casting Novi aside. You don't care what he's doing anymore. You're going to forge your own path. Is that the idea?
Yeah, I ditched the hat a long time ago. The backwards cat was a bit of a Mickey Tate, to be honest. So I was being a bit mean. But yeah, well, I didn't follow when he went to the beanie. I'll be honest with you.
I think Novi at one point threw down the gauntlet in our cast earlier and said, "Why don't you start imitating me instead?" That's a real dare there. Go
for the bold look.
Yeah, go for the bold look. Yeah. Anyway, that's off topic, because we've got our map vetoes ready and waiting for us. And after we, find out where we're going, it's going to be Villa, with looks like Victus defending first. I want to pick your brains about this map ban phase demo. What do you think? These guys have, these are teams with a lot of precedence.
Yeah, we've already seen Villa be played by Victus up against RCTIC, albeit wasn't much of a challenge, I would say, for Victus. RCTIC just rocked up and they got absolutely punched in the face on Villa. So I suppose from 86, the fact that they had Chalet and Villa. Chalet, for me, was always a big Viperio 86 map that we had seen throughout Challenge League. I remember we seen some of the matches they had played. I think of some of the great games that they had, lookalikes off Totem back then as well. And they had the choice between one of their favourites or onto Villa. So they went for the Villa pick. Probably have looked to see how Victus have set up in their previous matchup last week. So hopefully you would expect that 86 they've done the research and they're ready for this one.
I think they better have. Picking Villa into this LFO roster, it's been the downfall of a lot of teams.
Victus.
Ollie, Victus, yeah, you know. It's same difference, but whatever. Ollie, what are you thinking? Predictions, man. I want to hear a solid prediction from you first because I know Demo's a lot harder to tease them out of.
Let me have a look. What did I go for? I went for Victus in the sheet. I was just double checking there that I wasn't going to go against what I've previously written down. I think it's a solid choice. You know, it's going to be a very difficult one to call. Viperio, they could very well come out here and have a very successful showing. We know that, you know, as a core, they have been a team that have been good on Villa previously. I don't think that seeing the map veto has really given me a landslide swing one way or another here, though, Jerry.
It is a brave one, right? You know, you think you got the Chalet Villa picks, so tossing up between those two, you think 86 they must be prepared with something, but we're about to find out. As we head over to Villa, we've got Thomas, Snorrelife, and Navi, Morgan Palmer, on the other end of the call. Take it away, boys.
I've got the dramatic lighting.
Okay, sorry.
I'm standing up. I'm ready. There we go. We're serious because Snorri, you have actually lucked out. I mean, I say this is when we get like a 7-0 and it's actually a really you know, boring game. But this should be on paper the most exciting matchup, bar probably the MNM TENSTAR game. So, you know, I mean, you are really getting the UKIN experience tonight, aren't you?
I mean, I'm here for the exotic flavors, and I mean, I missed out on Nordic games because I was watching them, you know, shoving my face in popcorn, I was going to say, and grabbing all the juicy stuff. But I would love to see you live up to the expectations that you set up for me here now, because I am genuinely excited for this game, though, because I did think, and Demo touched upon it, it's Victus has played against two teams who are arguably looking to be the two weakest teams of the league at the current moment, and I am really excited to see what Victus will do against opponents in Viperio 86 that are already proven to be able to step up already in the NPL. I do also believe that is a little bit of a coin flip. I did go for V86 just because I wanted to see, I wanted to tease Victus a bit, be like, yeah, sure. I see that you have, you know, played against Riddle and RCTIC, but because you beat the two Nordic representatives, I'm going to vote against you, and it's up to you to prove me wrong. So the glove's been thrown, Victus. It's up to you to pick it up, or whatever you guys do over here.
No. I think that's very, very fair. I think certainly Chris Sword from Viperio, he's going to be very, very happy that you're rating his team. But in fairness, I think this for me was very, very hard to pick. To be honest, harder for me than the MNM TENSTAR one, because both these teams have sort of swapped around a few players. I know this was previously the LFO roster, which got picked up by Victus, but I think it was Nathan had to, I think because of real life commitments, couldn't carry on playing, got swapped out for a new player. So there is this sort of development going on, and they had the UKIN 2 experience as well. And then you've also got Viperio 86, who are going through this whole rebuilding phase. You know, they had this incredibly strong meteoric rise into UKIN. We went from calling it the Big Three to the Big Four. They were that impactful, genuinely. And now they've had to completely rebuild around Curly. And that none of the original roster is left. It's up to them to really show us what they can do. Both their games have been, I believe, on Bank. I think I'm just checking my list.
Viperio, wasn't that the final one? That wasn't Bank, because that was the kind of the talking point that we had on Playday 2 was like, okay, Kangaroo Kenny and TENSTAR, they felt really confident that, okay, we've been watching the VODs of Viperio 86. We do believe that there are some weaknesses there that we could exploit. Sadly for TENSTAR, they lost that game 7-5. It was admittedly a very close game, and you can't, fault any particular part of it. I mean, I was going to say TENSTAR there for what happened there. But we are going to go to Villa. Victus, as also Demo pointed out earlier, is already a map that we've seen by Victus, and barring, I mean, we saw jump outs leading into 3Ks because that's how comfortable they got against RCTIC. But it is precisely because I know RCTIC had their debut in the Tier 3 league, the first matchup they were going to play, and they had some, you could tell that they were clearly nervous. And I think anyone who saw Playday 1 RCTIC and compare them to the Playday 3 RCTIC, yes, they did lose against Heroic. Yes, Heroic are trolling about or whatever, and all the excuses, get them all out of the way. But they were shooting back. That's my point, right? The things that people were saying about Riddle is like, oh, well, Riddle's not a good team, but at least they can shoot back, right? But now we're seeing an RCTIC that has, like, they went boot camping this weekend, and I was jokingly saying in Twitch and on Twitter to my RCTIC boys, saying like, well, boot camp power, let's go. And I just want to stress, those guys are so hyped up after today. Like, I was just hearing some of the clips, and the boys were just like, they were just having fun. And so the Victus, and how is this relevant to Victus? It's relevant to Victus because I think this is, like you obviously said, it's going to be a far tougher matchup. And this is why I'm yet to be like, well, I'm not sold yet on the Victus hype, which is why I went for V86, because I believe that the team effort that we saw from V86 was looking stronger than what Victus showed. But admittedly, Victus didn't really have to show much against RCTIC and Riddle. No offense to my Nordic homies. I was going to say I'm not that old. I'm not going to try and be hip or anything, but,
I mean, it's also, like, going back, it's also, this is a different rosters again, or similar enough, but different rosters enough that we're getting a rematch of, I believe it was lower bracket, UKIN Rainbow Rumble. Both these sides clashed, and it was the Victor's back was LFO, taking them out, and then got stomped by TENSTAR in the finals. So these sort of three teams in Rumble are sort of, you had TENSTAR on this young roster where they've stuck together as a core. You had LFO who grinded their way out, was sort of this new team, wanted to get picked up, and then you had 86 going through this rebuild. These three teams are, like, you can see the potential in them, but it's, can they access it consistently? Because all these teams, even, Coalesce, who probably only showed like 2-3 good, really solid rounds. Even they, when they still showed good rounds. That's the thing. And if they can turn that into a consistency thing, suddenly they might pick up maps and be able to challenge some of these other teams. And this is what I'm looking for, is for these young players to find that consistency and deliver, because that's what separates them from the tiers above. Is that's all it is. We've seen them go gun to gun with Heroic, so we know that they can firepower wise they can at least reach. It's about doing that every single time.
It's about stepping up. And I mean, if you look at any sports, like traditional sports or esports, I think we can all agree that the first 2 days or the first week of a league, maybe even 3 or 4 play days, that's when you really tend to get some of these results that might have not looked as evident on paper, because it is about settling in. It is about finding your footing. It is about, like, sure, you've had great scrims, but you don't play scrims to win. You play scrims to learn. So when you face off teams who are like, oh, but these are not as good as the guys that we scrimmed, it's like, yeah, but these guys are now playing to win. They're there because this is by far the most prestige tournament that they're participating in. They're not going to give you anything for free. And that's kind of what I'm hoping for to see from these teams now that we're starting to get more like of a team identity from these teams, that we're getting the consistency in. And at the end of the day, like a league matchup, like the best team is usually the team that has the shortest amount of a rocky period, if I was going to say, like the shortest amount of struggling or stumbling, because everyone's going to win at some point, you would assume. Everyone, like the teams around you on the table, they're going to, like, if you're going to be a playoff team, you're going to see teams around you picking up points. It's about when you're having a bad day, still getting the points or getting out of that sort of bad period as soon as possible. That is how you get a winning team.
I'm paraphrasing, I'm going to say it was Wayne Gretzky, but I could be completely wrong. As you know, it
We're,
wasn't
we're
him.
going deep now. We're
I
going deep now.
I will try and find who the quote is from. They said,
Yep.
winners win even when they lose, because even when they lose, they still set personal best at best. And that's what, really separates them out. And it's that teething period for new teams, because sometimes it's either issues or suddenly you get a honeymoon period. Things are going well, and then you have your first roadblock, and it's how do you deal with this?
Exactly that.
And there's there's no sort of safety net in this, because yes, it's a long season, but like we said, every single point counts. It's all about that consistency. Speaking of consistency, one thing that isn't consistent is player PCs. One of them has had to restart, so we're currently waiting for them to get back in the lobby. While they do that, we're going to throw to a quick break so you don't have to hear us waffle on about anything else. And we shall see you hopefully very, very shortly for this ultimate game. See you soon. Ooh, we're back. We're back. Sorry for that, everybody at home. We are back in it, and we're getting Villa. Have we had different maps for every single map so far today? I think we have. Yeah, we're Club, Oregon, Bank,
Chalet, and Bank and Chalet.
Villa.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, there we go. 9-map pool. Let's go. That's what you like to see. That's what you like to see. I like Villa. I'm wondering if Jerry's got a storage of cockles and mussels around here to sell. Other than that, I don't know if they're got a lot of them over here in Italy, but it is what it is. I was waiting to do that setup, but I got a real clear indication early that it was going to take a while. I didn't want to waffle away the point, but Flores ban coming out here from Victus. There.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. I think Flores is super, super strong. However, caveat to that is Mute is just a straight hard counter. So take him off the board means that maybe there's less credence for from Victus is going this way. We don't really have to run the Mute. We can run something else, maybe like the Mozzie or the Aruni, something along those lines, which can kind of fill a similar role. So I like it. Wamai as well. Okay, this is interesting stuff. The Thatcher is we'll gloss over that, but especially Flores and Wamai, this is cool bands coming out.
Cool bands, yeah. That's what you see. That's what you get when working with me. You get waffling, you get spicy bands. I know someone don't like it being called that, but it's interesting bands at least to say that. Valkyrie's not so interesting. So Flores and Wamai is certainly the two here that really sticks out here in terms of the bands here. And what's always interesting at this level of play though, in a tier 3 level, and I think me and Ollie mentioned that back in the Nordic Championship again. Ollie brought it up a couple of times, and there were really good points about. Sometimes it just seems like the teams don't really play into their own bans. Like, for instance, if you get the Wamai ban, or say you're the attacking team and you ban away the Wamai, you would expect a lot of throwables, you would expect, just getting rid of a little bit of extra utility and a strong gun in the assault rifle, of course, on the Wamai. And teams then all of a sudden don't really bring whatever you're banning away the operator from. Like, sure enough, there are some times you would get like a comfort ban, I was going to say, like just banning away an operator from a certain player, etc. But I do hope to see teams utilizing that more, playing into their own bans and bringing what like you said, okay, with the Flores being gone, what are we going to see in the defense there? We are going to see the mutes, so regardless of whether or not the Flores was banned, you would still bring a mute to this map, to the site, because you have 2 staircases and you have a couple of walls, and you can just use the mute jammers to not just prevent the walls from being opened, and also avoid the drones coming up from red stairs and main stairs. So,
kind of surprised we're not even getting the Mute Mozzie combination, honestly, for this site. That's pretty strong with the stairs and everything. You can just completely make just blackout areas of no information. There's no droning happening. The mirror getting picked up for Oscar is interesting, just because Oscar is a player. I know YZN was getting shouting out a ton, and he, quite rightly should do, but Oscar especially was a player in the original LFO lineup, and Rumble was just performing out of his mind, and he performs on literally anything. Doesn't matter what role, what operator you put him on, he will hit heads, and he will absolutely just clap some people. He is just ridiculously talented. Ooh, some of the X-Carriers did go off, but that should be enough just for the Malusi to hold position.
Yep.
Astro, though, is playing around this door. That could get spicy, and now the Malusi's backing off.
It's a very extended hold that we're seeing from Victus here, leading in towards the trophy statuary, just trying to make Viperio 86 waste resources and time here, trying to clear this out. And then, of course, the question begins to present itself: do Viperio then read into this? Do they just continue with this push, or do they rotate elsewhere? Because you do know that if 2 or 3 players are in this area of the map, there's going to be less resistance elsewhere on the map. You can't just place 5 players and expect them to cover the entire map. And it does seem like Viperio are going to commit to this push, and of course, that is also something that can be a downside to a lot of teams. It's sort of like the sunken cost fallacy, where you're just oh well, we committed so much time and utility now that we're gonna have to stick to this. And Oscar is just gonna keep sticking to his kills, getting a first kill of the map against Viddlen of all players as well, the tier 3 killer, I was gonna say, but he's the one who got killed this time. And a great start here by Victus, wasting both time and getting a kill.
That's the 2 things that you just, on defense, that's the best things that you want to try and get out of it. The time, the kills, and the last thing is probably the utility, and they've got that Jaeger, they've got the ADSs for it as well. They are hunkered in on the site, but they've, like you said, they bought so much time, it doesn't really matter. And the fact that main stairs still hasn't been cleared, that's not in control for Viperio, suddenly means that 90 is at risk for a wide swing from the player holding that, and that could potentially cause some issues. Viperio really needs to start getting a move on. I think that... Oh no, okay, that frag grenade did clip Oscar, but it's still not doing anything. The toxic base going out. There we go. There's the frag grenade that we were looking for. And Viperio 86 now are within an opportunity, making their way on through. It's a trade 1-for-1. There's 10 seconds left. SkyT is still on these stairs and can, well, actually, no, he's rotating around to red stairs, so he's going to flank, and that could potentially be disastrous. Curly at least gets one. It's a trade, but no. There we go. YZN finds the last one in the round, and that is it. Just for everyone at home, C Monk is YZN. C Monkey. So YZN, that is currently our KD leader as well.
It's like he heard us. There we go. C Monkey. There we go. Yeah, so I like someone has to do that with like an Austin Powers accent and stuff like that. C Monkey. Yeah, there you go. Like I don't know. It's just that's YZN. That's the point that Navi was trying to raise, and I just like honestly just. I just killed the moment.
No. Snark.
No. Yeah, go on. Yes, tell me, tell me.
It's our first time together. Don't be so hard.
Okay.
You're doing a smashing job.
Okay.
All right. And back to it. Let's go.
Kitchen. Okay, so kitchen defense, and you have to say again to Victus there, all credit to them, because the extended hold up in the second floor was really good. Now, with the kitchen being the second defense there, you could arguably, I mean, you would have to invest forces on top of the second floor. You don't want to give all that map control away to Viperio 86 that could start with a vertical play here. But then the question is, like, seeing Skeptic all the way over here in Library, are we going to see an extended hold down in the on the ground floor? Are we going to see him just trying to waste time? Is it just placing out Mozzie Pass just to give the drones something to think about when they're trying to clear, for instance, from this area of the map? The roaming presence on Villa is something that you should never underestimate because of the sheer size of the map, but also because you have the entire basement as well that the defenders can use for rotations, etc., etc. So, Sea Monkey placing the final Mute Jammer over by the drone hole. Just make sure that they get less intel. And that is the Mute Mozzie combo that you did ask for earlier, Navi.
Yep. It is. I mean, it's a classic. I still think it's quite strong, despite the fact that Mozzie seems to be consistently getting nerfs to his weaponry. You know, lost a super shoddy. P10 Roni gets nerfed, but the Commando is, to be honest, a really great gun. It's a great little piece of kit. Of course, fire rate is lower, but packs a hell of a punch for the weapon that it is, and how fast Mozzie can be with more in the mag as well compared to the P10 Roni. It's a slightly different style of Mozzie. You can go for more peaks because you can hit the body shots. You can rely a little bit more on that, and you don't have to reload after every 1 second of firing around. But Viperio, they have the complete opposite way. They have LMGs on 2 of their players, and how that is, you don't reload, you just hold down left mouse button. But we're actually seeing a basement sort of push through as well. Seem like actually getting tagged as well, but this will be interesting to see. Will they come up Astro stairs, or are they going to come up the red stairs? I believe it's going to be the red stairs, and that could pose 1 or 2 issues for any of the defenders. I don't think there is... It's just C-Monk's just sort of like chilling around just outside, and it's Vitaline who gets the first kill onto Oscar.
Yeah, through the hatch as well inside of Living, so that is a good pickup there by Vito, and he's just saying thank you. Now the tables have turned. I am going to get the first kill onto you, and let's see then how Viperio are going to make use of this basement push, because this is the risk about it, because SkyT can of course use the basement against it, but Vitalin is going to pick up a second kill thus far in the round and create a great man advantage here for Viperio 86, as they are going to try and set up here for the push coming from the west south side. But another nade kill coming through from Astro as well. This is exactly what you want to see for Astro and the rest of Viperio 86, just getting these kills. No trades coming through from Victus until Flexi gets his first kill of the night on towards Astro, of course. That's his second, my bad. But still, Skydie inside the basement. But that means that you have only Flexi left on site. Now, he is an incredibly talented player, but holding off, stemming this assault on his lonesome is going to be too much of a task game for him. Skydie's going to be back onto site here trying to clear up this 1v3, which was a 1v4, but Noodle is waiting inside of the hallway and ready for this rotate to come through, and Viperio 86, a much needed response after round number 1.
Absolutely. I think this kind of is setting the stage for what we were expecting. I really wouldn't have it any other way. 1-1, opening this up, and I think a convincing win for both teams on the rounds. Viperio looked very strong, very coordinated. the sort of coordination to get the flashes, the push onto Flexi to clear him out of that angle was very, very nice. And, you know, Viperio bouncing back from what Victus had was a very strong defensive side, a defensive round. So both teams showing a lot of positives, and now we're going back to a more, I want to say, more default side. Trophy, Saturus feels a bit more default than Kitchen. This is, you know, Victus should be comfortable here. They've got the Kaid, which should be super helpful, but Noodle is bringing that Twitch, and I believe it wasn't Noodle. I'm getting my teams mixed up. LFO Neefan used to be on Twitch for now Victus. And both these teams liked playing that kind of role, actually opting for the Lion instead. And I love the Lion. He's an operator that you don't want to show, you certainly want to switch to.
Certainly want to switch to and see if Skeptic can get some shenanigans there. No, he's just jumping out. Might just be baiting here, the fear for the C4 that you sometimes see in the run out here, or is just, you know, getting a little bit of fresh air before the bullets start flying around his ears. But yes, arguably, Trophy Statuary is a more custom, I was going to say accustomed, second site, and tertiary site being Kitchen, but that's the great thing about Ville. At least 3 of the sites are completely viable, and some of them can even be held relatively same. Now, Oscar's going to be downstairs in basement here, make sure that the attack doesn't really come through here, or at least meets a little bit more resistance there. And as I say that, it's going to be YZN with the C4. Perhaps it was a sign of things to come. No, it was a C4 from, I would say, through the window, I would assume, or the either that or the kit flew out the window and the impact. It does seem it might have been through the hatch flare. I'm actually not too sure where that one happened, but it was a C4 kill. And that's all I know. Usually takes me a game to warm up, and I'm just being chucked in here. So do be patient with me.
I am just as confused on you with that one. That, like, you look at that and you're like, okay, it's a locked room, no windows, but he died from the inside. Like, how did it happen? It's that kind of thing.
Ooh.
But look at this round. This round has just disappeared from in front of us. And suddenly, Viperio is left in a 1 versus 4. It's all on Astro to try and recover this on the Iana, but honestly, not much is probably going to happen here. But Astro is a good player. Played around in Nordics, I believe, for Gamma, if I recall correctly.
That would be Benelux, I believe.
Benelux, yeah.
Yep.
And making his way around, it's going to be a tricky... Ooh, okay, all right. So if they're going to give you separate 1 versus 1s, you take that all day, but no. But one thing I want to highlight, Victus sending Oscar down into the basement. And this is a really interesting sort of call and response that these two teams are doing. 86 take advantage of using the basement on their attack. That forces Victus to have to change their style and put one of their roamers down there purely for that threat. And so now that Victus has bounced back, Viperio now know that, or should know that a player's down there, that they might go for the C4s, and now it's their turn to respond. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see this whole shift in momentum and this back and forth carry on. However, it's AVG, and this was a very, very strong site for Victus.
Yeah, and every single round that we've seen thus far has arguably been like one team getting the advantage and then holding on to that advantage. And that's something that you like to see at this level of play, because a lot of times Tier 3 teams or aspiring Tier 3 teams tend to get themselves a little bit of an advantage, but then all of a sudden just throw it away for the win. Like we saw some examples even earlier this night where we saw certain teams get perhaps an opening kill or maybe even 2 opening kills and then just take unnecessary risks rather than being, you know, because you would expect a team with a less player count to take more risks because you have to create those plays. You can't wait, as a defender especially, can't wait for the attackers with the 1 extra gun to just come and just run in and play for trades on you. You have to play more aggressive. But when you have the numbers advantage and time on your side, as the defenders do, that risk sort of dissipates a little bit because you don't really have to force those plays. And it's nice to see that Victus on the defense has been able to do that, get some opening kills, some nice ones, one that even perplexed me and probably be starring an episode of X-Files or Fringe, whichever generation you belong to. And Viperio on the attack as well when Vito got his 2 opening kills as well. So promising signs here for a very closely contested match, and this is a Victus that I was hoping to see after their 2 matches against RCTIC and Riddle respectively.
And it's also really good to see Viperio, it sounds simple, but performing on a map that isn't bank. Just because the fact that both their wins were on it against other good sides, it kind of made me feel, yeah, okay, you've got them, but can you replicate this performance on a different arena?
Can you do it on Stormy Night and Stoke?
Exactly that. Can you do it on a nice sunny day in the Italian villa? You know, it's one of those things, because we see lots of teams who are just, you know, they're like cafe warriors or something like that. They're just really good on that one map. You don't hate them there. And I was kind of worried, is Viperio kind of setting themselves up to be like that? But they're showing promising signs on Villa, which is good. Victus, likewise, is also showing, you know, similar, very positive signs. There's the engagement. Oh, but it's actually coming out the way of Victus, but it trades right back. I really thought that Skeptic was going to get that one with a shotgun, but maybe that's an instance where he probably should have backed off. At least Skyty's there to hold the position, but now Viperio have brought it to an even playing field.
You've seen some of those main holes, so with the shot, it's been successful, and I love the trades coming back and forth. Both of the teams are playing there, ready to back up their team, so I'd like to see this. We're seeing both of the defenders, so off-site, the kit is on the floor inside of Study, but Groovy is holding this angle, and if they know that the final player is inside of landing as well, and he's going to peek, there's an LG waiting for you, but Skyty somehow is going to win both of those! Has a great double kill, it's so crucial, and all of a sudden, someone with Skyty! It's going to take it for Victus, a round that seemed like it was going to be all the 86, but Skyty, he wants to play as well.
Skyty absolutely sent it. That was Viperio's round all day, but how on earth? Like, let's have a look at what happened on that main stairs. So you had Groovy got Flexi, then Skeptic replied, but Skyty sort of like peeked over the shoulder. He got a 1, a 2 for the triple, and then that shot there was just instantaneous. Knew that someone was around in that position. That's a really good read.
Oh, wow.
Oh, and
yeah,
we're seeing two
so good
disconnects as well at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, I would have passed out as well if I saw that happen in front of me. It's just like, oof. So it does seem like we're going to have a little bit of a technical issue there. Skyty is just too good. He just knocked out the servers here, and you might be able to gaze upon our lovely faces in a minute. There we go. Not even a minute, just a couple of seconds. There we go. Here we are. Hey, but yeah, I think we all need to breathe a little bit after that amazing little clutch there by Skyty, and you know, facing. Like, let's be honest, he should not win that clutch. When you have 3 players, they know exactly where he is inside of landing. He's winning the first gunfight, of course, great job. But you're literally playing an SMG-11 into an LMG. It's like you couldn't be more opposite in terms of how many bullets you have in the chamber. So it's just good to it's in the chamber, even in the clip. So to see again, like, just how skill and actually being crosser placement actually being what tips the scale in his favor, that shows that sometimes it's not about the amount of bullets. It's sometimes about who have the superior reflexes of crosshair placement. And there you go. Skyty, absolutely well done.
Absolutely. And although I want to praise Skyty, especially as I've predicted his team to win, I am very annoyed the fact that I literally previously made a point saying, yeah, Viperio is going to bounce back and they're going to look really good this round. It's going to be even. They're going to come out with the win, and then we're going to go to 2-2, and it looked like it was going that way, and then Skyty flicked his wrist so hard that he somehow threw his mouse into the Ubisoft server and blew it up. So now we're waiting. Now we're waiting. Okay, we're back in though. That was a short pause, managing to get them back in.
The service just had a gut punch, so they just had to catch their breath again and be like,
winded.
Wow, just holding up their hand, like, okay, just give me a moment, guys. Okay, all right, okay, I'm good. Okay, we're back in it now, and here we go. It's going to be back down the kitchen. They're going to need something to bite after that one. Skyty has had his mouth full with that little clutch and a 6-1 to pad those stats after that previous round. Feels good, and this is again. To bring up that point, this is a Victus that I was hoping to see. Like, yeah, sure, I predicted Viperio, but for the sake of Victus, and all of those, of course, of the casters, because this is probably the match that had the most casters, like, split up in, like, 2. And it wasn't even the SMG, it was the MP5K I can see now from the replays here, but okay, my bad, it wasn't SMG-11, but still, he won it. Skyty, that is. But this was the matchup that was the most evenly, most split decision among the casters. There you go. I can speak English. I just need to warm up a little bit first. And seeing Victus stepping up to the challenge, it's defense on Villa. We've had, you can write novels and documentaries about people talking about how defender-sided it is, but arguably the meta right now is kind of attacker-favored, I would argue, especially with the nades being so effective, while Mai being banned, and we've seen some nade kills, but we haven't seen sort of the nade from below sort of take here from Viperio, arguably, and of course, it could be a completely different narrative if it was 2-2 on the scoreboard here, but barring a great clutch from Skydie, Victus are still in the lead, and all credit to him for that.
All credit to Astro, though, finding that opening onto YZN. So that is, you know, his KD is certainly changing. I'm going to be so interested to see where he... I think he was like 3.5 or something going into this game. So, you know, Viperio 86, seeing if some of their players can make their way up there. Astro's having a great game. I feel like we've spoken about Skyty and everything, but Astro's the kill leader, 7-4 on that Iana, really putting in a good shift, and the impact that he's had, he's kind of... It feels like almost we're waiting for the rest of Viperio to get activated. Because if they start having the rest of the players delivering in the kill department, this suddenly can become a way closer game, unless Skyty's going to get another kill and push himself to 7-1. Yes, Astro might have 7 kills, but Skyty only has 1 death.
Superior firepower there, and survival skills. No trades coming through either there for Viperio at 86 in comparison to the previous rounds there, and that I think is going to be the crucial thing. They need to get this top floor control so they can start working on the vertical, or at least start a push from below. But it is difficult right now for Viperio. You would say that this little technical pause that we had was a good timing for both teams, because Skydie would be high up because of that clutch, and Viperio got a little bit of time to discuss, okay, what went wrong? Are we doing something wrong, or is it just the execution that is a bit off? Because that was an individual performance. Sure, great, all that stuff, but they need to get some rounds here. If you can get 3-3 on the attack on Villa, you would be quite pleased. And a 4-2 is not the end of the world, but you can't really lose that many more rounds. And Skydie, I mean, he's just taking the kills being handed to him right now. The same thing is going to happen for Skeptic, as there's now only 2 remaining players left on the side of Viperio 86 there, Navi.
Skydie has gotten, not just across the last round as well, 6 kills in a row, is still alive and kicking, and Viperio falling by the wayside, because as soon as you get past one player, there's a player like Flexi ready and waiting in the corner of the kitchen, and now Curly is a one-man army into 4 very hungry Victus players who are looking for that win, looking for those 3 points to push them ahead. Flexi's the one to do it. It is now 4-1, and you touched on that pause. And I was thinking, yeah, the pause came at a really good time, but we're really lucky it was that short. Because if it was longer, suddenly you have all that adrenaline, that hype from that clutch, that adrenaline will go and it will fall, and then you essentially go cold. It's really weird to think of esports like a regular sport in the form of muscles, but you get warmed up into it, and if you have a technical pause, that can ruin it. Likewise for Viperio, if they come off the back of that round and they're left to stew for 2-3 minutes, that's going to play havoc on the mental. So
arguably, though, it can work both ways, right? Because if you are that hype after a clutch, like for instance, say it was an ace clutch or something like that, right? You could actually be almost shaking because of the adrenaline. So sometimes you could actually see teams call tactical timeout after they had a clutch to sort of bring down the player again and let them breathe a little bit and just sort of pat themselves on the back. But also do not underestimate, since you're doing the comparison here to traditional sports and muscles, that also goes for the mental aspect of the game. When you are on the team of someone clutching, it's not just the clutcher that really gets that positive mental boost, it's also the rest of the team, because it's like, well, even if you don't want to admit it, you're almost like halfway thinking like, okay, we're starting to look towards the next round. It's like 1v3. It's going to be tough. Like, you still obviously are helping your teammate and everything, but it's like that little subconscious little thing like, okay, let's start thinking about next round. And then to see someone, look at that, 8-0 KD thus far, 100 cost. No opening kills though, so he's not gonna step up his game. But back to my point, it's to then get that clutch on your team by a teammate. It's just such a great boost, and I think Victus, knowing Flexi, how much he can be in his own head when things are going bad, he's told me and promised me that he has improved that. But Victus, when things are rolling their way, they're really going to make advantage of that momentum. And let's see if Viperio are able to answer to that after the timeout being called here now in round number 6.
Nitrocell gonna go wide. Oh, we saw, I think this was, going back, I think this was actually the old LFO roster into Viperio 86. I seem to remember there was a round with a cap can and just consistently throwing C4s out the side of Villa and getting kills. And I saw flashbacks of something similar happen, but it's not meant to be. Ooh, Skeptic kind of walking into Crossfire and now gets in the bath. Now, okay, right, a little bit of Yukon history, right? The bath is infamous, specifically with Nath from Navi, but really it is a staple of Yukin. It is an absolute rat play, and we love it. We absolutely love the bath play. There was even Nath managed to get a 2 interrogations on Kavira from the bathtub. Is it going to get droned? I don't know if it is. Please, Skeptic, be quiet.
Be quiet.
He's still not being noticed.
Is this the Yukon equivalent of Indiana Jones in the refrigerator when a nuclear blast when it goes off? Just Skeptic.
Absolutely.
Oh, the pod mat! You were talking about the bathtub, but Vito hasn't even looked down yet at the frost mat, and that should have been droned out earlier. But Groovy is going to be able to pick it up. But Skeptic can jump up. We'll get a double. No, we will get 1 kill at least. Groovy was still going to be low, but that could have been, even with a little bit more patience, that could have been even more crucial. But I do understand why he jumps out there. He hears the auto cue. He hears that someone's being resuscitated, I was going to say, and he's going to go and swing for it. But luckily for Viperio 86, that ends with probably the least worst case, like the best case scenario, I was going to say, for them in that situation. Like, we both saw it in our heads playing out right in front of us there, Novi. But let's see if this push from Viperio 86, 4v4, can this happen for the side of Viperio 86?
Now, Victus has managed to run down the clock with a minute remaining, so they should be in a good position. Flexi is still holding Astro Stairs. Groovy literally brute forces their way down with the LMG, just like rattling off shots just to clear them out, because, you know, you can't peek into that. It's impossible. Astro actually gets a follow-up as well into YZN. Groovy is just doing absolute bits with a triple kill. Astro closes it out, and there we go. Viperio 86 are not down and out yet. Victus win the half, but Viperio win the last round of that half, and that was crucial. I think 4-2 on attack is respectable. I think 5-1 is a lot to come back of, even when you're swapping to the defensive side.
I mean, it's arguably fine, especially considering how the rounds have played out and what kind of rounds that they lost on the side of Viperio. I think there will also be very disappointing. Like, if this game ends up as a loss, I think they're going to look back at the clutch by Skydie and a couple of these rounds and be like, okay, we should have had at least a point here or two. And so it was really good of Viperio to get around right after the timeout, because they're using the timeout. Like, I'm usually a critic of teams not using their timeouts earlier, or like, okay, you want to kill the momentum of the other team. But here's also another thing, like, okay, do you want to avoid the 5-1 so much that you're going to use a timeout to avoid it? Because after this, you're going to swap sides, and that is, in many ways, sort of like a mini reset regardless. You're going to go into the defensive mindset, but I think it also just shows how important it was for Viperio to sort of, perhaps it was something in the team in terms of the comms, like maybe they just needed to get a little bit, like, a frustration out. Maybe they just had to say, guys, we cannot let them get 5-1. We need to take this round. We need to get the reset. We need to go into the defense with a winning round behind us. So, again, I was very worried for them when you're talking about the Skeptic the Yukon bathtub special. Now, take that one out of context if you like. But, I mean, luckily for them, they were able to salvage that round, and Astro and Groovy were able to pull themselves back into the round and make it a 4-2 half. So let's hope, for Viperio's sake, that they have more to bring here on the defense.
Absolutely. Let's hope for a little bit more. Victus getting a kill for absolutely free. Oscar is going to be taking that to the bank for sure. And actually, for a player of his caliber, he's had very quiet, really, only 3 and 4, but it doesn't matter when Skeptic and Skyty are doing the heavy lifting. So is Flexi, but Viperio again replying. Oscar, no! We said there should be more up nades, but we didn't mean like that, dude. Like, what was that? No!
Oh, that's just unfortunate timing, communication, whatever it is, and Noodle just swings out, no respect, and gets that kill. Sky's going to be able to trade back onto Viddlein, but he was already injured, so that is just really more just securing a kill that was already there. Now, Skydie, Astro on their own, they're going to pick up YZN there, and it's going to be Skydie. We've seen him do this before from almost the exact same position, but this time he's going to be on the attack, and he's going to get the first one. Is he going to be able to replicate this, but on the opposing side, on the attack? Are you going to make it a double whammy? I was going to say both in the attack and the defense there from the same spot. Of course, more difficult here, but he's going to swing it, but it's going to be Curly with a shotgun this time around. Far easier to defend it when you have a shotgun and some smoke canisters, of course, on your side. And Viperio 86 take their first defensive round.
That's the first one. 86. Bring it ever closer to that 4-4 scoreline. felt like an interesting round because Victus had a lot of things going for them, but just some individual misplays. And this is the kind of moment where you've got to take pause, you've got to take stock and go, okay, we made some mistakes, but it's fine. Let's not beat ourselves up for it, because some players do that. You know, they get in their own heads and they go, oh, I should have won that. I da-da-da-da-da, blah, 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 blah. And then they swing something they shouldn't swing, or they don't swing something that they should swing. You know, it can really mess with the flow of the game for these players. So hopefully that doesn't impact them too much, but Viperio's got to be sitting pretty, because suddenly that 4-2 half doesn't seem too bad, because they're now literally one win away from equaling it.
So both teams are currently sitting with 6 points on the table here. Of course, Victus with a far superior round difference because of the first play week that they had. But we are starting to see a little bit of a spread here. I was going to say they could be the winner of this matchup could potentially be, if they get all 3 points, be the only team to be alongside Heroic in terms of 9 points here. And you want to get yourself the points where you can get them, because arguably after seeing these first 2 weeks soon, I was going to say, Victus, Viperio, Ambush, TENSTAR, MNM Academy, like they've all taken some crucial points in these first 2 play weeks, and you don't want to lose the momentum here. You want to keep going on that winning streak and try and keep that winning streak going for as long as possible. Pick up points from the teams that are expected to be around you on the table. So this matchup has a lot of a weight for both teams here in terms of how crucial those 3 points are. Neither team would want to go to an overtime, because that means that they lose at least 1 point from a potential 3. But a win's a win, and right now it could go either way, because sure, Oscar did help out Viperio there with a great grenade team kill there on the previous round, but Viperio still had to close it out, and that they did.
Yeah, they were given an advantage, and it's, you know, yes, you can say, oh, you know, they had that advantage, they got a kill for free. They still got to close it out, as you said. Oh, but Noodle, you know, you are... I was trying to think of a pun to do with that, and everything I thought of, I was like, that is not broadcast friendly. So we'll move past that, but Noodle got thoroughly stomped out by YZN. The sea monkey just slurped that noodle. Okay, no, that didn't sound right. And now that gives Victus the opening kill, which, as we said, for these teams especially, they've shown that generally when they get that advantage, they're very good at keeping it, unlike we've seen some of the other teams in this league struggle to do.
And that's about using that man advantage that you were given by Noodle jumping out into a Claymore here. And of course, sometimes those risky plays can play your way, but now keep in mind there are even more Claymores on the playing field after they got the buff here with 2 Claymores per Claymore player. Astro, if you only knew how close you were, I do believe that's just behind here, but it could also be behind the rock wall there. Yes, it is. My bad. It's the just playing a little bit with the clean feed here on the side of us casters, so do apology from me. As I say that, Riddle is not going to take any apologies. He's going to take down Oscar's going to say thank you for the previous round, and now I'm going to repay the favor by killing you. I know it sounds weird, but that's Siege for you. Push is going to try and come here through bathroom. They're going to try and stall it out, however, but Sea Monkey is going to go through it. That's YCN, of course. He's going to get injured. Curly going to be really low. Her Sketch going to try and push him with the shotty, though, but it's going to be Sketch to clear it out. Vito, though, from behind Astro Stairs will be able to pick it down before they're able to get it started up, but you do have the thing to boost, and I'm actually wondering if that one came into play there with the resuscitation, and there you go, Victus! It looked dire there for a moment around the Astro Stairs, and there you have it. It was the Finka boost, but it wasn't the kill that I thought it was, but it was at least secured by the player. No, actually, that might have been Ibana. I didn't see Ibana there, sorry, my bad. I get too excited.
You can see.
I wanted to be a I wanted to be a Finka boost. Like, oh yeah, there we go. Now we're gonna get the withstand debate all over again.
Oh man,
I'm sorry. Nah, I'm just kidding. It was a Victus round though.
It was a Victus round, but like it's still. Even in the rounds that they win, I think interesting enough, earlier on, right, it was going other way. Whoever was in lead tended to win. Still, this time we're seeing it get closer and closer each time, if that makes sense. Like, you know, suddenly you have, despite these close rounds, as we get deeper and deeper in, suddenly it's like, okay, you know, we won, but did we really win? We got this advantage and we barely came close, kind of thing. It's kind of all over the place, and this is where both teams are stepping the level up, and one isn't going to be able to go any further. They're not going to be able to take that next step. That's when the other team will win. And it feels like both these teams are starting to hit that that peak, that plateau, and we're going to see one team at the moment is Victus just slightly pushing ahead despite the 2-round difference. But I wouldn't be surprised if Viperio try and rally and try and bring this back.
It is important now that Viperio don't get themselves too far behind, because they have already used their timeout. So unless they are going to pressure Victus, you might not see another timeout this matchup. Because yes, okay, Viperio already used a timeout, but if they apply pressure to Victus, they can force Victus to take a timeout themselves, which gives Viperio also a timeout. But it's going to be Oscar that's going to take the first blood here, and Oscar, I have been a bit skeptical, because I've said, okay, you've been playing against two teams that haven't really been up to snuff, I was going to say, but Oscar is really stepping up here against Viperio as well. He's continuing the form in terms of nade kills and first blood picks alongside Skydie and the others on Victus, of course, and this does seem like a Victus that has been, or have accepted my challenge, picked up the glove, and slapped me just across the face with it and said, look at what we're doing, because we are giving Viperio a fight here now, and we are looking better than them, arguably.
They've made a statement. Another opening kill. I'd be really interested to see how these opening kills have changed compared to the first half, because it feels like Victus has just found Viperio's number, and especially on defense. I love seeing an aggressive defense, but you should know when to back off. Like you said right at the start in the first round, it is not just about getting the man advantage, it's about getting the time advantage as well. Wasting that time, that is just as valuable as removing an enemy player. And at the moment, Viperio are going too aggressive. They're trying to get that man advantage too early on, and not actually wasting any time, and losing the man at the same point.
This is a time where you need Viperio, you need someone to step up here, get 2 kills so they can salvage this round. And one point that we haven't really addressed earlier is that how fast some of these rounds have been. Like, we've seen clutch situations happen with like 1 minute still remaining within the round, and it's been relatively fast-paced round here, pretty much all rounds here, pretty much all of them. And so Viperio, the downside of the time working inside the attackers, it gives them time to drone out. Of course, Viperio could hope for them to be stalled out here and have time playing on their side, but it also gives plenty of time for the attackers to push to the site, as we're seeing right now. Smoke canister's coming out, but we're already seeing players on the side of Viperio 86 going down here. 5v3 advantage. The execute does seem like it's going through. Skydie is now inside, but look at Noodle! Crucial flanker coming up the red stairs, but are they going to be able to pick up more, as Sea Monkey, as C means at YZN, is picking up someone on the other side here, and we're going to see a little contest here, but of course you know that someone's peeking there. We're going to have 2 players there, and Victus are going to clean this out and clean, dominant fashion. It's going to bring us to match point, and Victus, they are certainly looking strong.
Oh, I am very, very happy, because we were discussing this beforehand, actually, in the break, with Ollie's prediction of MNM Academy falling short.
Oh, here we go.
Currently, myself and Uberos are currently tied for first place for talent predictions, and we both picked different teams. I chose Victus, who are currently on map point. Just want to reiterate that. Uberos chose Viperio 86, who now have to mount the comeback. I mean, it's perfectly possible. You know, this team can step up. But if Victus win, I'm just saying that.
Why would you do this to yourself when they still have an opportunity to claw themselves back? You shouldn't call that until the 3 point. Like, you never call the points until they're in your pocket.
Because content.
If
it goes overtime, it will be fantastic.
okay, fair enough. Fair point. I'll give you that one. It's all for the entertainment. I'm just gonna be here rolling with my eyes. Everyone can hear me rolling my eyes, and you're just gonna be here like, I hope I didn't cast a curse myself here now. But we are only 1 round away from Victus taking this map, and so it means that Viperio are going to have to take 3 rounds in a row to make sure they even get a point from this matchup. They're not going to get the 3 points regardless of whether or not they're going to catch up to Victus, because then we'll go into overtime and one team will get 2 points, the loser will get 1 point. It's still something, but it's a best case scenario for Viperio now is to come, of course, here on the reverse sweep and get those 2 points. But I have to say, the way that some of these rounds have been playing out, especially the last couple of ones, I do fear for Viperio, because Victus have looked more consistent and less scrappy than what Viperio has.
Consistency is key. It's been the word of the day, is consistency throughout every single game. That's what we're harping on about, but that's what we want to see. Both these teams have shown that they're very good. The fact that especially this Viperio roster is so new as well is worth sort of chiming in, because the core of the Victus, I think it's Oscar, Skydie, and YZN. You know, they've played with each other for a while now. That core is quite solid. Viperio 86. Curly is the only OG member. The rest has all been, I think Curly and Noodle are the only 2 members that played on the previous Viperio 86 roster. I believe the rest are all new additions into the team. And so they're having to go through that teething process of finding what works, what doesn't. And they're still showing some really, really good stuff. This is the opportunity for them to really, like, I think, grow as a team as well. You know, your back's against the wall. This is your opportunity to show what you can do, and they're going for this main stairs take. SkyT who opened things up. Oscar replies, but Noodle is not allowing his team to go down without a fight. Gets a 2K before backing off. Wasted some time as well, and that looked like Victus was about to go for the guttural for the throat there to close this map out, and Noodle just said no.
It would be hilarious if a player just dropped down that hatch and he just got the kill. It would have been great. I mean, he would have probably died from the hatch being exploded, but it would have made great content. There you go. I said it. And I wonder how many kills does Oscar now have with nades after these 2 play weeks? Like, I want stat people on that. Affy, get on that. I want to see how many nade kills he has, because it's a ridiculous amount at this point. And yes, include a team kill if you must. It will just make it even funnier. But we're now only 40 seconds away, roughly, from this round coming to conclusion. We will know whether we're going to get a 6-4 or if Victus are going to close this map out. And, of course, with Flexi and Oscar both still being alive, and YZN as well, you wouldn't count them out. There are a couple of key positions being held there by Viperio in the case of 90 as well, but a couple of pre-fires could, of course, change that. 25 seconds now. YZN with the LMG can do some pre-fires, but that is a C4 coming through from Astro. That's the Finka taking off the board. That's massive, but Flexi is just going to walk up, and Oscar as well, all of a sudden going to turn this completely around. And Noodle has already stalled the defense once. I was going to say the attack, but he's going to have to do it again now. Stop the 1v2. The plant's going to go down. Oscar's going to hold it, but he's going to win against Oscar. He's going to force Flexi to come into towards and chase him inside the vault. He's going to be able to win the gunfight. It's going to be Flexi to come to the save. For the salvation for his side on Victus. And I have to say, Victus, I have baited you guys on Twitter, I've baited you guys on the predictions, and I'm going to be the first one to admit it. I have sorely underestimated you. I challenged you, you stepped up to the plate, and I'm never going to doubt you again.
To be fair, you said Flexi was the savior for Victus. Noodle was almost the savior for Viperio there. That would have been an insane clutch to keep them in it. And that, you know, as we said, you get one clutch. Just like earlier in the first half, remember when SkyT got that quad right here. You know, this completely swung that momentum of that first half, and that could have been the opportunity Viperio needed to pull themselves through and push it to overtime. This was hilarious by Skeptic, and honestly, like you said, best case scenario for Viperio was getting out there with just a 1-on-1 trade. But man, what a nuts game, and I don't think 7-3 accurately showed how close that game actually was.
I think this was a game that I would probably argue is a bit intimidating for a lot of teams watching, because you could argue that maybe it wasn't like a tactical sort of masterpiece coming through here by Victus, but we've now seen so many different players from the side of Victus stepping up to the plate with clutches, with trades coming through, with great kills and whatnot. And so every single Victus player is gonna be a threat this league. And you know, I'm worried. Like, Victus, you're starting to look strong. So
I know Victus looked very strong, and I think the worrying thing as well is we said, like, we saw Ambush, how they've sort of like improved as well. We saw RCTIC and how they've improved. This is Viperio 86 in a similar position where they're almost a fledgling team, and how much can they improve by the end of the season? Are we going to get to a point where no team is considered a free win or an easy pickings, because there's so much improvement that can happen between that. There's 18 games just in the regular season that these teams have to play. So it's absolutely nuts. I mean, it was a 7-3 scoreline. We at least felt it was close. What did the desk think? Jerry, Demo, X, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. That was a quick one in some regards from Victus. 9 points on the table for them. They're going to join Heroic at the very top. So, Demo, I mean, what did you make of that? It was, again, just another Villa masterclass.
Yeah, I think Victus, all credit to them, came out today, shown some great siege, some top stuff. Plenty of players stepping up into the big department, which I think is always good to see. I think everyone is being able to bring a lot to the table. And yeah, I think Victus getting that win over someone who we expect to be challenging against them for those Challenger League spots, it's going to be a massive boost of confidence for that team.
And Ollie, on the other side of things, Viperio 86, 7-3 loss out. After a couple of close results, they've only been just scraping by these first two Playday 7-5, 7-5. Something's come to bite them, and it's Victus, it seems.
Yeah, I think, Viperio maybe taking Victus to Villa wasn't necessarily the best choice that they could have made there. But it was a close game, and there was a lot of rounds there that really hung in the balance, and there was some big sort of clutch potential from both players, I think, of both teams, should I say. You think back to rounds that maybe should have gone the other way. You could maybe start to bring up SkyT's, 4 kills that he was able to get, and a 1 versus 3. There were a lot of clutch rounds in there thrown in, but Victus just had too many of them at the end of things, and Viperio just left wanting, I think, at the end of that one.
Certainly were, and we do have Oscar on the line right now to take us through, his perspective on that game. Evening, Oscar. It's a pleasure to have a chat with you. I feel like we've been on opposite sides of the screen a lot of times, but this is the first time I've had a chat to you face to face. How you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm all right. Lovely as ever. I'm missing Ian, to be fair. I hope he's well, and I hope I can fill his shoes for the chat with you. So take us through a couple of those rounds. There were 1 or 2 that were very, very tight. I'm thinking SkyT's clutch. I'm thinking the very final round with Flexi just about killing Noodle in Vault. Like, how was it on your end? This team, you've got a few new voices in there. How does that work in terms of the dynamic in there?
Oh, well, it helped that the map bans favoured us, I think. And
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why they went for that map.
We were puzzled too.
Yeah, so the rounds were pretty close, actually. Not 7-3. It probably was more like a 7-5, the way the rounds were, that they felt anyway. They played well. They just took us to a better map. So
yeah, that's fair. And your sort of newer voices in team. Of course, you've got the same core from sort of Rainbow Rumble from January, but you picked up a few new players. And how are they kind of gelling in this roster? How do you feel about them?
yeah, I think they're really good fits. We upgraded the mechanical side, so we can just, you see clutches we can get. We can like steamroll our opponents just by killing them. So it's good.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Flexi, new pickup, made that difference in the very final round. So yeah, seems like a good call. You're top of the table now, tied with. In fact, I think you're probably ahead on points difference with Heroic. We'll have a keen look at that, but you're certainly tied for points on 9, 3 wins from 3. How's that feeling with a few of the sort of easier teams behind you? Today was like your first real test, most likely, or at least I imagine you were viewing it that way. How do you feel about going forward with the sort of EUL sides in the upcoming weeks?
Yeah, I think we can put a good show on. I think based on scrims or whatever, like we are performing well against Pro League teams, so it should be a good game when it comes around.
All right, well, Oscar, thank you very much. Cool, calm, and collected as always, and I wouldn't have you any other way. So, is there anything just before we go you want to say? Oh, thank you very much. I'm really not. Anything you want to say before I just throw back to the guys?
Thanks for all the support. I got my first DM the other day saying congrats on a win. So keep up the support.
Nice.
Thank you, guys.
Glad to hear it. All right, take care, Oscar.
See ya.
And there we have it, the man himself. Don't you just love him? I really do love Oscar, actually. Like, I feel like a while ago we were all like, he's just so quiet. He doesn't give anything back, but he's got that dry humour down to a T. I absolutely love him. Demo. Any thoughts about that? Any thoughts about what he said in the interview? I mean, it's fairly
Spoke to
standard
you
stuff.
more than he speaks to me, which is thing that kind of jumped off of me at the moment. Sometimes it's I shouldn't have to try to get people to speak in an interview, but he doesn't make it easy for himself. But with you, he's sitting there saying you're the best host, and he's sitting there chatting away.
I don't know where that came from.
I reckon,
Okay,
I reckon that there was a clue in there, and I think it was because Jerry DM'd him, congratulating him on a win.
No, I did not. That would have been.
Oscar said that he got his
I
first
did not
DM
bribe
the other
him.
day, and he was
I
very
did not-
pleased about it. So I'm starting to think there could be a little bit of bias at work.
No. I did not bribe him into a good interview. That's not how this worked. Although that is a thought going forward. I might keep that on there as an idea. Anyway, lads, we haven't got much time left before our debrief, where we will be having a special guest. So do stick around for that. But any closing thoughts just before we go back? I do believe we have the standings to show in a little bit, and that will give us so it's actually we're going to be taking a look at the end of the day summary. Just have a look at all the results that have gone through today. So looking at these, and Navi mentioned, as we were going along, it was ramping up, and he really wanted that overtime for the final game, but that didn't quite happen, did it?
It didn't, but we did have some close games today, and I think that was the sort of big takeaway. Game number 1, game number 2, they went the expected way. It was Navi, it was Ambush, with Riddle and Coalesce really sort of struggling. And then things started to come alive, really, for me, game 3, when Heroic came up against, I think, a lot more obstacle than they were anticipating in RCTIC. And sort of Sloth there self-confessing that they certainly trolled a good couple of rounds there and didn't really make it as easy as they could have done for themselves. But RCTIC, they played the game that was in front of them, and they were able to pick up rounds off Heroic. Are those rounds going to be crucial later on in the tournament? Well, only time will tell. MNM Academy against TENSTAR, that for me was probably the game of the night. A very close game, 5-7 scoreline, had the potential to go to an overtime. And then, as we've just seen, Victus versus Viperio, a 7-3 scoreline, but a game that, again, as we've mentioned, with the clutches and with the way that a couple of rounds went out, it wasn't as clear-cut as that, let's say.
And there's your MVP on the right-hand side of the screen, Demo SkyT. In that match, 7-3, I feel like we've seen a Victus player on this side of the board quite frequently in recent weeks. It was Oscar last time, but here we got SkyT, 3.0 KD.
I'm surprised it's not Savage, I'll be honest. You think you have to give recognition to what Savage did in his game against TENSTAR and M&M Academy, but then again, Sky, I suppose if you look at the stats, statistically, he probably is better in some departments, so if we add it all together, I'm sure he probably is the worthy MVP, but maybe that's just me, just personal preference. But yeah, Sky, big clutch today, cost 9% being involved, almost every part of the pitch he was there, and look at that for a strong KD.
Yeah, absolutely nutty there. So we've got the standings ready, and this is where it all begins to matter. Playday 3, it's still early. It's a double round robin, so we're expecting 18. But, we're almost halfway through the first split, if you want to call it that. We're a third of the way through the first split. And the board's beginning to shape up. Ollie, are there any sort of standout positions, anything unexpected in this?
I think the Heroic being at the top of the tree is not too much of a surprise. Victus hitting that second place spot, though. Of course, Navi, they did lose one game last week, so we are going to see them hitting in that third place. But you have to go a ways down the table there to see a sort of familiar name, MNM or Viperio, but they're going to be hitting that 6th and 7th place spot respectively. Ambush there making a bit of a bid for things in that 4th place as well, so there's still quite a little bit of room for maneuver, and of course there's still 3 teams at the bottom that are yet to draw blood.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time, I think, that a lot of these teams will start to play against each other as well, and we're bound to get points on the board one way or another. But just a quick correction as well, in case you spotted it, that was a little bit outdated before the previous game. It's actually Victus who's sitting on top with the impressive round differential that they hold over Heroic, which is really something. So that's impressive, isn't it, Demo? I've said impressed about 5 times, but I can't say it anymore. I'm impressed with Victus.
Well, we'll see how impressed you will be with Victus whenever they come up against Heroic. I think we're all set from where we're at, Jerry. Still have to play Heroic, still have to play the Navis as well. So still, Victus, you'd expect that it's not going to be perfect the entire time, but at the moment, with how they've been playing Siege, honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if they do go in and pick up some potential wins against the likes of Navi and Heroic. Those are the sides that you definitely want to try and beat and make sure that you can get those points where other teams maybe would slip up against them.
You think about them as well, like, and TENSTAR, who are butting heads, and one of them has beaten V86, the other one hasn't. That could be massive in the sort of final run. But we're going to take a short break. We have the debrief rolling on through, and we're going to have a special guest. It's going to be Kangaroo Kenny, who joins us. We're going to knock our heads together, have a bit of a natter. So do come back for that. We'll see you in a few.
My name's Nikki, I am Chase's mum, and we first met Special Effect at EGX some years ago when both me and my husband went up for the day, and we found a stand called Special Effect. Never heard of it before, didn't realise there was such a thing as a gaming charity for the disabled. So before we visited Special Effect, I mean, we've always been a huge gaming family, and gaming is something I wanted all my children to be able to have the opportunity to do. Chase has got a severe form of cerebral palsy, and he has dystonia, which means he can't fully control his body very well. Even trying to get Chase to push a button is really difficult to do because he just doesn't have the fine motor skills to do it. But he really loved gaming, and you could see that he wanted to do more. So we went up to the gaming room in Oxford, and so throughout the day we trialled lots of different pieces of equipment, lots of different games, until we found out what worked best for Chase. As a parent, it's made so much difference to Chase being able to access video games. You know, I was really sad that I thought that he was never really going to be able to join in and do those things on his own. Particularly to disabled people, I think games are really important because, you know, someone who's able-bodied can go out, they can play golf, they can go and drive a car, they can do almost anything in real life. Chase isn't going to have those same opportunities. So being able to sit down and put on a game means that it creates a level playing field. He can do an activity that he probably wouldn't be able to do in normal day-to-day life. But even better, with gaming, he can play alongside someone who's able-bodied, and it gives a real boost to his self-confidence, I think.
That was good, wasn't it? That's pretty fixable.
With the first ever season of Northern Premier League underway, we have 3 new maps added to the competitive pool. But what can we expect to see? Let's take a quick dive into Skyscraper, Border and Theme Park. First off, let's head to Japan. We'll see plenty of Skyscraper's beautiful exterior in Pro Play, as the balconies and windows grant a lot of potential for attackers, whether it be on entry, flank watch or post plants, though they'll need to tread carefully. With extra claymores now in attackers' pockets, defenders will have to think twice about going for the many jump out options around the map. Tea Room Karaoke and Office Exhibition are the most popular sites, with the external breach playing a big part in any office attack. Both of these objectives are on the top floor, and the map is heavily destructible, so expect explosions galore with C4 and upnade plays as teams experiment with this new battleground. There are 3 rules when it comes to attacking Border. Rule 1, watch each stairs. Rule 2, clear CCTV. And Rule 3,
Do not attempt to board the helicopter.
this is a small map, with only 2 staircases, making it the toughest of the 3 for defenders. Pros will stack their utility on defense and won't give up ground easily, because there isn't much of it. Catchers like Jaeger, Wamai and Aruni are pivotal. Attackers can save time with ops like Ossa and Nomad, who gain and maintain map control easily. Entering site is but a formality here, so expect to see lots of throwables to burn through those ADSs, support plants and blow enemies sky high. You thought this theme park was abandoned? Well, think again. It's back into competitive rotation. Defenders just love this large map, where they can roam freely, or better yet, extend the site. Initiation and office are usually contested no matter the site choice. From there, defenders can reinforce walls, shoot drones and retreat, or go for early kills. Once those walls are blown down, expect long-range gunfights across these open rooms and sprawling corridors. Hard breaching and wall denial are essential here, so operators like Maverick, Thatcher and Kaid as well as Mirror, will have a big impact if left unbanned. There's so much more to uncover about these fresh maps, so tune into NPL to see what our teams can cook up.
On fire and ready to go out there, gonna tear it down. There is no one here who can stop me, never hit the ground. If it shows I'm weak inside, there is nowhere left to go. All I can do is run and hide. 'Cause I've been running this world without you, with no help at all, one way to fall, living this
In 3 quick kills, 4 quick kills coming.
And Slaughter just picks them apart.
Let's try and put some shots on in and managing to find the last 2.
Oh, but Blur just decimates. Prince steps up huge for ambush. 3 kills. All E1 DCs. What?
Hello everybody and welcome to the debrief. I'm Jerry the Music Man. I'm joined by Demo and XR Troika, and we have a special guest who is joining us just for this final portion of the broadcast. It is none other than Kangaroo Kenny. Get on in here, Mr. Morrow. How are you doing? I've already had a post match interview, but what do you think maybe about that last game? I'm sure you were watching with eager eyes.
What are 86 doing taking them to Villa?
Exactly.
Oh! Victus can play 2 maps. Just ban them.
There we go.
That's a big statement.
That is a big statement.
What's the other map?
Cafe.
Kenny? Just
Cafe
so
and
everyone
Villa.
else
They can only play Cafe and Villa.
Villa.
Yep, they can
And
only
it's
play
where they play.
First, guys.
They
Hopefully all
played
the other
Cafe
teams are
and Villa
watching.
this week.
Every time I see them, they're just, they're taking them to Villa, they're taking them to Villa, they're taking them to Villa. Wow. Like a broken record.
We were saying it too. It is staggering how many teams will take them to Villa, but yeah, that's just the fate that befalls Viperio 86. Demo, I feel like you have some questions for Kenny, quite possibly. I'm gonna ask you to ask Kenny a question.
I don't
ask him a
ask him
question.
anything.
Any question.
No.
You don't want to ask him anything. No. Not even.
Favorite cereal?
Ooh. You know, I'm going to be controversial here. I absolutely love a golden nugget.
Who is it that had golden nuggets on their broadcast?
Other brands are
last
available.
week. There are other brands available.
There is a golden nug hits different. I'll be honest with you.
And a Cookie Crisp, or good festival cereal as well.
Yeah.
Cookie Crisp.
Cookie Crisp is good if you
Is this
even
what
if
you
you've got
wanted,
no
Jerry?
milk.
Is this what you wanted?
This is what I wanted.
Is this it?
It's somewhere between your style and Ian's style, where there's some relevancy, but I'm not making you run around and find random household objects, right?
Yeah, but nobody does that apart from Ian. Nobody else does that because he's out of his head, isn't he?
All right. Well, I reckon Ollie's the one to bring this back on track. Ollie, what are you thinking? I'm going to ask you about tomorrow's.
Sorry.
You're on.
Sorry, I'd laugh.
You're on the broadcast. You're on the team for tomorrow. You know what to expect. We got a load of games lined up tomorrow, and I want you to pick a couple that are stand out that you just cannot wait to see.
One sec. New tab. Liquipedia.net.
Here I was thinking you would already have a Liquipedia tab.
Let's have a look and see what's tomorrow. We have got Ambush TENSTAR, Riddle, RCTIC, Coalesce, Heroic, MNM, Victus, Navi, Viperio.
It's a good selection.
Dramatic pause.
Get drum roll.
Drum roll if you like.
Please.
Honestly, there's potential tomorrow because I think that Riddle RCTIC could be good. And I know that there's probably...
In what context would you define good?
Demo.
Equally matched teams.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say as well. That's
you don't need... Right, listen, and
that's
this is something
savage.
that we've... No, but we've touted this from the start. You do not need EUL level teams to have a good game of Siege. You just need teams that are well matched. So, in my opinion, from what we've seen so far, those two are fairly well matched, and it'd be good to see them play against each other tomorrow because technically they should be vying for a similar place in the leaderboard. So tomorrow could be a big day for them.
RCTIC took 4 rounds off Heroic today, though. Does that
but Heroic were trolling the brains out. Honestly, the Fresh and Friends could have had 4 rounds off Heroic today with the way that they were playing.
Give us some more respect than that, please. Come on.
Heroic didn't play very well, and they knew that.
For the uninitiated, remind us of the full Fresh and Friends roster.
No,
I do
it's
believe
been
we're in.
expanded. It's been
No,
expanded.
to be fair, it's the thing about it's whoever you want it to be.
As long as it contains Fresh and
yeah, and one of his friends.
One of the players decided to go and be a professional EUL player, so we can't do much about that.
That's true.
Yeah, he's got commitments.
So Arctic Riddle, that is a fair shout, to be fair, in terms of evenly matched teams. Demo, I know you.
Yeah.
Like, I asked for 2 from Ollie, and he's only given me 1, so I'm gonna have.
Well, you
to
didn't let me finish, Jerry.
Well, you started talking about Fresh and Friends, so you lost your chance. Demo, you take over. What do you think?
What was the question?
I can't get the staff.
Off the rails.
All right, so match to watch for tomorrow, and don't. You can say Ambush TENSTAR if you want to rile Kenny.
I think it's match of the day, in an unbiased opinion.
No, I don't think it is. I mean, I would say that again. I'd probably say eyes on Victus again, because I think if Victus can go and beat MNM Academy, especially how MNM played today, which I thought they put up a real fight, and they were a very, very scrappy team. And I want to see if Victus can do it again, because I think, in my mind, if Victus beat MNM Academy, they're cemented in my mind that they are very, very likely then of actually going on to get one of the spots. Because I think they've proven enough, in my mind, that they can do that. Because I still have question marks around this Victus side.
Can I just have a caveat? Victus have not played Heroic, us, Navi.
And that's what I'm saying. I understand. I made that point many a times today. I said it going into the matches today. It's all well and good saying that yes, Victus are top of the table, but think about who they have played and think about who they haven't played. And that's what it comes down to. I mean, we can say the same about you as well, Ryan. We can say the same that you guys haven't played your Navis. You guys haven't played your Heroics.
No, exactly. Yeah.
It's true. And you've also got the thing of Victus haven't been taken to an off map yet, right? I reckon MNM Academy are smart enough in the ban phase to rule out, Victus's strong maps. And we're going to see some variety. We're going to see them forced onto something else, and that could be a big difference maker too.
One thing that I have to give the M&M core and Nerf specifically, I think Nerf, the only ban phase in my mind I've ever lost is against Nerf when he took us to Coastline in Yukon 2. He always throws a curveball against us whenever we play them, and it always catches me off guard. I think today's ban phase, we got the ideal 2 maps we wanted out of it, so I think they kind of lost that ban phase for the first time. But I think one thing that is a strength for M&M, they do well in the ban phase. Like, you can't underestimate what map they'll go to. Like, last week against Coalesce, they just completely threw in a theme park out of nowhere. And I think that they are a team. I was expecting them to try and get something like a border or a sky today, try and force something that was out of the ordinary. But they ended up having the choice between Villa and Bank, which are the 2 maps we've already played, so we were kind of comfortable with that. But yeah, I think they can give Victus a good run for their money if they ban Cafe and Villa. Listen, Nerf.
Some good advice. You mentioned Coalesce as well. Let's keep moving, looking forward. We've got 2 other games that we haven't mentioned tomorrow. Coalesce Heroic. Any thoughts on that? Heroic did look, a little shaky today against Arctic. You could argue Coalesce are a slightly stronger side. Is it still any reason to worry for, Murat and co?
I mean, I think the biggest question with tomorrow with Heroic is who's playing. Because I think that seems to be the menu of the day.
Yeah.
But what 5's rocking up? Because they have this kind of rotating sub roster, don't they?
It's Pep Roulette. It's Pep Roulette.
I mean, to be fair, if you look at the entire Heroic the whole shebang, right? They have the 5 main players, they have the sub, and even the 2 coaches can play as well. They have a multitude of people. If you don't want to play that day, sure, no problem, they'll come in. Which I think is something that We've seen a bit from that from like last season from Heroic whenever they're Quana. You know, we've seen Murat come in, and different things like that. So I think there's still the potential that they can just whoever's feeling that they want to play that day.
And Ollie, I'll come to you for the final game of the day, which we've somehow not mentioned it so far. Navi versus Viperio 86. That could be a banger, I reckon.
It could. I think based off what we've seen today, you're gonna maybe give the edge to Navi in that one. We didn't particularly see Viperio at the full strength, I don't think, today. And we've already sort of memed the map pick that they made as well, not choosing to remove the Villa. So yeah, I think it's going to be a good one. Obviously, Viperio, it's early days inside of the season as a whole, but they're not necessarily falling behind, but they've sort of dropped off a little bit now, haven't they? They've got a couple of wins under the belt, but we're looking for more, and it needs to sort of happen. You can't have a play week, should I say, where you drop both your games.
I want to pick up on that point as well. 86, and do we feel as though they've, did they peak reaching Challenger League 5th, 6th? That's a really, that's something to be proud of, right?
No, you can't say that because it's a different team. It's almost an entirely different team.
That's the biggest problem.
There's only one player remaining from that team. That's it. The rest of them are new. You have to remember, like this Viperio 86 team. Yes, they have some new blood. Players there who are looking to gain experience. But they also have two very experienced players in Astro, who's been around for a very, very long time inside different national circuits. We've seen him inside a Challenge League with Gamma Gaming. You've got an ex-professional player in Vito, who's around for a very long time. This is a team who you would expect is good enough to get Challenge League, but maybe at the moment they're not showing that, but we know they have that potential.
So is it just a matter of time then? Or, this is 86 we're talking about. They have a revolving door policy, it would seem, when it comes to rosters. So, is this going to be the same 86 that we see pushing for Challenger League this year? Probably not, right? Like, they need time to solidify as a roster. I'm wondering whether they just don't give themselves that time or not.
It's in a sense that they've mixed such opposite ends of the spectrum in the fact that they've got Noodle and Grubby, who are both, like, young and inexperienced, and then you have Astro and Vito, which are the other end of the spectrum, but Astro and Vito may not be like the IGL. Say, like if you went in a team with Secretly would be able to almost coach you as a player, right? Like in game, he'll be able to IGL you and tell you where you're going wrong. But because Vito and Astro fraggers, they may not have that skill set. So it may be because one side of the team is so experienced that they kind of assume that the other players would know what they're doing, but then those inexperienced players kind of need guidance in a way, but they're not getting it. I don't know. That's just me theory crafting, but yeah, it may be.
I think it's a good point. I think it's a really good point, and I think that's often why we see teams and players that get paired up, young with old, tends to do quite well, provided that old is IGL or old has that sort of experience and isn't playing on those roles. But like you say, if they've maybe not got that experience, or it's not the kind of person they are, or they're a little bit, they're more used to fragging and stuff like that, they might not have that skill, and it's certainly not going to be an old skill that they've honed for a long time. It might be a new skill that they're trying to get that, they can sort of say, look, you need to do this, 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 and that, and stop doing the other. So I think that's a good point to bring up.
Well, I think that's a good place to wrap it up, guys. So, thank you very much for sticking around. Cheers, Kenny, for popping on for the debrief. It's a pleasure as always. And we're going to log ourselves out now. Thank you, everybody at home, for tuning in to the NPL. We have, of course, got another day full of action tomorrow. It's Super Week every week here at NPL at the moment, and Playday 4 is on its way. So do tune in tomorrow. I've been Jerry the Music Man. Have a good night.
He sees one look at the patience. He just has to send away to the lineup. 1, 2. Oh, Doki, what a play. That is why he is one of the best players in the world right now.
Now adapt, and he can swing this with the Ella Striker, and they're not ready for it with the Ella SMG.
Yeah, he's gonna get spotted. Tyrant fires. Can he land the second shot? He's dropped the pistol. He's dropped into prone. There's 10 seconds left. Tyrant, what a round! He's in position to strike. He's able to land his shots here. He got a huge swing. Picks up two.
Surprising that Neo didn't fall back at that point, and now we're left in a very tight situation. Right, he's just walked his way through. He gets 2.
Unica is going to take a little bit of damage as well, but with his back against Unica, Rothko's going to go down, but instantly traded. Aroldi with a double there. That's huge.